Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was treated worse than animals? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. All men are not made equal. That was a commonly known phrase in his home. His father, a powerful hero with a fire-breathing quirk. His mother, a loving woman with a weak telekinesis quirk. And then there was him, a weak, scrawny boy with no quirk at all. Or so he thought. Midoriya couldn't even remember his parents that well. He remembered that they had gone with him for his quirk examination, only to realize that he had two toe joints and no quirk at all. He remembered some villains breaking into his house in the middle of the night. He remembered his mother's screams as they burnt her alive. He remembered that gloved hand, clutching at his neck, rendering his father's power useless as he was cut down. He remembered fire. He loved fire. He hated fire. He was sent to a foster home at the age of 7. Midoriya didn't have any friends. And he didn't want to make any. All he had was a kitten he had adopted when he was 10 and he didn't want to remember. The yowls, the sound of glass breaking, that horrible feeling in his heart as he watched. His limbs were frozen in place, rain pelting against the window and thunder roared. He felt horrible. And people called animals savage? Animals kill to survive. Humans kill for fun and entertainment. And Midoriya hated it. He hated his new family. He hated his classmates. He hated how everyone was judged for their quirks, some stupid genetic thing that ancient people didn't have. People could make things explode. People can become human generators. People could bring buildings down. People can hurt and cause so much more harm, so much more easily. After all, there's no such thing as friendship. People aren't selfless saints. With minds that only aim to make life better for themselves, humans will step over others and make use of whatever resources they have at their disposal. Humans won't do things if it doesn't benefit them. Humans were smarter than most animals, but their way of life was certainly crueler than any wild animal that roamed free. Or so he thought. Heroes? They were jokes. Todoroki Enji, otherwise known as Endeavor? He probably didn't give a shit as to who he killed as long as he caught the villain, and that defeated the entire purpose of being a hero in the first place. There were a few heroes he did actual like though, and that knowledge pushed him forward. Some like Nizu. The poor animal with a quirk had been experimented on, but still ended up being a hero, and using his massive intelligence to help others. But Midoriya knew that some people were still not accepting of him being a hero despite his intelligence, saying that he was an animal and wasn't on the same tiers as a human. What utter bullcrap. Nizu was easily smarter than at least 95% of the human population. And Aizawa. Midoriya loved underground heroes, because they chose to stay out of the limelight so they could better help people. They actively made the choice to stay away from the attention and media. They won't be praised by everyone as they walked along the streets. The only credit they got was from the police, their agencies, and their paycheck. But Midoriya didn't want to be an underground hero. Not because he didn't want to save people, but just because they weren't influential enough. No one knew them. Who cares about what they may have to say about controversial matters? He wanted to rip this world apart from the inside out, this world that only cared about quirks, about what family you came from, your genetics, your heritage, your bloodline. Quirks have done nothing for the society but be a hindrance. Technological advancements have all but stilled, except for building technology to enhance quirks. Quirks are everything now. No one cares about who you are. Just your genetics and status. And Midoriya Izuku wanted to change the world for the better. He wanted to show that quirks weren't what made a person, that their background didn't make them who they were. He wanted to be an influential hero. A hero like All Might, who gave everyone a sense of peace just because he smiled. He wanted to prove that a failure of a person with a useless quirk like him could be a hero. Midoriya hopped along the rooftops, before he slid down a pip and landed firmly on the ground. A faint meow rang out from inside his hoodie, and Midoriya sighed. Ray, I told you already. A few more minutes and then we'll be there. Reiko, or Ray as Midoriya called her, was a 5-year-old kitten. She had all the traits of a main CN, but with her small size, there was no way she was a pure breed. His foster mother didn't allow pets in her house, as after what she did to Reiko's mother, there was no way Midoriya was going to let Reiko stay in his room without him. Reiko was smart. She always knew when Midoriya's foster mother was about to barge into his room. That was one of the rules imposed on him. Midoriya was not allowed to lock his door. Reiko always knew when to hide under Midoriya's bed to prevent his foster mother finding her. Midoriya often brought her out whenever he went out doing his vigilante stuff. She often helped him with reconnaissance, alerting him when people were nearby, or just sniffing out trails whenever possible. He didn't exactly want to bring her into his dangerous life, tangled with fighting villains and avoiding cameras, but it was a much better fate than if his foster mother found her. All his hoodies had a compartment sewn into it, which Reiko stayed in as he rushed and jumped around, and his school bag also had another secret compartment where she would stay in as he went to school. "Hey, look what I found here. The animal." Midoriya scowled and made his way towards the sound. He hated it when people were biased against animals simply for being animals. It was the genetics thing all over again. He peered down the rooftop and found 5 men surrounding what looked to be a bear? A large dog? He couldn't tell in the absence of light, but he just watched. Maybe they were just tracking down a lost pet or a wild animal. Midoriya thought it was unlikely hearing the tone they spoke with, but it was possible that they were just tired and snappy. One of the men brought up a knife. "An animal with a quirk, huh? What utter bullshit. You're not a human, you don't deserve to be treated like one." With that, they struck, and the bear swerved to the side, letting one man crash into the wall and dodged a slash of a knife. Midoriya hopped down from the rooftop, smashing into a villain, knocking him out, before he proceeded to knock out the remaining 4 men. He realized that the bear wasn't just a bear. It was Nizu, the principal of UA High School, an extremely rare case of an animal who manifested a quirk. He promptly took out his phone and texted Tsukachi. The detective knew him as a vigilante, and he was probably too exasperated with him to figure out how to catch him. His phone was also untraceable, so they couldn't trace him anyways. He had come close a few times, but Reiko was a huge help in letting him escape. He put his phone back and turned to Nizu. "Are you okay?" "I am fine, thank you very much." Nizu nodded. "And you are?" "I don't think I know a hero with your appearance and size." "Void." Midoriya replied. That was the name he usually went by, and all the heroes he had encountered knew him by that name. He didn't want to hold a conversation with Nizu, as much as he liked and admired the animal hero, and leapt up a ladder, climbing up onto the roof. He made his way to the park to take a breather. He often stopped by the park in the dead of night. Reiko liked the fresh air, and Midoriya just enjoyed the peace and quiet. He hopped off the roof, landing in a crouch before he looked around, feeling someone following him but not noticing anything amiss. He jogged to the park and sighed, before finding the bench he usually sat on and plopped down. His mother used to bring him to this park when he was younger, and they used to have picnics there and... Midoriya shook his head. No more bad memories. He didn't want to break that mask that he had spent so hard making, the metaphorical mask that made him apathetic to everything around him. Nothing matters anymore, humans were scum, and those who weren't were not influential enough to do anything. Reiko popped out of his hoodie, looked around, before mewling and hiding back into his hoodie. Someone was there, and Midoriya tried to look around without appearing to be looking out for someone, and found that someone was walking towards him. Nizu, to be exact. The hero wasn't exactly the most discreet, and he was easily recognizable a mile away when he was wearing clothes and walked on his hind legs. Midoriya had no idea how he didn't recognize him before he jumped into the fray. "Hello, Void. I wasn't expecting to see you here." Nizu greeted. "I am pretty sure you knew I would be here." Midoriya snorted. "Well, if you don't mind, may I sit here?" Midoriya raised his eyebrow at Nizu's question. "Why are you asking?" "Of course you can sit here. I don't own the bench, I literally can't stop you from sitting down." Nizu gave him a small smile, as he climbed up onto the bench to sit next to Midoriya. Most people don't approve, even if they aren't vocal about it. You're one of the very few who seem completely fine with it. It was silent for some time, until Midoriya spoke up. Can I ask you a question? Sure. Ask away. You were experimented on before, weren't you? How can you tolerate humans? Work with them, ignore the discrimination, make your way to the top despite everyone being against you. Nizu looked at the boy in surprise. Not many people nowadays didn't really know about that. He's been the principal of UA for a pretty long time, even when Aizawa and Yamada were students. Aren't you a human yourself? Nizu watched as the vigilante's form slumped, and he leaned against the back of the bench. The principal of UA was good at reading people, but he found that he could barely read Void at all. He could tell he wasn't malicious. But that was about it. Unfortunately, humans are scum. They lie, they cheat, they'll do anything in order to make them feel better about their pathetic selves, and they're completely okay with using others as stepping stones for them. They take advantage of others for their own gain. They're selfish and they cause everything around them to suffer. They destroy so much and yet they complain that they don't have enough. It's a pity that they're the dominating species when they're even more savage and monstrous than even the worst carnivores. At least animals just do it for survival. Humans make animals, and even other humans suffer just because they're sick BS artists and get a kick out of it. Nizu noted how Midoriya used the word they to describe humans, almost as if he's not a part of them. Then again, if he does have that kind of mindset, it's no wonder why he didn't want to be associated with them. Void had always been described as a mysterious person, appearing to enter a fight, win, and disappearing without a trace. Several heroes have encountered the vigilante, such as Nishiya, Yamada, and Kamihara, and one thing in common that they mentioned was that the vigilante seemed to have an analysis quirk of some sort, easily being able to figure out what their quirk is and how exactly they work. Void would usually give them tips on how to better use their quirks, and then mentioning something about learning not to be reliant on their quirks before he disappeared. None of the other heroes have ever seen him for more than 5 minutes, and never more than once. And Void was the one that tipped Yamada off about a case from 2 or 3 years back, which ended up in Aizawa busting in to rescue, and end up adopting a kid with a brainwashing quirk who was being abused and bullied. Aizawa did mention once in a meeting that Void didn't seem to have a quirk, since he always claims that he fights Quirkless and there is no trace of quirk usage whenever the police came to pick the criminals up other than the obvious ones that the villains used, but it seemed unlikely given how quickly the vigilante appeared and disappeared, and the insight he gave on their quirks. Most of the heroes found Void slightly annoying. He wasn't vicious, his methods used to take criminals down had to be questioned slightly, but to Nizu, Midoriya just looked like a kid who was tired of the world, broken from everything thrown at him. And his voice, gods, Nizu swore that he was barely 13, 14 at the maximum. Why was the vigilante so young? Hissing, Midoriya replied, I thought about it. All they care about is quirks. You have a powerful quirk and you're a hero? You can do whatever you want and literally no one would bat an eyelash. That's all they care about. And if you don't have a quirk, are you even considered human when 80% of the population have a quirk and most that don't are from the older generations? Nizu stared at him blankly. That's some interesting insight there. You don't seem to think that quirks are just that important. They're not. Just look at Eraserhead or Aizawa Shoyuda. You probably know him, he works in your school as a homeroom teacher. His quirk lets him erase quirks, and he can't erase mutant quirks. Yet he is still a decent underground pro hero. And then look at freaking Endeavor. He has a strong quirk, one that people all over Japan praises as a heroic, powerful quirk, but that guy is the literary definition of an abusive a-hole. Nizu really had no idea how to react, or more like he wasn't sure how to react. This was something that clearly upset Midoriya, and while he wanted to pry, he didn't want to say something wrong by accident that would set him off. Maybe he was abused too. That's why he says this about Endeavor. Mind explaining? Midoriya growled. Endeavor is an a-hole to people. He causes more property damage than the rest of the top 10 heroes combined. He has the highest villain kill count, and his wife is in a psychiatric ward. The news states that she poured hot water on Todoroki Shudo's face, but based off other people's comments, she's a loving and caring person and would not do something like that to her youngest son. While Rei was being escorted out of their house to the psychiatric ward, the pictures in the article also show that the kids, namely Shudo, were afraid of Endeavor, and you can see in one of the pictures that Todoroki Fuyumi and Todoroki Natsuo were running after their mother while Endeavor held them back. Endeavor has 4 kids, Todoroki Tuya, who ran away quite some time ago, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shuto. Based on their hair color, Tuya has a fire quirk, Fuyumi and Natsuo have ice quirks, and only Todoroki Shuto has a balance between both quirks. Based on most of the pictures on their social media pages, Endeavor ignores Fuyumi and Natsuo, and has been training Tuya and Shuto, presumably because of their fire quirks. Tuya ran away, even before Rei poured boiling water on Shuto. If Endeavor was a good father, there's no way that he would ignore 2 of his kids, make Tuya run away, and make Shuto fear him so much. Nizu hummed. He had suspected that something was off, but at the time, Enji had been so insistent that Rei was at fault, and he couldn't investigate at all. Most of the police and detectives didn't want to work with him, and he didn't want to work with other heroes he was familiar with in case this entire matter was publicized and they got into trouble with the number 2 hero. But he really wanted to go investigate. He needed to. The fact that a teenager was able to deduce all this from a few social media posts and newspaper clippings shows that this is a huge problem. Even if Enji wasn't abusive, he could give people the wrong idea about everything. Thank you for the insight. I did suspect that something was wrong. I'm surprised that no one else saw the signs. Midoriya sighed and leaned back on the bench. They won't let you investigate? Midoriya took Nizu's silence as a yes. They sat there in silence until Nizu sighed and looked at his watch. Well, it's rather late or early in this case. You never did answer my earlier question. Nizu glanced at Midoriya, who was looking at him out of the corner of his eye, before replying, there's not much you can do when you're different. I'm smart, yes, but it's not enough to change the world. I can't change how people perceive me, I just have to deal with it. If I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't choose to work with most humans that I have to interact with. That's why I plan to change the rules to let Quirkless students enter UA's hero course. I want to teach the future generation to not be biased just purely based off someone's quirk. Midoriya stayed quiet before responding, really? Nizu turned to the boy and waited for him to clarify. Midoriya spoke with disbelief lacing his voice. You're willing to let someone quirkless enter the hero course? Even if they have no powers? Even if they're unable to stand up for themselves? Even if everyone considers them useless and an utter waste of space? Even if they're better off dead? Nizu frowned. I didn't think you would be one to say that after what you just said. The quirkless aren't useless. If they try, I'm sure they can accomplish what they set out to do. Thank you. That's the first time anyone has ever said that to me. Nizu blinked. What? Midoriya gave a dry, humorless laugh. I have 2 pinky toe joints. He was taken aback. He wasn't expecting Midoriya to actually say something like that. The quirkless had always been discriminated against, and the suicide rate for the quirkless population was increasing. No wonder he was so angry and upset. Nizu was glad this boy hadn't decided to try take his life yet. He didn't know how wrong he was. Midoriya stood up. You're recording this, aren't you? Nizu chuckled, worried I'm going to do something with it? No. I didn't break any rules, I never used a quirk against anyone, you can't turn me in or use this against me. True. Midoriya stood up and started to make his way out of the park. Thanks for letting me talk. It's nice to finally be able to interact with someone who isn't human. Void. Midoriya stopped walking and turned around when he heard Nizu call his name. Would you like to meet again? Next week, same day, same time? Nizu swore he caught a small smile on the vigilante's face, and maybe some faint mewing, but that could just be a stray cat. If it's no bother to you. Aizawa huffed quietly as he jumped down from the building, landing in a crouch in the alleyway. He quickly knocked out the villains, wrapped their wrists in cable ties, and dialed the police, keeping an eye on them as he waited for the police to come collect the criminals. Shinso was at home, and Yamada was taking care of him, so he didn't have to worry. He was concerned on Fridays, since he had patrol and Yamada had his radio show at night, but Shinso was a good kid, and if he needed to, he could always call Kiyama for help, and Yamada was always willing to rush back home in case Shinso needed him for something since they didn't live too far away. The police came and took the criminals away, letting Aizawa finally leave his current location to seek out more villains. Aizawa walked out of the alley, before ducking into another alley after he caught sight of another D-ranked villain. He knocked him out before the villain could do anything, tying him up, before he heard a voice from above. "So, Eraserhead?" Aizawa whirled around, activating his quirk on instinct, and was surprised to see a boy wearing a black hoodie perched on a rooftop. No one had ever snuck up on him before when he was on patrols, and he was pretty dead sure there wasn't anyone on the rooftop. The fact that it was the dead vigilante proved that he knew what he was doing. This was the kid that Yamato was talking about, the one that tipped him off about their son's former abusive household almost 4 years ago. Aizawa supposed he should thank Midoriya for handling that situation delicately, sending an underground hero to check before taking action, but at this point, he was just so annoyed from all the reports by other heroes about this vigilante, he just wanted to catch the dead kid. Aizawa grasped his capture weapon firmly and released his quirk. Midoriya blinked, seemingly confused, but Aizawa couldn't really tell from his position. "Void, I presume. What do you want?" "Bold of you to assume I want something." Midoriya replied in with zero hints of emotion, and Aizawa frowned as Midoriya hopped down. He swore he heard a meow from somewhere, but there were no cats in sight. "Why do you keep your hair long? It rises when you used your quirk. That's a dead giveaway if those villains actually use their brains." Aizawa grumbled. "And you care why?" Midoriya shrugged. "You kind of fight Quirkless? Nice to know there's a hero out there who can actually do something without a stupid flashy quirk." "Makes sense," Aizawa thought. "I can't sense a quirk on him. Anyway, what do you want? You're clearly just a kid. You're too young to be jumping around like that." "Does it matter?" Midoriya asked. "It's dangerous to be out like this." "How old are you? 15? 16? Midoriya just shrugged, opting to remain silent. "Villains don't care if you're just a kid. They'll kill you all the same." "But let them try," Midoriya retorted, and Aizawa was taken aback from the harshness of his tone. "Not like they'll succeed anyway. I'm not a useless kid." "I never said you were useless. I'm just saying they won't go easy on you, and there's a chance that you won't ever see the light of day again. I may not be able to arrest you because you're not using a quirk, but I am going to try and stop you." No, Aizawa didn't care about the vigilante. Nizu just talked a lot about him in the staff room, his possible motives, what he's possibly after, why he went after heroes who seemed popular, how he knew who they were out of costume. Aizawa did not know why Nizu was so invested in Void, but Nizu seemed to be happier, so Aizawa didn't mind him. Nizu's sadistic tendencies also seemed to be going down, so really, no one was worried. Nizu was a grown animal. After all, as well as a pro hero, so he's allowed to be invested in anything, or in this case, anyone he liked. Aizawa was going to say something, before Midoriya looked away, and stuck out his hand in a gesture to tell him to stop. "I hear something." Aizawa paused, and strained to listen to whatever Midoriya had heard, but he couldn't hear anything besides from something getting whacked a few times. "I must be getting old. There's a mugging 2 alleyways down," Midoriya stated, before he leapt up the ladder and made his way to the rooftop. Aizawa lashed one of the railings with his capture weapon, pulling himself up onto the rooftop. He ran after Midoriya as he jumped over an alleyway, rolling when he hit the roof, before swiftly dropping down into the next alleyway. To his surprise, Midoriya was spot on, and there was a man swinging a bat down on another man. Midoriya growled, and dropped down on the man with the bat, knocking him out immediately. "Ah. Thank you." The other man was bleeding, but was thanking Midoriya profusely. Midoriya didn't even respond, and just ran into the darkness, before climbing back onto the roof so quietly that if you didn't know he was there, you wouldn't even notice him. Aizawa sighed as his phone buzzed. He fished it out of his pocket, and groaned as he was sent a location for a gang fight. "Hey brat. There's a gang fight. Wanna come with?" "Never thought you would be one for hospitality." Aizawa grumbled. "I just want to make sure you're still alive and where I can keep an eye on you. If you can sneak up on heroes, then a petty gang fight shouldn't be of much trouble." The gang fight wasn't even that far away. Just a few blocks down from where they were. Aizawa and Midoriya just dropped down on them, catching them by surprise. There were roughly 10 members in each group, but it didn't take too long for Aizawa and Midoriya to finish each gang off. Aizawa would have finished his fight faster, but he was trying to keep an eye on Midoriya. He wasn't just trying to keep the vigilante safe, but he was also trying to analyze the kid, figure out how he fought, what were his motivations, why he didn't seem to care for his own life, why he seemed to be so emotionless save for anger and hatred. He realized one thing about the kid. Midoriya fought like an animal. Aizawa couldn't see a pattern to how he fought. He kicked and punched, and while he had decent power behind his blows, there was no rhyme or reason as to why he did each action. There was no fighting style, and he seemed to just lash out at the closest person who posed a threat to him. Heck, the kid even bit down on a man's arm when he got too close, and judging by the screams of pain, and since it was that painful even through a layer of clothes, he had a powerful jaw and his teeth were pretty DMN sharp. Aizawa thought he had screwed up as he saw that Midoriya's arms were occupied wrangling a villain. 10 enemies per person was too many for Midoriya, and another man rushed at Midoriya, a knife aimed at his face. Aizawa was going to jump in to save Midoriya when Midoriya glared at him, his eyes burning under the hood, almost as if he was telepathically telling him not to get involved. Much to his surprise, Midoriya pulled his head back, dodging the blow, before clamping his teeth down hard on the knife and jerked it out of his grasp, pulling the man off balance. He kicked the man into the wall, before flipping the guy he was originally grappling with into the ground. Aizawa just hoped that the kid brushed his teeth daily. After that, the fight went smoothly, and it wasn't long before all 20 gang members from both sides were lying on the ground, knocked out. "You okay, kid? Worry about yourself." One of them came close to realizing that your hair floats when you activate your quirk. The only reason he hasn't taken advantage of it was probably because he wasn't sure and his buddies were getting thrown around like ragdolls. "Also, go put your eye drops on. I'm not gonna bother you." Aizawa blinked as Midoriya clambered up the ladder and hopped back onto the rooftop. He tried to follow him, but by the time he made his way up, Midoriya was already gone. He huffed and pulled his goggles off the drop the saline liquid in it. Why did Nizu have to take a liking to this problem child? Unknown to him, Midoriya stood in a nearby alleyway, pretty sure that Aizawa wouldn't chase after him. He remained quiet as Reiko poked her head into the alleyway. She had escaped the gang fight after Midoriya placed her on the rooftop after Aizawa jumped down, and Midoriya picked her up and gently placed her in his hoodie. She gave a small purr, but Midoriya was staring darkly at his gloved hand, scowling. "So, I have a quirk, huh?" He was quickly shaken out of his thoughts when his phone vibrated in his pants pocket. He had a rat to meet. The meeting with Nizu had gone, as well as anyone had expected. It's been 5 months since he had first encountered Nizu, and he was still trying to crack down Enji's case, compile enough evidence against him that he could actually be convicted, and they had a lengthy conversation about quirk marriages, and everything that he could have possibly done wrong as well as trying to find as much about this case as possible. But it wasn't enough to quell that burning feeling in Midoriya's stomach. "I have a quirk." Midoriya was positive that he didn't have a quirk. If you asked him about it before he met Aizawa, he would have told you that you were crazy. But knowing Aizawa's quirk, knowing he activated it in his direction, at him, there was no doubt about it. When Aizawa activated his quirk, his heart suddenly felt lighter. He didn't feel as depressed as he used to feel, and he was pretty sure he felt something disappear. A quirk, to be precise. He had a quirk. A quirk he wasn't supposed to have. He didn't know how he got it, but he needed to figure out what it was first. Midoriya had done his research. He had 2 joints in pinky toe, and that was one of the preliminary tests to see if a person had a quirk or not. His father, trying not to get his hopes up, had brought him to a specialist to check whether he had the capacity to develop a quirk, since there had been those odd cases where a person with 2 joints in their pinky toe developed a quirk. He wasn't one of those lucky ones. He had no chance of having a quirk. And yet, he had one. There had also been documented cases on this as well, and they were called trauma-induced quirks. Quirks that developed when the body underwent extreme amounts of stress, quirks that were somehow related to the cause of trauma in a desperate attempt at self-preservation. Midoriya cursed to himself as he sat on his room, a knife in hand. A trauma-induced quirk. now that he knew he had a quirk. He had his suspicions from those times he were to the beach, the times he went to tall, abandoned buildings, that one time he crept into the kitchen to find painkillers. Maybe someone had saved him. Maybe the building wasn't tall enough. Maybe he didn't take enough aspirin. He didn't want a quirk. He lived so long without one, and as much as he hated it, he needed to test it. He needed to figure out what it was, so he could avoid using it as much as possible. The entrance exam was in 2 months' time. He didn't have time to spare. He needed to find out as soon as possible. Midoriya rolled up his sleeve, revealing a multitude of scars that littered his arms. He had done this to himself. It was normal. Nothing to do with a quirk, for sure. Reiko leapt onto his table, hissing, trying to take Midoriya's attention off the knife. She had already tried to smack it off his desk before, but at a kitten, she couldn't really do anything. "I'm sorry, Reiko. But I need to know." Midoriya grasped the knife firmly, before plunging it into his open palm, cutting right through the metacarpals on his left hand. Blood dripped down the knife as it completely penetrated his hand, staining the towels underneath. Midoriya barely felt it, and sighed, roughly yanking the knife free from his hand. He stared at the crimson liquid on the knife, before back at his hand. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Blood still leaked out of his wounds, and while it didn't hurt as much as Midoriya supposed it should hurt, he had taken beatings from all over. A stab through his non-dominant hand wasn't going to do much. He needed to turn it up a notch. Maybe next time he should break a slightly more important bone. To be honest, when Nizu first proposed to meet Void the following week, he wasn't exactly expecting Void to agree to his proposal. Void seemed like the kind of person who liked his privacy, and less people knew about him, the better he could sneak around doing his vigilante stuff. Then Void actually showed up. He was on time, staring into space, but he had turned to look at Nizu when he got close. He spoke about things that most humans didn't think or care about, and Nizu even learned some things about Void. Void was Quirkless, that he knew from their first meeting. He learned that Void volunteered at an animal shelter after school. He learned that Void seemed to like animals, and had even caught his cat peeking out of his hoodie on one occasion, but never brought it up. And Void detested humans, but he wasn't letting his bias against the human race stop him from doing the right thing. Just because a majority of them are bad doesn't mean all of them are bad. There are exceptions. Void never disclosed his age, but he was in middle school. Nizu knew that for sure based off his stature. But he still didn't have a good read of Void. Void wasn't nervous around him like other humans were. Void was tense, yes, but he was tense all the time, as if he were expecting an attack at any time from anywhere. He never expressed any emotions save for the occasional angry, upset comment. Needless to say, Nizu didn't know Void as well as he would like to. And for once, Void was late. For once, Nizu was the one waiting for Void. Did he run into something beforehand? Was he sick? Regardless, knowing how both of them liked sticking to their schedules, and how they would always take unexpected scenarios into account to add buffers between each event, the fact that Void was in fact not early, or even on time worried Nizu. In fact, while Nizu never outrightly admitted it to anyone, he had grown rather fond of Void even. Though he didn't know much about the vigilante. Void reminded him of himself in a way, different, discriminated against, and was trying to find his own way in the world. And as a pro-hero, Nizu knew he shouldn't be condoning this, but if it made Void happy, if it allowed him to feel like he could fit in, who was he to take it away from Void? And it wasn't like Void was breaking any rules, barely. Most, if not all, of the assault laws involved quirks, and Void didn't have one. Nizu sat there and waited. And waited. And finally, Void showed up. He was only late by 5 minutes, but to Nizu, it felt like hours. "Well, you finally showed up. I thought I'd have to enjoy my tea on my own." Nizu grinned, hiding his relief, and held up 2 flasks. It was starting to get chilly, and while Void had a hoodie and a kitten, Nizu thought that he may like some tea to keep himself warm. In the faint moonlight, Void's hoodie seemed to be stained with what looked like mud. Maybe he accidentally slipped and had to clean up. But Nizu's sensitive nose screamed blood. Too much blood. It was too much for it to be an injury. Void would have bled out and died if that were the case. Nizu's instincts were screaming that something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. He swallowed those emotions. He was probably overthinking it. Void was fine. Maybe he just found a corpse or something. Or something was wrong with his nose. Midoriya didn't say a thing, and he sat down beside Nizu, taking a flask and mouthing a small thank you. He popped the flask open and took a small sip. Chrysanthemum. Yep. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made something that is generally well liked by both animals and humans. Void is being oddly quiet, Nizu noted. Void wasn't talkative, by all means. Heck, most of their time was spent in silence. But Void or himself would bring up something, they would have a small conversation about it, and then sit back in silence for some time to think. Well, I would have to apologize in advance. Nizu started. I'm sure you are aware of my position as UA's principal. And the UA entrance exams are taking place in a month's time. Paperwork. Midoriya quietly replied, I understand. Something was clearly wrong with Void. Are you okay? Usually, if with his colleagues or other heroes, he would lean over to pat them on the shoulder. But the first time Nizu did that to Void, the boy had flinched so violently that he almost fell off the bench, before glaring at him in anger and confusion. It was almost as if he didn't know how to react to kindness and affection. Is there a way to remove quirks? Nizu shook his head. As far as I know, no. Why? I have a quirk. Midoriya faintly replied. He sounded so sick, so angry, so upset. And Nizu thought he knew why. He was quirkless. He was probably bullied for it, and suddenly realizing that he had a quirk? It really makes one wonder, why did they have to suffer discrimination for being quirkless, when in reality, they had a quirk? What had they been bullied for this whole time? What were they suffering for? Why did they have to suffer this entire time? Well, do you need quirk counseling? I can help. Nizu offered. No. Not now. I can't. Midoriya shook his head. He was shaking and was clearly affected by whatever his quirk was. Did you hurt anyone by accident? No. I didn't hurt anyone. Nizu have an internal sigh of relief. At least, his record was still clean, and he hadn't hurt anyone. But Nizu needed his to calm down. He couldn't help Void if he wasn't willing to accept help. And if he didn't want help now, then Nizu couldn't do anything. But things like this took time. Quirk counseling took months, maybe years, and for a teenaged, formerly quirkless boy, this was a delicate matter. Nizu was willing to wait. Do you want to talk about it? Get it off your chest? Midoriya was completely silent until he finally spoke up. It's the difference between life and death. Nizu wasn't sure how to react to that. A quirk that important would no doubt be hard to handle. And Nizu was pretty sure Void did not want a quirk, let alone one that is related to mortality. Nizu wasn't sure how to handle this situation. But Void looked exhausted based off his posture alone. Taking a rest would definitely help. Well, would you like to go rest first? You look like you've been through quite a bit today. I would. Like that. Midoriya nodded, and stood up while holding his flask, unsure what to do with it. Keep it. I have many flasks. Nizu grinned. Good night, Void. Midoriya walked out of the park, before he rubbed his neck, exactly where the vertebrae had shattered just an hour prior, when he had smashed face first into the ground and heard the resounding crack of his neck. His spine was also cracked and broken in several places, but it had almost healed completely. His ribs were busted, his lungs pieced, but even that was almost done healing. Midoriya reached up to rub his head, where it had impacted the ground directly. All the blood had dried up, the large crack in his skull had already healed, and while Midoriya wasn't sure how he looked, he was pretty sure he had somehow survived a fall off a 30-story building. His phone, however, wasn't so lucky. Midoriya ambled out of the park. He wanted to go home and sleep. It was the closest thing to death he could get to. Excuse me, why are you covered in blood? Midoriya blinked and turned, seeing a police officer standing there. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Midoriya replied. I'm sorry, this doesn't look like nothing. The police officer sighed. Please, come with me. Midoriya obliged and followed the police officer into the nearby police station and yelled, Tsukachi, we have a small situation. Tsukachi poked his out of a door. What is it? Why is there a kid covered in blood? Midoriya groaned internally. He said not to worry. I think you should question him. All right. Tsukachi nodded and gestured Midoriya to follow him into the room. Midoriya just obeyed, not putting up a fuss. Reiko was starting to get uncomfortable after everything that had happened, and he really just wanted to get back home, if he could even call that place a home. Name: Midoriya Izuku. So, why are you out so late at night? I was taking a walk with my cat. Tsukachi blinked, and before he could ask, Reiko popped out of Midoriya's hoodie, staring at Tsukachi straight in the eye, before meowing. Alright, what happened? There was a suicide. I was there. I didn't know what to feel and went to the park to try and cool down, and I'm on my way home now. Oh, I'm sorry you had to see that. Do you remember where it occurred? Midoriya shook his head. I do not. I'm sorry. Why didn't you call the police? My phone broke. Tsukachi frowned, and Midoriya pretended that he didn't know what the detective's quirk was, and fished his shattered phone out of his hoodie pocket. Wait, I forgot, what's your quirk? Midoriya gave a dry laugh. I have 2 pinky toe joints. I don't think I'm supposed to have a quirk. Thank you, Midoriya. You can go home now. Would you like to change into something not covered in blood? I'm fine. There's few people out now and I live nearby. Good night. The interrogation with Midoriya gave him time to sort out his thoughts. Those times he had tried to do the same thing, only to fail, resulting in his confusion at his failure and the resolve to try again. To finally end his cursed existence, to escape this painful reality. Only for him to fail again and again, not knowing why, and turning to even more drastic methods to do so. Only now it made sense. Why he had failed again and again ever since his first suicide attempt at 10, not even needing treatment, unlike his first attempt. Why all the injuries he received when he tried to kill himself seemed to just heal. But it didn't make sense. He had gotten involved in a hit-and-run accident when he was 12. Reiko was in his bag, and he was pretty sure he was going to bleed out. He didn't want to die yet. He needed to make sure Reiko was okay. He had taken the brunt of the impact, but he needed to make sure his 2-year-old kitten was safe. He was pretty sure he wasn't thinking straight, but one thing was certain. He had forced his bag open despite his abdomen screaming in pain, his broken ribs shrieking in agony, and blood spurted from his mouth. To his relief, Reiko was perfectly fine. She was confused, blinking from inside his bag, but she had suffered no injuries. He could finally go. Reiko would be lonely, but she would be able to survive on her own. He felt something weird, but he passed out and couldn't process it. It was a deserted road, and no one would find him for at least a couple hours. He was going to bleed out and die. He woke up approximately 4 hours later, at 5 in the morning, when an elderly man was shaking him awake. Realization hit him. That was his quirk. The quirk that had come into existence when he regretted his initial suicide attempt, the quirk that chained the boy into this cycle of suffering and pain. All right, are all the applications in? Nizu asked, as he sieved through the piles of papers on his desk. While he was supposed to dealing with the UA entrance examination stuff, he was working with Tsukachi on Enji's case, mainly because Tsukachi would be overseas for the next few days and Nizu was trying to shove as much stuff at him as possible before then. The UA teachers were trying to put all the students into piles according to their quirks, before they could designate them to individual arenas so as to not have too many powerhouses in one arena by accident. One more batch. Ectoplasm's getting them. Aizawa grumbled as he placed an application of a boy with an electric quirk in the pile for elemental emitter quirks. Oh yes. Nizu looked up. We have chosen 6 recommendation students this year for the hero course. Usually we only have 4, but we've just hit the maximum of 6, so we're okay. Who got in? Maijima asked, as he stared at an application of a girl with long pink hair and a quirk that let her see up to 5 kilometers. Yayarozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto, Yurashi Inesa, Tokujsetsuna, Hananuki Juzo, and your purple brat. Nizu grinned. Oh, he got in. Snipe raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised. We had a lot of people with strong physical quirks that would easily overshadow Hitoshi's mental one. No offense, Aizawa, Mike. There's a reason why he wants to be an underground hero. Aizawa snapped. No need to get so pissy. Yamada laughed. He's growing up so fast. Who's in whose class? Ken asked. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and Hitoshi are in 1A, Tokage, Hananuki and Yurashi will be in your class, Vlad King. Nizu nodded. Once we sort these out, I'll get to sending the invitations letters out. Aizawa, I'll leave it on your desk. Aizawa grunted as he picked up the next form. Nizu. Yes. Where do I put a quirkless student? Silence enveloped the staff room as all the teachers look up. Quirkless. Maijima asked. Yes. Midoriya Izuku, male, quirkless. Put it aside first. We'll fit him in later. Nizu nodded. Midoriya Izuku? Tsukachi asked. He's a little weird kid. How so? Nizu frowned. I met him yesterday. He was all covered in blood, but he said not to worry about it. Said he saw a suicide around my office, went to that park, and was going home. We searched the backstreets, and we did find a large puddle of blood but no body, with some bloody shoe print tracks, but they eventually dried out, or was washed away by that drizzle this morning. Tsukachi shrugged. We did run a blood test, but it didn't match everyone in the database. Not to mention it matches the DNA of the blood that we have found almost all over Mizudafu over the course of the past few years in what looked like to be suicides. So there's a guy who wants to die but can't die? Snipe asked, or maybe someone's just playing some kind of sick prank. Wait. Aizawa blinked. Void is quirkless. Is it possible that Midoriya is Void? Nizu shook his head. I doubt it. Void isn't quirkless. Aizawa paused, trying to sort his thoughts out. Before looking up, I reported that I met Void around a month ago, right? Everyone in the staff room nodded. I did use my quirk on him when he snuck up on me. I didn't sense a quirk. That's odd. Nizu mused. I met him yesterday. He seemed shaken up and asked me if there was a way to remove quirks, before revealing that he had one. Wait, what? Ken paused. You met him? Yes, for quite some time already. I first met him after I was ambushed a few months ago. He's a pleasant child. We've been talking for quite some time already. Okay, that explains why you seem to like him so much, but why didn't you tell us? Ken shot back. Nizu just had that sheet-eating grin on his face. You didn't ask. Tsukachi sighed. I'm not sure if you know, but the fact that Midoriya is still alive and applying here is a miracle. Almost every single quirkless child in Japan has committed suicide, and regardless of whether they survived or not, it is pretty troubling. Quirk discrimination has gotten really bad. I did check up on Midoriya's records. He fell off a school building once. But what? Snipe asked, completely dumbfounded. It was in the newspapers 5 years ago. Tsukachi frowned. According to the article, he fell off the school roof. The school denied that there was any bullying taking place, and that it was an accident. Midoriya himself admitted that it was an accident, and went to the roof to get some fresh air. He claimed that he leaned forward too much and lost his balance. So, he isn't suicidal, right? Yamada let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. We'll just keep an eye on him. Nizu declared, I think it is possible for him to get into UA, but he's definitely going to struggle against the robots, but, Aizawa, hand me the application form. Aizawa did as he was asked, and Nizu flipped it over. Let's see, he has a ton of college credits already. Online courses, for quite a lot of things. He doesn't even need to go to high school or university, he's already completed them. He also has perfect scores in the UA preliminary examination. Smart but. Yamada grumbled. Yeah, we should keep an eye on him. Ishiyama nodded. Even if he doesn't get into the hero course, he'll probably do well in the general education course. Nizu, can you access the security feeds? Ectoplasm asked, as he carried a box under his arm as well as what looked like to be one of Nizu's flasks. Oh. Void wrote a note. He said he's returning it and he's thanking you for the tea. He also added that it was the first time anyone has made a drink for him out of the goodness of their heart. I do have to say, poor kid. Yamada sighed as Ectoplasm tossed the flask over to Nizu. He was the one that helped us save Hitoshi. Void is a weird kid. Nothing about him makes sense. Aizawa mused. Nizu, what do you know about Void? He hates humans. Nizu spoke up, in simple terms. He also has a cat. Why would he help humans if he hates humans? Aizawa asked. Nizu shrugged. He says there are exceptions. Honestly, even I can't figure the kid out. Who knows? Enji growled as he chased the kid in front of him. It was that Demed vigilante, the one that almost all the heroes are talking about. They called him Void, and that he usually popped out of nowhere before disappearing just as suddenly. FING villain. Vigilantes are just villains opposing the law. Enji raced forward. He would admit, the kid was fast and he was nimble. The vigilante was racing through alleyways, climbing up ladders, jumping off roofs, trying to escape from him, but Enji was faster and a lot more resourceful than he looked. Aizawa turned when he heard yelling, and to his shock, Void raced past him, Enji not too far behind him. Enji threw a fireball, and it missed Void by a hair, before Void made a turn and bolted down another road. Zashi, come on. He's gonna kill him. Aizawa grabbed Yamada's arm, yanking him towards the chase, and with his capture weapon, he hauled the both of them to the rooftop. Why is he so slow? Aizawa hissed. He's faster than this. Maybe he's injured? Yamada replied, as they continued to follow along. They had to save a few civilians who had accidentally gotten in Enji's way, and Aizawa, who already disliked Enji before, hated him. He didn't know if he could hate him even more. Then the chase stopped. Not because of Void, but because of Enji. Enji had fired off a fireball, and it had almost hit a person if Void hadn't intercepted the fireball with his own body. Yamada had to stifle a yell as Void slammed into the ground, rolling across the concrete harshly. He finally came to a stop, and Void attempted to push himself up. Keyword, attempted. He was promptly slammed into the ground, as Enji punched him in the back with a flaming fist, forcing his fist closer and closer to the ground with Void's body as the only barricade. Midoriya stifled a cry of pain as he felt his back burning, his flesh on fire, his spine cracking and melting, as the fist hit his stomach and continued through, burning a hole straight through his body. Thank God there's fire and it's kinda cauterized. It would be a mess to clean up if there's blood. Midoriya's head was spinning, and he could feel Enji remove his fist from his back. Stupid vigilantes. Just a bunch of FNG villains. Midoriya heard Enji turn his back, and in a split second, ignoring the gaping hole in his torso that was starting to heal, he pushed himself to his feet and scampered into a nearby alleyway. How? Enji growled, whirling around and attempting to give chase, but in that split second he put down his guard. Void was already gone, disappeared into the inky black abyss of darkness. Aizawa and Yamada gave chase, following the vigilante from the rooftops, until Void finally stopped, collapsing against a wall and pulling his hoodie up to examine the damage. The two pro heroes gaped at the damage. They just thought that Enji had injured his back, not having burnt a hole through his body. Even that didn't kill me. Aizawa froze and blinked. What? The two pro heroes jumped down, careful not to make any sound, but Void still perked up and pushed himself up despite the massive injury he had. Aizawa tried to inch closer, to help the injured boy, but Void just snarled as the two heroes came closer and ran off. Did he? Yamada babbled, trying to comprehend what he had just seen, what he had just heard. Sheet. Aizawa hissed. The next day, after Aizawa and Yamada dropped Shinso off at school and flung the door of the staff room open. So, the media has no idea who he is? Ectoplasm asks. To be fair, he only tells heroes his name, and he always runs off after he rescues civilians. Ishiyama replied, this is the first time he has been seen out in the open. Aizawa stomped to Nizu's desk and growled, Nizu, what's Void's quirk? Nizu frowned and asked, he said something about it being the difference between life and death. Aizawa, what's going on? Next time you see the kid, wrangle him back to UA. Why? Snipe asked as he looked up from his phone. He tried to get Endeavor to kill him. Aizawa hissed. I don't know if it's a one-time, heat-of-the-moment kind of thing, But that kid needs serious help. Nizu frowned. It was obvious he was fond of the boy, there was no doubt about that, and the only reason that Nizu or the other heroes didn't catch him was mainly because the boy had claimed to not have a quirk, and therefore, he wasn't breaking any laws, technically. There was also the fact that besides from Yamada and Aizawa, no hero has ever seen Void twice, and that was kind of embarrassing since Void takes down a lot of villains. Tsukachi knows, he's the one having to handle all the vigilante paperwork as well. Well, I won't be meeting him until next week, when the exams are over. Nizu mumbled, if you happen to see him, try to bring him in. Aizawa, how bad is his injuries? Yamada was being oddly quiet, and Aizawa hissed, Endeavor's attack should have killed him. He burnt a hole through his torso, all the way through. Kid managed to get away, luckily, and his injury seemed to be healing on its own. We heard him lament that Endeavor was unable to kill him. Regeneration, huh? Nizu mused, at the very least, he should be fine. But I agree, we should try to find him before he does anything too drastic and could get himself killed for real. Kirishima sighed, and looked up at the UA building. We're finally here, huh? We still need to do the exam, dummy. Ashido laughed, come on, we need to register. Come on, I'm sentimental. Kirishima grinned, it's now or never. This is going to change our lives. They watched as a girl with brown hair ran into the school, before they heard a yell, ha! Deku, you seriously applying for UA? They turned around, and saw 3 boys standing outside of UA, laughing at a green-haired boy. The green-haired boy stopped walking, his head lowered, almost like he was trying to avoid attention. You quirkless freak. There's no way you can even get into UA's general education course, useless Deku. Hey, that's not very nice dash. Ashido turned around to try and defend the green-haired boy, before a menacing aura burst out of nowhere, engulfing everyone in the vicinity. The green-haired boy lifted his head, and Kirishima caught a glimpse of his eyes. They were terrifying. Emerald, green glowing slits that pierced his soul, even if he wasn't being looked at directly. The boy turned around and growled. He's nuts. A boy with wings yelled. Get away from him. Another with an overly large nose screamed, as the 3 students scampered away. Kirishima and Ashido gasped, inhaling a large gulp of air as they tried to calm their beating hearts. Gods, that kid was terrifying. They flinched as the green-haired boy suddenly squatted down, as a small white cat ran up to him. Much to their surprise, the boy reached out, and the cat nuzzled his hand as he pet it. The cat liked his hand, before it ran out of UA. Man, that was pretty cool, to be honest. Kirishima whispered, as the boy turned around and walked towards the UA building. Aizawa shuddered. Nizu had sent him to take a look at the quirkless student, Midoriya Izuku. He hadn't expected some of the green-haired boy's classmates to follow him and mock him from outside UA's walls. He hadn't expected the boy to scare them off with nothing but a terrifying, pressuring aura and a growl. Aizawa sighed, until he felt a pair of eyes on him. He looked around, trying to figure out if maybe a bird landed on the tree he was in, before he found the source of the feeling. Midoriya Izuku. He had stopped in the middle of the pathway, looking at him out of the corner of his eye, and Aizawa gulped as he felt those emerald slits were trained on him, eyeing him, like it was trying to find his weakness and tear him to pieces. How does he know I'm here? Much to his relief, Midoriya continued on his way, and Aizawa slipped out of the tree once all the students had entered UA to register for their exams, trying to calm his beating heart. It wasn't just Void, no doubt that Midoriya was also going to be a problem child. Aizawa was spooked by the boy before the exams even started. Snipe was scared after the boy handed in his written paper in a third of the given time and left without saying a single word. 13 was trembling as they graded Midoriya's paper as he read through page after page of neat handwriting, and as Midoriya scored full marks after full marks despite not even taking the full amount of time to write at least 3 times as much as the second person to write the most. Nizu laughed as his colleagues suffered at the hands of the quirkless enigma. And now, it was time for the practical exam. Yamada was giving the introduction to the practical exam, until that Ida kid, Yamada swore that was Tensei's little brother, though he acted nothing like him, stood up and pointed at Midoriya, you, with the green hair. Stop tapping your nails against the armrest, it's annoying everyone. Midoriya barely flinched at the accusation, and did comply to Ida's first request to stop tapping the armrest as the blue-haired boy continued to rant. Also, you left the written examination venue early. Do you think that the UA exams are a joke? Why are you even here if you aren't going to take this seriously and dash? Ida was promptly cut off as a sudden pressure filled the room. The tension was so thick, Yamada swore that even Tatsuma's powerful dragon claws wouldn't be able to slice through it easily. And just as quickly as it appeared, the pressure dissipated, and Ida fell back into his seat in shock. And Midoriya Izuku hadn't even moved a muscle. Ahem. Yamada coughed, trying to garner the attention from all the stunned students who had no idea where the pressure came from. Now, about the zero-pointer. Bakugo was doing pretty well, Nizu noted. His quirk is well suited to destroy the robots. Not to mention his maneuverability with his quirk is pretty impressive for such an explosive quirk. Shoji's formation of extra limbs allows him to scan the area for bots, and gives him the firepower to take them out. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's hardening quirks are great defense and offense against the robots. Some of the other teachers were keeping an eye on Midoriya though. Midoriya was skinny, and honestly he was short. He didn't look like he was able to put up a fight against anyone, and Snipe was honestly wondering if the kid was malnourished or something. Poor Midoriya didn't seem to know how to deal with the robots, or more like, he wasn't dealing with the robot in the first place. He was evading their attacks pretty well, but he wasn't attacking back. What he was doing, on the other hand, was saving other examinees from falling debris. Tackling people out of the way of robot attacks, and accidental misses from other examinees, Midoriya seemed to care more about keeping the other examinees safe rather than stocking points up for himself. Honestly, I don't think Midoriya can do anything against the robots without a quirk. You saw the kind of pressure he is able to give off. If there were other opponents, like maybe humans, we could probably see him fight. Aizawa grumbled. Yeah, Aizawa was pretty salty about it. And then, Midoriya literally kicked the head off a three-pointer and started pulling it apart. And Nizu got bored and slammed his paw down on the button that released the zero-pointer. Uraraka had somehow gotten stuck under some debris, and while it wasn't really surprising that no one had tried to help her with the zero-pointer towering behind, it was disheartening that they were willing to let her get crushed to save themselves. Until Midoriya, of all people, ran towards the zero-pointer. Midoriya leaned forward, his eyes open in alarm. What is he doing? Much to their surprise, Midoriya threw something at the zero-pointer, causing it to stutter, before coming to a complete halt. Turn up the volume. Nizu ordered, as Ectoplasm, who was closest, reached for the knob. Come on, the EMP isn't going to last forever. Midoriya grumbled as he heaved the block up just enough for Uraraka to climb out from under it, before scooping her up and running away as the zero-pointer regained power. DMN and EMP? Midoriya exclaimed. He made it out of the robot parts? Nizu rubbed his paws together, grinning from ear to ear. Midoriya Izuku was an interesting kid, for sure. Too bad that his score of 33 was only enough to net him 36th place. But he still had a chance in the sports festival. And Nizu wondered what kind of chaos would ensue if he introduced the formerly quirkless vigilante to the quirkless student. It was the first day of school. Shinso took a deep breath and tried to calm his nerves. His first day in UA. Hopefully, the students here would be nicer than those in his previous schools. All his life, he had been called a villain. The horrible laughter and mocking that all he could be was a villain filled his mind, and Shinso tried his best to shut them out. He had a new life now. Much better parents, and a true friend in Ida Tenya, the younger brother of a friend of his parents. He had kept his original last name, as a reminder that things had changed, and he wasn't going to let anything from the first 9 years of his life affect him now. Not to mention Aizawa was his homeroom teacher and Yamada was his English teacher, and they couldn't exactly call him by his first name without giving their connection away. His life had gotten much better after he had met that hooded vigilante. He had run away from home after a particularly bad beating, to escape the pain for a little while, but had somehow ended up in a back alley and had almost gotten killed for running into someone by accident. He didn't even get a hint of who the mysterious boy in a hoodie who saved his life. All he knew was that the boy called himself Void, which wasn't very helpful at all since it was probably his vigilante name and not his real name, and that he had no quirk. Heck, he didn't even know what color eyes and hair the vigilante had. It had been too dark at the time so even make any features out. Plus, he could be lying about being quirkless, but Shinso honestly doubted it. Once he trusted his new parents enough, he had told them, only for Yamada to nod and say that the vigilante did say that he was quirkless. The vigilante had helped him get back home, and even promised to help him out of the abusive hellhole he lived in. And true to his word, the very next day, he was saved by an underground hero by the name of Aizawa Shoyuta who ended up adopting him, and raised him with the help of Yamada Hizashi. He hadn't even had the chance to thank the vigilante before he had run off that night. He really needed to find some way to seek him out and thank him for saving his life properly. Maybe someday he'll be able to find him again. Still thinking about Void? Aizawa asked as he stopped next to Shinso, waiting for him so that they could make their way into school. Yamada had hopped off at a coffee shop and would be coming in later, and Aizawa wanted to make sure that his own kid wasn't late, even though they were there 15 minutes before the first bell was even set to go off. Shinso sighed, and Aizawa just pat him on the back. Don't worry about it, Hitoshi. Even most of the heroes have only seen him once. I never even got to say thank you. Aizawa shrugged. Void is a kid around your age. You'll probably have a chance to find him again. Now, shoo, get to class. I don't want to expel my kid on the first day. Shinso gave a mock gasp in shock and horror. You wouldn't. I expelled everyone last year. I would. Aizawa rolled his eyes, and Shinso just snorted as he ran into you. I'm still surprised that Yorashi kid rejected his invitation to UA. Kiyama muttered. He seemed pretty enthusiastic the last time we saw him. Who had Midoriya in their class? Snipe asked. I'm curious. I do. Yamada spoke up. Why? Dunno. He seems like an interesting kid. Snipe shrugged, picking up his stack of papers. We should get going to our classes now. Yamada laughed. Shuta's probably gonna be barely on time for his class, but he put his speaker around his neck, before he grabbed his attendance list and headed for the 1C classroom. He threw himself onto his seat, and waited for homeroom to start. There were 5 minutes left, and Midoriya had taken a seat right at the very back near a window, sleeping. Yamada swore he saw something peek out of his bag, but it was probably his imagination. He hadn't gotten a new pair of glasses in ages. He waited until everyone was in class, before he cleared his throat. All right, welcome to UA's General Education course, listeners. I'm Present Mike, and I'm going to be your homeroom teacher as well as your English teacher. I would like everyone to do a small introduction about themselves, then we'll go down for orientation. So you, there, step right up and we'll get this show started. The boy sitting in the first row next to the door stood up, and made his way to the front, and introduced himself. And this carried on until it was the last person's turn. Yamada was honestly curious as to how Midoriya may do his self-introduction. Most of the kids would reveal their quirk, though it wasn't a requirement, and start doing into detail of how their quirks functioned. Midoriya stood up slowly, before walking to the front of the classroom, his footsteps firm and precise. The entire room was tense, almost as if Midoriya himself was putting pressure on everyone as he moved. He stood in front of the class, standing up straight, and said, My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm Quirkless. The class erupted into an uproar. Quirkless? How the heck did you get into UA? I saw you at the hero course exam. Just give it up already. Him? In the hero course? That sounds like a joke. Yamada eyed Midoriya warily, but Midoriya didn't even seem to register that his new classmates were currently mocking him for his quirkless status, and was just standing at the front of the classroom coolly, seeming like he didn't even care. Hey, listeners, quiet down, Yamada ordered, but even then, it took some time for the noisy, surprised students of the general education to quieten down. Yamada did not want to yell over his students, especially when his quirk was a voice quirk. He didn't want to deafen them, even though they were being mean to Midoriya. Look, listeners, we take quirk discrimination very seriously here at UA. Midoriya's quirkless, but he earned his place here, So please treat him like any other student at UA. Yamada sighed as the other students still shot looks at the supposedly quirkless student. Midoriya, you can go back to your seat. Midoriya gave a small nod before returning to his seat, not making a single sound. All right, listeners. Let's all go for orientation. We don't want to be late. Yamada yelled and herded the students out of the classroom. He was going to need to talk to Nizu about enforcing the anti-quirk discrimination rules. Something told him that with Midoriya around and talkative students, word was going to spread quickly. Shinso stretched and yawned. Aizawa had made them do a quirk apprehension test, and while he couldn't use his quirk at all in any of the tests, he had gotten 12th place overall. The invisible girl had gotten last, but like him, her quirk couldn't be used during the test at all, and Aizawa hadn't expelled anyone at all. Surprisingly, even the perverted creep with grapes for hair wasn't expelled, and Shinso was going to be honest when he said he really hated him. Ida had somehow become friends with another girl called Uraraka Ochako, and while Shinso hadn't been there, he was guessing it was because she had almost gotten crushed by a zero-pointer and he was guilty he hadn't helped her. Bakugo and Kirishima were with them, somehow. Bakugo was grumbling about them being more tolerable extras or something, and Kirishima had somehow decided that he wanted to be friends with the explosive potty mouth. They turned a corner, and Uraraka exclaimed, "Oh!" Shinso looked up and saw a green-haired boy walking out of a classroom, looking at the ground. Ida adjusted his glasses. "Ah, I believe that he is the one that saved you." He saved her from the zero-pointer? Wouldn't that net quite a bit of rescue points? Shinso frowned. Maybe he's in 1B. Bakugo promptly turned as white as a sheet, and grabbed onto Uraraka and Ida and covered their mouths before they could take a step towards the boy. But that was all they needed to alert the boy to their presence. The green-haired boy turned around, looking at them with a dead, emotionless gaze, before turning back around and walking down the hallway. "Hey Blasty, what the hell was that for?" Uraraka demanded, as Bakugo loosened his grip and released the two students. "Uraraka, his name is Bakugo, and while it may be rude of him to not call us by our real names, that does not mean we should do the same." Ida butt in. Bakugo was shaking, ever so slightly. "Round face, legs, whatever you do, don't get near him." That was enough to calm Ida and Uraraka, and they looked at Bakugo in confusion. "He's dangerous." "Wow, coming from you, that must be something." Shinso snarked. Bakugo shook his head. "You don't live in my area. There's these rumors surrounding him. Midoriya Izuku, they say that he can paralyze people with just his eyes alone." "So, what's wrong with that?" Kirishima asked. "Could be his quirk." "Not possible. He's quirkless." Shinsu's words died on his tongue. "A brainwashing quirk isn't a bad quirk. I mean, I'm quirkless, and I'm still aiming to be a hero. I'm sure that you can too. You can save many people with that quirk without causing any damage." Shinso shoved that memory at the back of his head. He could figure out the connection between Void and Midoriya later. Maybe it was just a coincidence. He may be quirkless, but don't underestimate him. I saw him getting mugged around 3 years ago by one of the local gangs. It didn't take him more than 5 minutes to deal with 10 opponents. Kirishima whistled. That means he's strong then?" Uraraka nodded. "Yeah. He made an EMP out of nowhere to knock the zero-pointer out and helped me escape. But if he's quirkless, maybe he wasn't able to destroy robots to earn points." Shinso shook his head. "It's a hero school. As far as I know, as long as the robot is destroyed or restrained, you get the points. Mineta and Hagakure have the lowest score in our class, at 34. Hagakure's quirk doesn't let the robots see and detect her, and Mineta's sticky orbs can restrain them. There should be rescue points, and I honestly don't know how his score was so low. Maybe we can go ask Present Mike." Bakugo snorted. "Whatever, extras, do as you please, just try not to aggravate the green little sheet. I'm not saving your butt again if you PSS him off." Bakugo turned around and stomped away, and Uraraka sweat dropped. I'm not sure if he respects him or downright hates him. Probably both. Shinso muttered. But Midoriya Izuku had piqued his interest. And he was lucky that his parents were teachers in the school. Maybe he could get something out of them. Dad, who is Midoriya Izuku? Aizawa merely raised his eyebrow, as Yamada choked on his soda. Why, do you want to know? Bakugo mentioned that he's dangerous and quirkless. Oh, Aizawa muttered before he sighed. You think he's connected to Void in some way? Yeah. Look, Hitoshi, I'm going to tell you something, but promise you can't tell anyone else, got it? Aizawa hissed, and Yamada looked at him in alarm. Are you sure we can tell him? We saw it for ourselves, it's not like he's the only one that found out. Aizawa grumbled, and Shinso sat up straight, trying to catch any details of his savior that he could get. Void isn't quirkless. He was attacked and nearly killed by Endeavor, and it appears that he has some kind of regeneration quirk that allows him to heal from his injuries. Ishiyama sighed, and started grading the essays he had assigned the kids to do. It was the first official day of school, and they had to write about friendship and emotions, and while it may seem like a cheesy topic, it was also to assess their mental state, to give Inui a good sense of who may need help in the future. The essays weren't bad, by any means, but they were very superficial. Most of the students wrote about what made them feel what kind of emotions, that kind of stuff. And while it wasn't too bad, it wasn't fun. He taught 5 first-years classes, and it was like reading 100 essays of the same thing over and over. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's essays were horrifyingly similar, both talking about manliness and heroes. The similarity had earned a chuckle from Snipe, and while Shinso never explicitly mentioned it in his essay, it was clear that he looked up to Yamada and Aizawa and they made him happy. Then he picked up the next essay and started to read it. Positive emotions are just a drag, something that people get addicted to. And when that feeling is gone, they crave it, wanting it more and more, until they snap and give in to that urge. They will do anything to feel that way again, even if they have to resort to selfish means to get what they want. Ishiyama stared at the first paragraph. And then he reread it again. He was starting to wonder which kid wrote this. Compared to all the other essays that were all happy and sunny, this one was downright depressing, and it was only the first paragraph. His eyes shifted over to check the name written in the corner. Midoriya Izuku. And while he had told the class to write a page or so, Midoriya had gone and written 10 pages, and Ishiyama was not looking forward to finishing it. Not when his students seemed to have such a twisted outlook on something so essential. He was going to have to talk to Nizu. Positive emotions are just a drag, something that people get addicted to. And when that feeling is gone, they crave it, wanting it more and more, until they snap and give in to that urge. They will do anything to feel that way again, even if they have to resort to selfish means to get what they want. People hurt others to feel happy. People kill others to feel happy. Others have to suffer for one man's pleasure. Is it worth it? Every death, every kill, they will lose a piece of themselves, until there is nothing left of them to save. In the grand scheme of things, emotions are worthless. Whether you laugh or you cry, no one cares. No one will bother you unless you have something that they want. Then, they'll flock around, playing nice, pretending to be your friend until they get what they want, before they dig into your carcass like vultures. Friendship is a relationship that has many negative emotions attached to it. All you can do is wait for the eventual betrayal, but is it betrayal if you both agree on it? If you both agree that one person does not deserve anything, not friendship, not companionship, not anything at all? In this world, you can't rely on anyone. Trust the wrong person, and they'll come and stab you in the back, figuratively or literally. Emotions only hold you back. Anger clouds your thoughts and cause you to make rash decisions. Sadness stops you from doing anything productive, and you waste time wallowing in self-pity. Happiness makes one blind to what's going on around them by making them complacent, and it allows them to fall into obvious traps right in front of them. Combine them together, and all you have coming for you is the imminent pain and horror that you made such a mistake, that the people you once thought to be friends are the ones causing the pain, that in reality, no one cares about you. There's so many people on this planet. So many people with problems worse than yours. Why should people waste their time on you? They shouldn't. They only do so when there's something that benefits them. They don't do it for you, they do it for themselves. Humans are selfish creatures, and all they think about are themselves. They want to feel good, they want to be happy. To them, it's justified to step over others as long as it makes them happy. In extreme cases, killing others makes them happy. But there's a limit. Humans are like glass. You can hurt them, break them, make them crack. But once they shatter, no matter how hard you try, they're beyond repair. Even if you find every single glass fragment and put all the pieces back together in the right place, all the weak points are still there. Weaknesses that can be exploited by others for their personal gain, weaknesses that still hurt no matter what. It's an injury that does not cause physical pain. An injury that cannot be truly healed. It lingers, deep at the back of their mind, and strikes when they least suspect it. When they think they're over it. When they think that they're no longer affected by it. It is a weakness that will always be there. It is a liability. Emotions are a liability. The ability to push emotions aside, to not let them affect you when you are doing things is important. The ability to not rely on others, no matter what you do, is essential. People will not help you out of the goodness of their heart. They'll only offer their assistance if you can offer something in return. Even heroes. Most heroes choose their profession for the fame and money. They don't choose to help people because they want to, they do it so they can get more famous, and as a result, a higher revenue. It is not in a human's nature to give without taking. Humans are selfish, and if they could, they would keep on taking more and more, until there is nothing left for them to take. And after that, they're still not satisfied. Humans are greedy, they're never happy with what they have. They just want more and more, even things that do not exist. Their greed and desire fuels them, and their strong emotional need and want for these kinds of things results in absolute idiocy. Drinking mercury in an attempt to achieve immortality. Murdering millions of innocents under the assumption that they will continue to be catered to in the afterlife. Killing for territory and wealth. In the end, humanity's greed and desires just hurt people. It's one thing if they hurt themselves. It's another thing if other people are getting hurt for completely self-centered reasons that don't amount to anything. Death is a normal part of life. Yet, people despise it, simply because they do not appreciate what they have. Life is not something everyone deserves to have. It is a gift that can be taken away at any time. People who think they deserve to live forever do not understand that living hurts a lot more than death. They get to see everyone they care about die, while not being able to do so to join them. They'll live with all their regrets, knowing that they chose to suffer. Eventually, everything will lose their meaning, and by that time, they will wish that they were not alive to witness it. And if they do not care about what they have lost, if they don't care that people close to them have died, do they even deserve to live in the first place? Acting on emotions destroys lives, other people's and one's own. Creating relationships with others just creates more opportunities for their grasp on their emotions to slip, to let them, to act on their emotions. Humans claim that these are essential for the survival of humanity, that these are the main traits that separate them from animals, what makes them above animals. But they're no better than the beasts that they claim are mindless and bloodthirsty, vicious and savage. Animals care about each other. They only kill to eat, to survive. Humans do not. They kill for fun, for sport, just because it makes them feel something that they could not or never felt before. Humans are in no way above animals, and they will never be. They let their emotions take over, let themselves get controlled, and do stupid things. And then they don't blame themselves for it. They blame others. They will never accept that they are in the wrong. They always think they're right, that their actions are justified, even if they are not. Humans are hard to understand. They actively try to sabotage others of their kind, for no reasons at all. They do things that hurt others and themselves at the same time. Why would we do something to hurt ourselves on purpose? Ishiyama stared blankly at Nizu as the animal finished reading the entirety of the essay and placed it down. Midoriya didn't even seem to have finished his essay before time was up. I think he needs help. He thinks emotions and friendships are burdens, and can only hurt him. It's not healthy, Ishiyama said. I know that. Nizu sighed, but given how he writes it, it didn't just come from nowhere. To him, it is justified. This isn't something that a couple of counseling sessions with Hound Dog can fix. Kayama burst into the staff room alongside Yamada, complaining about some purple grape or something, before they noticed Nizu sitting on Ishiyama's chair as the cement quirk user stood behind him, peering over his shoulder. There is a possibility that he was just in a bad mood or someone made him upset. Nizu said. Who? Yamada asked. Midoriya. Ishiyama replied. Oh, poor kid. The others in 1C mocked him on the first day. I told them that we don't tolerate quirk discrimination, but I'm pretty sure it's going on whenever we aren't there. Yamada sighed. He didn't seem to care, either because he's hiding it or he's used to being mocked all the time, and neither of those possibilities are good for his mental health. Kiyama frowned. He was real quiet today, but he's a decent kid. She peered at the papers in Nizu's paw. Is that the cheesy essay that Cementos makes everyone write in the beginning of the year? Hey, it's not cheesy. Well, it kinda is, but it also helps to assess their mental state and figure out who might need counseling. Ishiyama protested. Also, it's helpful. Midoriya needs help, and sooner is better than later. Kiyama stretched her hand out. He's a sweet kid. Real quiet though. Let me see the essay. Ishiyama shrugged as Nizu passed her the essay. I'm warning you, it's pretty dark. It can't be that bad. Kiyama took the essay from Nizu and looked at it, and blanched almost immediately. She hadn't even finished reading the first paragraph. You're right. It's really dark. Nizu tapped his paw against his chin. I'm busy this week, but there should be time for me to see him next week. Next time you see him, tell him to go see Hound Dog. Or if he has lesson time, let him talk to him. Nizu said, if he can't sort things out with Midoriya, I'll talk to him myself. Ectoplasm stared at the paper in his hands. He had started off by giving the kids a pop quiz, and he wasn't expecting to get a test paper back in 30 minutes when the entire test was supposed to take an hour and a half to finish. He scanned through the paper. Nizu said that Midoriya had finished a lot of college credits, but even so, he wasn't expecting the kid to have finished it so quickly. All his answers looked right too, and he didn't really want Midoriya to waste an hour in lessons sitting there like a statue. Ectoplasm walked up to Midoriya's desk and said, all right, Cementos believes you should go talk to Hound Dog. You should know where his office is, it's upstairs. I'll tell him you're going to talk to him. Midoriya blinked at him blankly, and Ectoplasm had this feeling of unease as he looked back into the emptiness of the boy's eyes. Why was he so inexpressive? How was it? Nizu asked as he typed on his laptop in the staff room. He usually liked to work in his office, but there were times he preferred having some company, and there was no way all the heroes could just squeeze into his office. Saying that Inui looked mildly traumatized was an understatement. Horrible. Inui admitted, he didn't say a single word. He just stared at me with that blank expression the entire time, and oh gods. Did you ask him questions? Kiyama asked. She also had a lesson that day with him, and Midoriya had remained quiet the entire day. She swore he was signing to himself, but other than that he was completely still. I did. I asked him if he was okay, and if he didn't want to answer any questions, he didn't have to. I hate to say it, but it's unnerving. His eyes looked completely empty, like a never-ending void. Nizu frowned, and opened up a program to view the security cameras. They found Midoriya sleeping at his desk. He's not eating? Kiyama asked. He's so skinny though. Nizu sighed, and his eyes shifted to a photocopied version of the essay that was in his file. I'll talk to him next week. All Might, you're going to see Tsukachi today, right? Can you tell him I'm canceling my Monday lunch meeting with him? Yagi nodded. I hate to say this, but it might be a lost cause. Nizu turned to face Inui so fast he almost got whiplash. Excuse me? I'm just warning you, Principal. We can't help him if he doesn't want help. Inui scratched his head. Maybe we should get him a psychologist or a therapist. If he isn't willing to speak to a person who is part of the school, what makes you think he's going to speak to a complete stranger? Nizu raised his eyebrow. He has stated that he can't understand humans. Maybe he's just shy or uncomfortable. The first week of the school had passed relatively quickly, and Midoriya found himself back in the comforting presence of the animal pro hero, sitting on the couch in his office opposite Nizu. He still felt awkward. He preferred having his hood on. So, how's UA so far? Midoriya wasn't really sure how to reply. UA was pretty good, but his peers liked to mock him behind the teachers' backs. On the first day, he had gone to the cafeteria for some water, and he could hear whispering all around him, with mentions of creepy and emotionless and green popping up all the time. There was a reason he preferred napping in the classroom with Reiko sleeping on his lap, out of view of the security cameras. It's been okay, Midoriya said. The syllabus is too simple. Nizu hummed. You did complete a lot of online college courses, so it's no wonder you're not struggling. I'll work with the teachers to figure out something for you. He saw Midoriya's eyes widen slightly. Really? You'd do that? Why did he seem so surprised? Nizu put that in his mental file of things to note about Midoriya, and replied, yes. I believe Ectoplasm and Present Mike would want your help with some stuff since you pretty much aced their pop quizzes effortlessly. The rest of the hour passed relatively quickly, and it wasn't long before Midoriya had to return back to lessons for class. Nizu just deadpanned at all the heroes that were eavesdropping, hiding behind the door like idiots as Midoriya exited the staff room. You are aware my room is soundproof, right? Kiyama gave a nervous laugh. Yeah? How did it go? Are you sure he doesn't speak at all? Nizu frowned. We had a pleasant conversation. He was a bit awkward with his word choice, but he did speak. I knew it. Wait, what? Yamada almost screeched. If Aizawa hadn't activated his quirk in time, the only time I heard him speak was his self-introduction on the first day of school. I never even heard him say a single word before. Kiyama sighed. The last time I tried to call on him, the boy sitting in front of him just turned around and kept on mocking him. He didn't mention his quirkless status, so I can't put him in detention for quirk discrimination, but I wouldn't want to answer a question if people did that all the time. Does that happen in your classes? Ectoplasm nodded. It's happened, a lot. Except that he can answer questions since he just has to write the entire thing on the board. I feel bad calling on him a lot, but he's the only one that actually knows his stuff in class. It is troubling though. Every time I ask a student to go around the class to collect homework or worksheets, he just refuses to give his worksheet to the kid. He just walks right up to me, puts it on my desk and walks back without saying a word. It's almost like he doesn't trust that the other students won't do something with his work. Snipe sighed. So, he's selectively mute? Yamada confirmed, because if that's the case, we're going to have to figure something out for the ORL assessments. I don't think it's as simple as that. Nizu replied, but at least he's willing to talk. I'll try to figure it out. Nizu was still trying to figure Midoriya out. He reminds me of Void in a way. Nizu admitted, when Aizawa entered the staff room after he had entered the school with Shinso. I'm not sure why. Aizawa shrugged, maybe they're cousins or something. Nizu shook his head. Nope. I looked into it. Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Hisashi don't have siblings, and neither did their parents or grandparents. Why don't you ask him? Kiyama asked, you're meeting him today, right? Void seems knowledgeable about our society. Nizu just paw-palmed and rubbed his eyes. I can't. Midoriya looked so surprised that someone was willing to do something for him. This is something sensitive. On the off chance that they are connected in a way, asking about that would destroy the trust that Void gave me. I can't afford to do that. Not when Void has made it very clear that he prefers interacting with animals instead of humans. Also, just a note, since you mentioned animals, Midoriya volunteers at that pet rescue center a few blocks away. I saw him there yesterday, bringing in a black stray, and he just glared at anyone who told him that it was just a stray and shouldn't be there. Aizawa swore he heard Nizu mumble something along the lines of, where do you think the demon stray came from in the first place? Ken poked his head into the staff room. Alright, my students did mess up the boat at the USJ up a bit, as well as destroyed the conflagration zone the other day, but 13 says that the USJ is ready for 1A to use tomorrow. Alright. Aizawa noted. I should go help Mike deal with the DMN press. Suddenly, a loud clang of metal resonated throughout the school, and Nizu clicked on a blinking button on his laptop. The press activated the barrier. It should be fine. It wasn't fine. Somehow, the press had created a hole in the wall and had gotten in. Aizawa and Yamada growled as they tried to keep the press out of UA, but they kept on pestering them with more and more questions, and Aizawa was sure that his patience was going to run out soon. Then, all of a sudden, the entire area grew silent. The reporters and cameramen were all frozen in place, stunned into silence. Aizawa was pretty sure the only reason why he could feel the presence but still had full mobility was that he wasn't the target of the strange aura, and that he had felt it before. However, the boy that he had thought to be associated with the aura was nowhere to be seen. But still, it gave him a moment of clarity to sort his thoughts out, and he hissed, "Look, this is a place for students to learn. You triggered the intruder alarms, and this is probably the result of a panicking student's quirk. We already called the police for vandalism and trespassing, and now, you're scaring the students as well." Aizawa sighed as the police finally came along, and as suddenly as the pressuring aura appeared, it dissipated. He still needed to figure out who was the person behind this. Midoriya was still a possibility, but he wasn't anywhere near the area. Or it really could just be some student's quirk that activated by accident. Midoriya was quirkless. Even if he were to have some sort of quirk that he didn't know about, Aizawa would assume that it was an analysis quirk. Snipe taught the general education course skills that would be useful, regardless if they managed to transfer into the hero course or now. After all, most general education students did end up working for heroes as their secretaries, accountants, or becoming police officers and detectives. And when Snipe had covered the analysis class, Midoriya had truly shined. Snipe had wanted the students to write an analysis of any hero's quirk, as long as they were well known enough so that Snipe didn't have to figure out who the hero was in the first place, and Midoriya had ended up writing a report on Eraserhead, stating that he was an underground hero, but was a teacher at UA, so technically Snipe should know him. And Snipe had no idea how to even grade his work since Midoriya had handed up a stack of papers that was 10 times thicker than those of the other students. Midoriya's work included sketches, diagrams, and just a huge load of information, and Aizawa had no idea how the kid even knew of him where there was just a singular video of him that had been released 4 years ago, and even that had been removed in 5 minutes within its upload. His report had included his capture weapon, his quirk probably not working on mutant types, his goggles being there to make it harder for enemies to discern where he's looking, and his hair floating up whenever he used his quirk. And the only question Aizawa had when Snipe shoved the paper in his face was how the heck did Midoriya know so much about him? They had even asked some of the third-year hero course students that Aizawa didn't teach, and even they had no idea that the person standing in front of them was Eraserhead. And that was the reason why Nizu had pulled the kid out of his maths class to investigate the gaping hole in the UA barrier. He needed to address his class, and all the other teachers had lessons to teach. Their reaction to the break-in was horrible. He needed to lecture them all. At least Ida and Uraraka managed to stop anyone from getting hurt in the stampede, and Shinso had to calm down several of the students with quirks that went nuts. A disintegration quirk. Nizu said, "We were thinking along the lines of rusting, but upon further examination, some of the dust wasn't of metal, but of cloth as well. It may be a distraction for an infiltration, but the security feeds didn't show anything wrong and the database shows no signs of tampering. But Midoriya thinks it's a villain, since if it were one of the press, they would have disintegrated the wall long ago." Aizawa nodded, "So, basically, don't tell the students or we'll cause more panic. What if Midoriya tells the others?" "Shoyuta, the kid doesn't even speak to his classmates. What makes you think he'll say anything about this?" Yamada retorted. "He agreed not to tell anyone either." Nizu nodded. "Just make sure to keep an eye out for anything suspicious." Midoriya ran. He was going to meet with Nizu at the park again, but he had somehow ended up with a huge bunch of villains, and a man with hands all over him announcing that they were going to launch an attack on the USJ the next day to take All Might down. He needed to alert Nizu that there was going to be an attack on UA. He couldn't tell him as Midoriya, he would definitely know something was up, but as Void he could. He didn't like All Might, but he did admit that All Might did his job properly with minimal property damage, even though he lied to everyone with that stupid smile on his face and his other Yagi Tashinori form. He knew that Nizu was curious about him and was trying to figure out who he was, both as Midoriya and as Void, but Nizu had never done anything to overstep his boundaries, and for that Midoriya was grateful. Maybe it was because no matter what, Nizu was smart enough to find a way out of any situation, which was why he was so relaxed around him. But Midoriya really did like and cherish his weekly meetings with the principal. He ran all the way to the park and stood around waiting. Hello. It's nice to see you again. Nizu grinned and waved as he made his way towards the bench that he and Midoriya usually sat at. They're going to attack the USJ tomorrow. Pardon? Villains. The ones who destroyed the UA barrier. They want to go to the USJ when your Hero Corps students are there with all might and kill him. Midoriya repeated his statement. Oh dear. Nizu frowned. Thank you for alerting me. I'm sorry our first meeting after a month has to start on such a sour note. It's fine. It doesn't matter how I feel. Midoriya shrugged, before taking his usual spot on the bench. Nizu crawled up the bench to sit beside him. Void, I don't know why you think so, but how you feel matters to me. Nizu admitted, if there's anything you want to vent about, or you just want to rant about something, you are free to do so. You're human after all. We all are. It's not healthy to think that you don't matter. You're the most humane being that I've ever met. Nizu swore that he heard Void mumble that, but he already felt that he was overstepping his boundaries by telling Void that he could vent to him and didn't ask him to repeat it or ask for an explanation. Void was clearly socially awkward, even though he seemed to like talking to him, and Nizu didn't want to pressure the kid any more than he already was. And all of a sudden, a realization popped into Nizu's head. Void didn't usually wear a mask, and he was used to hearing his real voice for the past few months. Then he didn't meet Void for a while, due to the UA entrance exams, and he in the meantime had met Midoriya in the second week of school. He didn't realize it when he first talked to Midoriya. It had been a month since he had met the vigilante, and now that he had bet both boys only 10 hours apart, he could make the comparison. Void sounded exactly like Midoriya. They both slouched, shared similar statures. Heck, both of them were so similar to each other that even Aizawa thought they were related, and he hates making theories about people because he claimed it was a waste of time. He was wrong, obviously. Void and Midoriya were related, but not in the way Aizawa meant. They were the same person. Void was Midoriya's vigilante persona. Void was the person that Midoriya wanted to be. Void was the hero that Midoriya was never allowed to be due to bullying and society's view on his quirklessness. But Void wasn't quirkless. He had explicitly stated that he had a quirk, and that was before the deadline for the UA applications to be submitted. Midoriya would have known that he had a quirk and would have stated it, wouldn't he? It was pure speculation at this point, and while Nizu didn't have any concrete evidence, he was fairly sure that Midoriya was Void. At least the two problem children he was fond of was actually one single problem child with a lot more problems than he thought. It made it easier and also more difficult. Midoriya's problems were just that much complex. But at least he could help him, both as Void and as Midoriya. So, you can do that, and that's how to get that formula. Shinso explained. Uraraka nodded, trying to understand what he had just said. She and Ida had become fast friends, which had ended up with her becoming friends with Shinso as well. Thanks. I can do my homework now. See ya. She waved as she bounded towards the train station with Ida walking behind her. Shinso himself was waiting for Yamada, but they were all at the USJ for something and was going to be running late. Oh, hey look, it's the villain. Shinso cringed internally. Sure, he was in the hero course, but still, being called a villain still hurt a ton. He looked up and hissed as he saw several of his old classmates stalking towards him. I wonder how you even got into UA, let alone the hero course. One sneered. Did you brainwash them to let you in? Just like a villain. Shinso just stood there. He didn't want to react. They would scream about his quirk again and yell to the heavens that he should kill himself. He had told his dad before, but without proof they couldn't actually do anything and all they had gotten was detention. And it wasn't like Shinso kept his phone on to record the daily serving of abuse from his classmates. He waited for the next series of taunts and insults, except there weren't any more. Calling other people a villain? Maybe you should look at yourselves first. Shinso wasn't expecting a voice from behind him to speak up. He turned around, finding the green-haired boy that Bakugo had called Midoriya walking towards them. Oh, you. A boy sneered. We heard stuff about you, Quirkless freak. How the heck did you get into UA? Midoriya didn't reply, and just stared emotionlessly at them. Are you even going to react, freak? Sheetman, he looks like a FNG zombie. Shinso had no idea what Midoriya had done, but all of a sudden, it felt like they were in a freezer. The only thing he felt was a sudden blast of pressure, and then there was nothing but a thick, uncomfortable silence that seemed to fill the area. This kid's a monster. Let's go. Apparently, that was all that was needed for Shinsu's former bullies to run off, and he have a sigh of relief. He turned to Midoriya, who still looked as impassive as usual. Thanks for standing up for me. Midoriya's emerald green eyes flicked to him for a split second as acknowledgement, before he looked forward again. Would you, like to eat lunch together or something? Midoriya just turned to face Shinso once more, his blank expression slowly shifting to that of mild confusion and distrust. Shinso stuck his hand out. Sorry, it's rude of me to, not introduce myself before asking, if you want to hang out. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Midoriya just stared at his hand questioningly, before he signed something instead of replying. Didn't the explosive blonde BU tell you about me already? Shinso blinked, trying to decipher the finger spelling. Wait, you heard that? The green-haired boy just nodded as a response. I thought it would be better if you introduced yourself. Shinso replied, I guess. Am I Izuku? Well, Midoriya didn't speak, instead opting to fingerspell his answer, but that was a start. So, lunch. Midoriya seemed to ponder over it for a while, retaining his creepy blank stare the entire time, but eventually, the boy nodded. Shinso heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, awesome. I'll see you tomorrow? Midoriya nodded again, before he turned and left the school. The green-haired boy rounded the corner, and Reiko popped out from his bag and nuzzled him. It wouldn't last anyways. They never did. He wondered how long he would have to wait this time. Dad, why didn't Midoriya get into the hero course? Aizawa blinked as he plopped his capture weapon on the table. The USJ had been attacked, like Nizu said, and while the Diamond Misty portal, the hand-covered man and their big black monster had escaped the second they noticed all the heroes standing around, alongside All Might, they had to round up the other 100 or so villains that had dropped into the facility. The public just knew that Nizu had somehow predicted the attack after the presumed infiltration the previous day, but in reality, he had revealed to all the UA teachers, as well as Tsukachi, that Void had been the one to alert him of the imminent attack. It was more annoying than dangerous, rounding up so many villains who decided it would be nice to attack UA. At least no one was hurt, and that most of the villains were in jail. None of the other students knew about the attack, since Nizu had decided to distract the students by giving a very long lecture to all 3 grades at the same time. Why are you asking? Uraraka said he saved her from the 0-pointer, and I know that there are rescue points. Mineta and Hagakure got 34 points, and if he managed to stop the 0-pointer to rescue her, I thought he'd get a lot more points. Aizawa sighed, and sank into the couch. It's complicated. I bet. Shinso moved over to plop himself down next to Aizawa. Rescue points are given by 5 teachers and Izu. None of us were the ones giving rescue points. Not Ectoplasm, Yamada, Recovery Girl, none of the teachers that teach you are in charge of that. Most of the other teachers, they may be a bit biased towards Midoriya. Aizawa groaned. Also, because we're keeping track of so many students, usually the people flashier quirks will get more attention because it is easier to see. Honestly, after looking through the camera feeds, Midoriya should have gotten a much higher score, but most of his rescuing wasn't noticed by the other teachers. Nizu did point it out, but we can't change the scores after the exam had finished. That's dumb. Shinso snorted. It is true as much as I hate it. Aizawa growled. We get distracted when there's a huge explosion or something like it. And Midoriya with his EMP. Even Nizu couldn't give him a very high score because he did stop the 0-pointer in a very precarious position, though it did buy him time to rescue Uraraka. The other teachers were skeptical since he had an EMP, and gave him a really low score since they assumed he knew about the rescue points. He still got an impressive 33 though, given that a lot of his points were skipped over. Although I am curious as to why Midoriya even had an EMP in the first place. So, he can still get in from the sports festival, right? Probably if he can win. Robots are a lot sturdier than humans, but the students have pretty powerful quirks that he will have to find a way to get around. Just look at Todoroki, Midoriya will have a hard time just getting near him. Aizawa sighed. I am curious to see how he'll perform, though. Shinso looked around for the mop of green hair, before he found Midoriya standing at the doorway to the cafeteria. He gave a quick wave, and Midoriya turned in his direction, before he weaved his way through the crowd of people. He finally made his way to Shinsu's table, and Uraraka and Ida raised his eyebrows at the general education student. He gestured towards the seat opposite Shinso, beside Ida, and Shinso nodded. It's empty, go ahead. He caught the questioning looks from Ida and Uraraka, and Shinso just replied, I invited him. Ah, okay. Uraraka's face lit up, and she turned to face Midoriya. Uraraka Ochako. Thank you so much for saving me from the 0-pointer. Ida Tenya. I apologize for snapping at you at the exam. You have a good heart to stall the 0-pointer and save Uraraka even though there was no benefit to it. There was a benefit to it. Shinso thought internally, just that some of the other teachers are dumb. Midoriya merely nodded in acknowledgement, before Ida and Uraraka dissolved back into the conversation about support items. Not going to eat anything? Shinso asked, as Midoriya just sipped water from his water bottle. Midoriya shook his head and signed, not hungry. Shinso did the translation for Uraraka and Ida, and the blue-haired boy sighed. It's not healthy, you should eat 3 meals a day. It helps you build muscle and strength, and not to be rude, but you're a little on the skinny side. Come on Ida, that's just rude. Maybe he had a heavy breakfast this morning. Uraraka butt in, and Midoriya just stared in mild confusion as the two of them dissolved into minor bickering. Don't worry about it. This happens often. Ida and Uraraka have vastly different perceptions of things since Ida comes from a better-off family, but they generally get along just fine. They bicker for about 5 minutes, and then they're civil again. Midoriya just looked at the arguing duo impassively, before turning back to his water. A few days later, Aizawa announced the sports festival, and the students from the other classes started crowding around 1A and 1B, deeming them as the ones to beat since they had training in both fighting and quirk usage. Shinso was honestly hoping that the green-haired boy would pop by their classroom as well, like his peers, but to his dismay, aside from Azui, Tokige, Kamakiri, and Shiozaki, there wasn't a hint of the smaller boy. He did join them for lunch, though remaining quiet throughout, and he wasn't a very social person. He was probably sick of the crowd. Get out of my way, extras. Bakugu snorted, as he let off a small explosion from his palm in his rage. Also, if you think we're the monsters, then you guys better look out for your wolf in sheep's clothing. That green broccoli in your course is no slouch. You guys, on the other hand, are. Most of the 1A students froze. They knew that Bakugu didn't compliment anyone. In fact, he raged that the other students weren't strong enough, and that Todoroki was only used half his power against him for some reason and was just looking down on him. But Bakugu had literally just said that there was someone not in the hero course that they had to look out for. Uraraka, Ida, Shinso, and Kirishima were the only ones aware of Midoriya's existence, and they knew right away who Bakugu was talking about. You mean Midoriya? One of the general education students sneered. That kid's just a nerd. He never says anything. He's just a weak-ass idiot who is always getting called out of class to talk to the principal for some reason in the middle of tests. Totally a teacher's pet. Maybe because he actually finished his test and the teachers didn't want him sitting around? Shinso offered. He's so scrawny and weak, what can he do, besides staring at us like an emotionless freak? The other student snorted. Bakugu just shrugged, pushing his way through the crowd. Underestimating someone stronger than you is going to be your downfall. This sports festival was going to be fun, Shinso thought to himself, especially if even Bakugu is acknowledging him. Maybe I'll get the chance to fight him. Nizu sighed as he stretched. Midoriya was doing absurdly well in lessons, And Maijima has even requested for him to pop by the support course during his free time since he apparently knew how to make an EMP. His reasoning for somehow deciding to make an EMP in the middle of the exam was surprising though, even to Nizu. The zero-pointer was probably hiding underground? And was probably very large since there's no tight spaces. Someone would get hurt if it just emerged from the ground. Seriously, Midoriya was too selfless for his own good, both as himself and as Void. While Nizu really preferred to not disrupt Midoriya's lesson time to try and speak to him, he didn't want to disturb the kid's nap time during lunch. The boy already had horrifyingly dark eye bags and looked like he was barely getting enough sleep, and now Shinso was trying to befriend Midoriya. He couldn't ruin that chance for Midoriya to actually make a friend. It wasn't like Midoriya needed to attend his lessons, though. He was smart enough without them, and the boy would no doubt end up napping or getting bored in lessons that he already knew. He was already getting the boy's help in filing some papers on some lower criminals. And while he specifically said not to look at them, he knew that Midoriya was, no doubt, going to check the papers and go after the criminals himself. If he was going to continue his vigilantism, then Nizu was going to do his best to make sure he knew exactly who he was targeting. It was the safest option for him, taking care of lesser criminals that Midoriya could definitely take out, and it cleared the villains off the street. Midoriya was good at his job, even if he was borderline on a legal standpoint. And for some odd reason, there was a cat in the staff room. Nizu had no idea why there was a cat. Aizawa owned a few, but none of them were as white or as small as the feline was currently looking around the staff room with its heterochromatic mint green and aquamarine eyes. The cat looked to be about 15 centimeters long, not counting its head or tail. It looked like a Maine CN, but it was way too small, so probably a mixed lineage. It didn't wear a collar, but it was probably a house cat since its fur looked really clean. Hey! He squatted down in front of the cat, and much to his surprise, and Cat's eyes lit up and it pranced over to him. Well, friendly, aren't you? Nizu laughed as he reached out, and the cat pressed its head against his paw. Do you have an owner? The cat meowed at him, and Nizu blinked. Izuku. Not owner. Friend. Takes care of me. She was a female, and she said she belonged to Midoriya. That was surprising. He hadn't expected Midoriya to actually bring his cat to school, and he was wondering how the hell no one found out about it until she decided to pop in. Do you have a name? Her name was Reiko. Nizu frowned, and tapped his paw against the ground. He wasn't sure what to do with Reiko, or Midoriya for that matter. Bringing pets was against the school rules, but Midoriya didn't do things for no reason. There had to be a reason why he would bring his cat to school. May I ask, why does he bring you here? Isn't it better if you stayed at home? Reiko purred once more. Not safe. They hurt him. They let him hurt. Their bed. He doesn't tell, he thinks it's fine. Sheet Nizu thought. This was bad. Worse than he thought. Midoriya was never keen to talk about his home situation. Heck, he wasn't keen to talk about anything in relation to his life. If he was not only suffering in schools, but also at his home, and then went out capturing villains at night, when did he ever get a break? When did he ever get the chance to enjoy being a kid? Nizu, why is there a cat here? Nizu was shaken out of his thoughts, and looked up, seeing Aizawa staring at the small white feline with a stack of papers in his hand. Ah, Aizawa, this is Midoriya's cat, Reiko. She apparently thought it was a good idea to follow Midoriya to school without his knowledge. Nizu smiled, lying through his teeth. I figured she could stay here for the rest of the day in case any of the other students find her. Aizawa blinked, before plopping his papers down onto the table and reached down, offering his hand to Reiko. Reiko trotted over, sniffed his palm, before purring and rubbed her head against Aizawa's hand. Well, she's quick to trust. The complete opposite of Midoriya. Aizawa commented, rubbing his fingers through her silky fur. He takes good care of her. Reiko let out another sad-sounding purr, and Nizu sighed. I know. We're trying. What did she say? Aizawa asked. She said that a lot of people hurt Midoriya before, and that he was a very different person when he first found her. Nizu replied. She asked us to help him. Aizawa scowled. Probably bullies. He is quirkless after all, no doubt other kids in his elementary and middle school would make fun of him for it. I'll go check his previous school records. Meanwhile, he seems to only be willing to talk to you. Maybe you can get something out of him. I've probed before. I'm not going to push him to reveal something he's not comfortable with. Nizu mumbled, Reiko, stay here for now. I'll bring you back to Midoriya after school. Aizawa wanted to pet Reiko more, but she had stalked over to Nizu and rested at his feet, batting at the principal's tail. I guess I should talk to Midoriya later about leaving his cat at home. Nizu shrugged before he turned back to enter his office. Come on, Reiko. Maybe we can figure something out if you prefer to follow Midoriya around. Midoriya frowned internally as Reiko slinked out his bag in the middle of Yamada's lesson. He couldn't go and retrieve her, lest the teachers find him with his cat and possibly confiscate her. Nor could he avoid having lunch with Shinso and his 2 hero course friends to go look for her. What was he supposed to tell them without telling them that he brought his cat to school? He didn't want to ruin his chances of getting into the hero course, but he also wanted to make sure Reiko was okay. She knew how to hide and avoid people, being surprisingly perceptive, and he just hoped that she would run into Nizu or Aizawa or Yamada. Nizu would probably take care of her, and Aizawa and Yamada were fond of cats. Thank goodness she didn't have a collar. Midoriya just sank into his chair and tried to listen as Yamada droned on and on about the difference between your and your. But his thoughts kept slipping back to Reiko and where she could possibly be. Reiko was the first friend he had since he was 10, and she was more like a sister to him than just a cat. Midoriya hoped that she would be okay. Midoriya, Nizu would like to meet you for a bit. Can you go to his office? Snipe asked as he stared at the new stack of papers in his hands. He had requested everyone to analyze support items this time, and this time, Midoriya had doing his analysis on Yamada's directional speaker system. It included several sketches of what looked like the inside of the speaker, and Snipe didn't want to know why Midoriya seemed to know how to build the device from scratch. Not to mention that he had plenty of ideas of how to upgrade and improve the device while making it lighter and more sturdy, as well as possibly ideas for Yamada himself to try and improve his quirk. He was really going to have to be harsher on the word limit for Midoriya. He spent more time on Midoriya's work than on all the other general education students' work combined. Maybe he should have Midoriya analyze villains instead of heroes. Midoriya just nodded, before grabbing his bag and making his way to the principal's office, his body moving on its own in the direction he wanted. He had visited Nizu many times upon the animal's request, and it was just muscle memory by now. Midoriya stopped in front of Nizu's office. Before he paused and knocked. Come in. Midoriya hesitantly pushed the door open and stepped into the room, closing the door gently behind him. Almost immediately, a small ball of fluff tackled his legs. Midoriya looked down, and his eyes lit up when he found Reiko pawing at his shoes. He quickly bent down and scooped his cat up, running his fingers through her soft fur. Nizu never thought he'd see the day where Midoriya would actually express some emotion, even if it was just through his eyes. He loved it, and he was going to try to find a way, as the principal of the school that he was attending, and as a friend of Void, to make sure it happened more often. He swore he saw something around Midoriya's neck, but he dismissed it for now. Midoriya was short, and he had a tendency to slouch, much like Aizawa did. It was probably a habit from being a vigilante, having to hide and creep about, trying to make himself appear as small and non-threatening as possible. Not to mention Midoriya seemed to like having the collar of his uniform up, as if he was trying to hide his neck from other people. Plus, wearing jewelry wasn't against the school rules, as long as it didn't dangle about or was a hazard to the wearer or those around them. Nizu wondered what Midoriya would do in the sports festival, though. It was a chance for him to join the hero course, and considering that he's a vigilante, Nizu figured that it was what he was aiming for. Luckily, if Midoriya managed to win, he wouldn't be allowed to go on internships with the other hero course students, so the problem of what to say about his quirk could wait for later. Ahem, Midoriya. Nizu cleared his throat. It has come to my attention that Reiko had decided to follow you to school today. Midoriya almost blanched as Reiko stuck her paw out to pat Midoriya's nose. Now, as we both know, pets aren't allowed in school. Family, on the other hand, is... Nizu grinned. As long as none of the other teachers see her around, feel free to bring her. You can drop her off here in the morning if you wish as well." Midoriya just blinked at Nizu, stunned into silence. Not that he spoke much anyways. It's clear that her mere presence improves your mental state. I'm not going to take her away from you. It's not like her being here affects your grades negatively. Also, speaking of grades, from now on, when Snipe has lessons, you are to come find me here, okay? He has spoken well of your analysis abilities, and I would like to make good use of that and find something suitable to challenge your skills. Not to mention that some of the information you have analyzed would be detrimental in the wrong hands. Midoriya nodded and placed Reiko on his shoulder. She quickly found the hole next to the shoulder strap of Midoriya's bag and popped inside. She poked her head out, her mint and cyan eyes trailing down to look at Nizu. "Alright, that's it. For now, we'll be working on your analysis skills, but later on, if you decide you want to continue these lessons instead of your normal lessons, we'll be working on some other things to ensure your notes are safe." Nizu nodded. "You're free to go. I don't want to hold you for too long. The sports festival is coming soon and you should get all the rest you can." He didn't want to tell Midoriya that Reiko had told him about his home situation, that it wasn't normal to be neglected and ordered around by the other children that shared the same foster home, that he didn't deserve to be treated like a lesser being simply because he lacked a quirk or was functionally quirkless. If he couldn't enjoy his time at home, then Nizu was going to make sure he enjoyed his time at school, doing things that he is good at and being appreciated for it. Or at least, Nizu hoped he could enjoy it. He hadn't seen Midoriya express much emotion, speaking mostly in a monotone voice or slight anger. The happiest he had seen him was when he saw Reiko, and even then he continued to keep a straight face. Nizu was probably going to assign one of the teachers to do a home visit, just in case. Or maybe he should just do it himself, since Midoriya seemed to trust him the most. Midoriya walked out of the principal's office, pondering over Nizu's words. He wanted to get into the hero course, even though he had long forgotten the reason why he wanted to be a hero in the first place. Heroes just did it for the money, after all, with a few exceptions like the teachers he knew in UA, and a couple others. But just because he felt they were good heroes didn't mean that he trusted them. And he didn't need to be a hero to help people, after all. It made capturing criminals much more difficult since all the idiotic reports and civilians just stand around, some even inching closer, just to watch the ensuing fight like it was some kind of street show, making the heroes have to look out for them as well, and not being able to concentrate solely on the villain. It wasn't like he had an offensive quirk and needed a license either. All he had was some dumb quirk that he couldn't control that didn't let him die. What, was he going to be arrested for being a vigilante simply because someone stabbed him and ripped out his lung or something and he was still alive and well? Midoriya sighed and headed in the direction of the animal rescue center. At the very least, the animals there liked him and could help soothe his fraying nerves. The workers there never liked him, thinking he was weird for signing all the time even though he wasn't mute, but they kept him around simply because the animals liked him the most, and that he could calm most of them down with his presence alone. It was kind of stupid, really. They knew these were animals with abusive owners, or strays that had never had positive contact with humans, and they thought that manhandling them was a good idea? He just hoped that he wouldn't have to sign aggressively at people. The last time he had to do that, one of the caretakers had dumped a black stray cat onto the ground even though it looked terribly sick. He pushed all his thoughts of the sports festival to the back of his mind. Win first, then decide later. He wouldn't have to decide if he lost, after all. Midoriya sat still as a rock as he listened to Uraraka rant about something or another. To be completely honest, he had no idea what she was talking about, and was trying his best to not fall asleep right there and then. He had been pushing himself further, as preparation for the sports festival. Hunting more criminals, trying to be more efficient and deal maximum damage in as little time as possible. He may be able to fend off 10 low-level criminals at the same time, but he couldn't use weapons for the sports festival, and if he were to go up against someone like Tokoyami or Todoroki, he might end up having a little problem. Thank God that he didn't feel too much pain anymore. He remembered this guy from the files he skimmed over that had a quirk that allowed him to paralyze people temporarily as long as they held direct eye contact. Taking him down would be great practice for learning how to fight blind. After all, The world wasn't going to slow down and wait for you as you wallowed in self-pity. They'll just take advantage of that and swallow you whole. He needed to get better, faster, if he wanted to prove himself. But Midoriya no longer knew why he wanted to do so. He could no longer remember what he was fighting for. Midoriya popped open his water bottle and took a sip, ignoring its tangy taste. One of the friendlier kids in his foster home had a quirk that allowed him to turn water into sedatives, and had more often than not been called by the other kids to mess with their water when they had trouble sleeping. That's probably what they had done to his water. His quirk didn't need direct contact and could work through the wall of his bottle, but Midoriya really didn't want to waste his water or risk the spiked water ending up in a drain that some poor stray would drink from. He'll just have to sleep it off later. It's not like he has never done anything while sleep-deprived before. Midoriya yawned as he made his way to Nizu's office. Snipe was conducting his lessons, and Nizu did tell Midoriya that they were going to do something to challenge him. To be honest, Midoriya was kind of looking forward to it, since a lot of things in school weren't difficult in the slightest for him. But Nizu wasn't there when he arrived. Ectoplasm, the teacher who was in the staff room, informed him that Nizu was speaking to the police, and the meeting had probably taken longer than expected. Go take a seat in his office. I'll tell him I sent you inside first when he comes back. Midoriya carefully pushed open the door of Nizu's office, finding Reiko sitting in a corner in Nizu's office, poking at the bookshelf curiously. Midoriya didn't own a lot of things, most definitely not a bookshelf, so there was no doubt that Reiko would be curious about something new. She immediately lit up when he entered the office, and she leapt up onto the sofa, waiting for Midoriya to take a seat before she hopped onto his lap. Midoriya yawned and cracked his neck as Reiko pawed at his chest and liked his cheek. He proceeded to nuzzle her gently and sank into the soft couch. He was tired, Midoriya would admit that. Chasing after villains all the time and getting less and less sleep was getting to him. Not to mention that his water wasn't actually water. He leaned back against the sofa and closed his eyes. A small nap wouldn't hurt anyone, right? Nizu decided that Midoriya was pushing himself too much. Tsukachi was lamenting about the vigilante again, saying how he was getting a sudden influx of texts every day, with villains tied up and restrained all over Mizudafu. He had to deal with all the paperwork, so honestly, Nizu didn't blame him. At least, his tactic of indirectly feeding Midoriya information was working. Midoriya continuously seeked out harder opponents, and was doing a pretty good job in taking them down. But he seemed to be working harder at the cost of having fewer breaks and less time to rest. It wasn't healthy for him to be pushing himself so hard. Nizu sighed as he brisk walked to his office. The talk with Tsukachi had taken much longer than intended, overshooting by half an hour, and Midoriya was probably getting bored waiting for him. Nizu really didn't want to break the trust that Midoriya had put in him. He quickly pushed open the door to his office, before blinking at the sight in front of him. Midoriya was curled up on the sofa in his office, cuddling Reiko protectively as he slept. His feet were hanging off the side of the couch, probably so as to not dirty his furniture, but other than that, Midoriya seemed perfectly content snoozing in the principal's office. Nizu couldn't help but walk towards the boy, gently patting the boy on the head. If he needed to sleep, then Nizu was going to let him. They could always reschedule their talk for another day. Midoriya's health and well-being came first. Much to his surprise, Midoriya let out what sounded like a purr, relaxing ever so slightly to his touch, and Nizu just gave him a soft, gentle, reassuring pat on the head. Reiko opened her eyes, giving him a quick glance, before she snuggled back into Midoriya's grasp. He really was getting attached to the boy. Midoriya groggily opened his eyes and blinked, trying to figure out where he was. Reiko liked his cheek as Midoriya pushed himself up into a sitting position, and blanched when he saw Nizu sitting at his desk, typing away. Hello Midoriya, had a nice nap? Midoriya was quick to stagger to his feet, clutching Reiko tightly as he tried to apologize while bowing. Nizu just chuckled, don't worry about it. You looked like you needed a nap. His expression hardened, though you have never fallen asleep like this before. Are you okay, Midoriya? Are you getting enough rest at home? Midoriya blearily blinked and nodded. He was getting enough rest, though it was barely enough to keep him functioning throughout the day. but it would be pretty embarrassing to admit that he had drunk spiked water. His eyes unconsciously trailed to his water bottle, and Nizu caught the motion. "Oh dear. Do you know who may have done that?" Nizu asked. Midoriya just shook his head. He didn't want that kid in his foster home to get into trouble. He was one of the nicer ones, and hadn't really bothered Midoriya before. Nizu hopped off his chair, and plucked the bottle out of Midoriya's bag. "I'll just hand this to Recovery Girl to check if it's dangerous or just a mild sedative. It's rather late now, so I'll just escort you home so you won't get into trouble for taking a nap." Midoriya was grateful that Nizu had brought that up. If he went home on his own, no doubt he was probably going to get smacked on the head a couple of times for getting home late, since today was a day where he didn't go to the animal rescue shelter. "Don't worry about it, Midoriya." Nizu grinned, reaching up to pat Midoriya's arm. Based on Reiko's description of Midoriya's living conditions, Nizu expected Midoriya's foster parent to be loud, brash, possibly cursing and swearing a lot. He wasn't expecting for Midoriya to be smacked harshly on the head the second he entered the house. "How many times have I told you to be back on time?" His foster mother roared as Midoriya just stood there, letting her yell at him. "Ahem." Nizu cleared his throat, gaining the woman's attention. "About that dash." "Excuse me, who are you?" The woman scoffed. "What kind of quirk made you look like that?" "I should introduce myself. My name's Nizu. I'm the principal of UA, the school that Midoriya currently goes to." The woman just rolled her eyes dramatically and sighed. What did Midoriya do this time? Nizu raised his eyebrow. Midoriya didn't do anything, in fact. Someone messed with his drink and he ended up passing out in his class. That's why he came home late. The woman scoffed. "Seriously?" She turned to Midoriya. "That's a new one. What other lies are you making up now? First it was classmates destroying your homework, messing with your locker, taking your worksheets, and now spiking your drinks? Can't you come up with something more believable instead of filling people's heads with lies?" Nizu blanched at how uncaring she seemed to be towards Midoriya. How could he stand to live with someone like that? He was about to say something when he saw Midoriya signing something behind his back. "Don't. Please. We already did a quick check." His water really was mixed with a mild sedative. Nizu confirmed, biting back his comment about her attitude. "Well, I just came to tell you that he's not in trouble in any way. Midoriya, go to your room." The woman ordered, and Midoriya followed almost immediately. Nizu was about to protest that she treat Midoriya with respect when the door to Midoriya's room closed, and the woman sat down on her chair. "Don't associate yourself with him. In case you're not aware, he's quirkless. I have no idea how he even managed to get into UA, but he's honestly not going to end up getting anywhere without even a useless quirk. He's also non-responsive, doesn't show any emotions, and is just weird in general. A useless freak, even. He's just going to end up being a disappointment." Nizu growled internally. He really hated how she just talked down on Midoriya without even seeing what he was capable of, but he also wished to respect Midoriya's wishes and not pick a fight with her. If she was the cause for Midoriya's conditioning to not respond to anything and his complete lack of self-esteem, he really needed to get him out of her clutches once and for all. "I understand." Nizu gave her a fake smile. Midoriya has, however, been doing excellently in lessons, so I'm positive he will be able to do great things later on. I will say goodbye to my student, and I'll be heading out. Good. She nodded. Nizu made his way towards Midoriya's door, and knocked on it gently. "Midoriya? It's Nizu." "He's not allowed to lock the door." The woman called out, "Just open in." Nizu grimaced. No privacy at all? He still waited until Midoriya himself opened the door, and judging by how quickly he did so, Midoriya was probably trying to listen to the conversation, and Nizu just smiled gently at the teenager. "Hey, I'll be heading back to UA soon. Just don't listen to her, okay? You're clearly good at analysis and all your other subjects, and that's important. Just because you're quirkless doesn't make you a freak, and you're certainly not useless." Midoriya just stared at him, stunned. Nizu reached up to pat his hand. "If you ever want to talk about it, you'll know where to find me." Midoriya nodded, and Nizu shot him a small smile as the teen gently closed the door. He made his way out of the house, before he let out a small groan and dialed Aizawa's number. Yes, principal? How do you take custody of a human child from someone? Midoriya. Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida turned at the sound of Midoriya's name, only to find that Nizu, of all people, was the one to had called out. Midoriya just got out of his chair and stood up, as Nizu appeared by their table with a huge pile of papers and folders. I'll be busy for the next week, so take a look at these villains and see if you can get anything out of them. There's videos, some images, lots of articles, tons of stuff for you to look at. Midoriya squatted down and collected the huge stack of files and papers from Nizu's paws, and the principal just grinned up at him. It's probably not enough to keep you entertained for the entire week, but just take your time with it. Nizu grinned. Midoriya quietly nodded, and Nizu made his way out of the cafeteria like nothing had happened, ignoring all the 1A and 1B students as they watched the exchange in mild shock and fear. Aizawa and Ken had already told them about Nizu's quirk, high spec, and for him to actually take an interest in a student and interact with them means that the particular student had probably done something to catch his attention. Midoriya had never said a word, and through rumors, they had heard that Midoriya was smart, getting through tests and homework without making any mistakes, which was almost a feat in itself as almost no one has done so well before. The only difference between the heroics course and general education was that of the hero lessons, which meant that Midoriya would also be acing their lessons if he were in the hero course. Also, he seemed to have something around his neck. Probably a choker. No one wanted to question him. Hey, Bakugu, is he the one you talked about the other day? Kirishima gently elbowed Bakugu and asked. The blonde just nodded. Yayorozu shivered. She had no idea who Midoriya was, and to think that both Nizu and Bakugu had acknowledged him. He might be a troublesome opponent for the sports festival. Just who is he? Yayorozu groaned. Midoriya? Azui asked. You've been stressing about him for some time, Karo? There's nothing about him that's interesting. There has to be some reason why Nizu has taken him under his wing. Yayorozu sighed. It just doesn't make any sense. Don't underestimate him. Bakugu growled as he stalked out of the waiting room into the stadium where cheering could be heard from all over the place. Demon, this sports festival is going to be a riot. Kaminari gasped as he stared at the sheer number of spectators that filled the stadium. And then Bakugu had to give a small speech since he had gotten the most points in the entrance exams. Guys are just stepping stones for my victory. You better give it your all if you even want to stand a chance. He did manage to find Midoriya's prominent green hair in the crowd of general education students and sent him a subtle wary glance. The first event was an obstacle course. Except that it was not any normal obstacle course. The first part of the obstacle course was a thick forest. And one couldn't just walk or run between the trees, since the ground was, in actuality, waist-height quicksand. It was simply impossible to get through the quicksand fast enough to gain any distance, and the students were forced to either climb the trees and make their way through the forest, or precariously hop along the elongated tree roots in order to pass. All right, Bakugu and Shiro seem to be in the lead. Uraraka is doing good too, in fact, most of 1A seems to be doing well. Some of the 1B students are struggling and Midoriya? From Class 1C? Midoriya was just leaping from tree branch to tree branch, running along like he was just running normally on land. What? Monoma gaped as Midoriya just leapt past him, grabbing the nearest branch with his hands and swinging himself up to the next branch. Monoma himself was borrowing Kendo's quirk to get a firm grip on the trees, and he had snagged Uraraka's without her knowledge, and yet he was still having trouble getting through the forest. And there was this guy who was just jumping off like he had lived in a forest his entire life. Midoriya easily surpassed Uraraka and Ida, the former who was getting nauseous from the usage of her quirk, and the later not having much stable footing to work with. Then, Ashido accidentally melted a branch with her acid and fell. Or she would have fallen, if Midoriya didn't seem to have sensed it beforehand and had lunged at her, wrapping his legs around her chest as he hung from a nearby tree branch. Oh. Thanks a lot, man. Ashido grinned, as Midoriya seemed to haul them both up without much of a problem. Bakugu and Todoroki had taken the lead, clearing the first section of the obstacle course without many problems. Shiro was close behind them, after Todoroki had used his ice to slice through his tape. He had fallen into the quicksand, but had managed to save himself in time. In front of them lay a few long metal poles that stood up from a large chasm. The poles didn't span the entire length of the chasm, instead, being very randomly placed so there was no clear path to the other side. Bakugo, always the hot-headed one, shot forward, ignoring the obstacle altogether with his quirk, until he was hit by a powerful stream of water right in the face. He tumbled down, and managed to blast himself back onto the side. Todoroki peered down the chasm, and stared at the massive water cannons that littered the bottom of the chasm. You fall to the ground, you're automatically out. Monoma and Ida are catching up, Midoriya's behind them, with Shiro, Hatsum and Shinso. Ajui's making good progress too. And Uraraka. Ida braked when he saw the chasm, and Shinso and Shiro leaned over the edge to see what lay below. Hatsum tried to cross, but she got a blast of water to the face as she did so, blasting her back to the edge. Ajui had caught up and made her way across slowly, hopping to the next bar when she sensed that water was coming her way, and Todoroki made his own protected path of ice and ran across. Bakugo had given it another shot, blasting the water away when it came near as he propelled himself further over the chasm with his quirk. Then Midoriya came running up. Without even stopping to check his surroundings, he leapt onto a metal pole. "Hey, watch out!" Shinso yelped, as he saw a water cannon revving up and taking aim at Midoriya. Midoriya swiftly leapt to the next bar as a jet of water flew at him, dodging the pressurized blast of water. He kept up the pace, not even missing a beat as he quickly raced along the metal bars towards the other side of the chasm, dodging water blasts left and right. He weaved through the attacks effortlessly, almost as if he were dancing, smoothly, and just gaped at the green-haired boy, blinking like an idiot. He wasn't the only one. Ajui had almost gotten blasted off her pole by water as she stared at the boy who was making good headway, and Kirishima and Tetsu, who had just caught up, were dumbfounded. Two pressurized blasts of water flew at Midoriya, and much to their surprise, Midoriya jumped, performing a backflip as he twisted midair, dodging both water blasts and landing back on the metal bar in a crouched position. Even Yamada and Aizawa were gaping from their commentator's position, and Aizawa glared at the animal principal who was sitting innocently on his seat and staring at the television, a smile creeping onto his face. "What are you teaching him?" It didn't take long for Midoriya to overtake Bakugo and Todoroki, crossing the chasm. Ajui, Ida, and Yaoyorozu, who were hot on their heels, until they came up to the next segment. A huge field of darkened splotches, coupled with robots that littered the area. Midoriya immediately bounded forward, avoiding the splotches completely as Bakugo roared, blasting forward. Todoroki made an ice path to keep up with Bakugo, as the three of them raced for the finish line, Midoriya somehow able to keep his lead despite having to leap and jump all over the place. Bakugo easily blasted apart a robot, as Todoroki froze another in place. Midoriya, on the other hand, sped up. He jumped, spinning midair as he kicked the robot's head, easily decapitating it. He took it in stride, leaping off the robot and continuing to make his way past the mines. Bakugo growled and attempted to attack Midoriya, but Midoriya merely moved his head, like he had predicted that Bakugo would do that, and latched onto his arm with one hand. He twisted his upper body, and jumped, kicking Bakugo to the ground, right onto a mine. The mine exploded, erupting into pink, glittery smoke that blasted Bakugo backwards into Todoroki, causing them to activate more mines. Meanwhile, Midoriya was midair at the right angle that the very same blast that sent Bakugo flying backwards propelled him forwards, allowing him to clear the minefield. Midoriya raced through the tunnel, back into the stadium, where he was declared the winner by Yamada. DMN. That was the only thing that Yamada had said as Midoriya took both Bakugo and Todoroki down. Luckily for him, his microphone was muted, so no one heard him. Aizawa was just sitting there, blinking, trying to process what the quirkless, selectively mute teen had done. He could have gotten into the hero course. Aizawa muttered, after Yamada announced Midoriya as the winner, he should have. He chose to save others over gathering the set villain points. He chose to take down the zero-pointer with an EMP because he thought someone would get hurt instead of using the time to take out more robots. Well, if he wins, he has a good chance of transferring, right? Yamada turned to the other pro hero. Once people find out he's quirkless, they're gonna flip their sheet. That's the main reason why he got so few rescue points. Aizawa growled. Alright, our next event. Spin the wheel. Kayama grinned as she waited for the next event to be displayed on the widescreen television. And next, we have the two-man cavalry battle. Now, you may be wondering what this is about. There are 42 students who have passed the first round. There will be 21 groups of 2. The person who ranked last would be worth 5 points, and each rank above that would be worth 5 more points than the previous position, with the exception of first place, who was worth 1,000 points. Everyone turned to Midoriya, who had gotten first, but the lone green-haired general education student didn't even flinch as 41 pairs of eyes stared at him like predators. Each team will have a headband that is the sum of the points of the 2 teammates. One person will carry the other rides on their backs, and the rider is the one wearing the headband. The horse can use their hands, but once your rider falls off your back, it's game over. You're not eliminated if you lose your headband, and quirk usage is allowed, but should you attack with malicious intent to injure or harm another student, you will be disqualified. Now, you have 5 minutes to make your teams, alliances, whatever. Shinso had no idea who to team up with. Kirishima was with Bakugo, and Uraraka had gone with Ida. He was about to go ask Midoriya, but a pink-haired support corps student had already asked to team up with him. He had ended up paired with Tokoyami. Dark Shadow was sentient, so they technically had 3 members instead of 2, so Shinso was certain that the second event wouldn't go too badly. Shinso was the rider, and he could hear Dark Shadow grumbling that the second event made no sense and there was no practical use in it. Actually, it is useful. We may have to do rescue or stealth operations that require us to jump around with people on our backs. If we can't even carry young and healthy teenagers without them falling off, we may accidentally drop any injured or elderly people and result in their deaths. Yaoyorozu pointed out. Shinso could hear Hatsum babbling on about her inventions as Midoriya heaved her onto his back, testing his own mobility. Uraraka was sitting on Ida's shoulders instead of being piggybacked, and it seemed to be working well for them as long as Uraraka didn't overuse her abilities. Kaminari and Siro were trying to figure out who would be the rider and the horse, and Ishido was cheering as Azui clung to her back. Todoroki and Bakugo are going to go after Midoriya for sure. Ishido commented, dragging Azui with her, he has the most points. I pity Kirishima and Yaoyorozu. Karo, just be glad that Mineta isn't with any of us, Karo. Azui said, seeing as Mineta had somehow ended up with Shoji as a partner and was screeching at Todoroki and Ida for having a female partner, much to the 2 males' confusion and the anger of the 2 other females. Ishiyama placed his hands on the ground, manipulating the ground so that it was blocky and uneven. Oh, this is awesome. Kirishima grinned, as the earth beneath him shifted and moved, cement columns rising and sinking. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo snapped. Keep an eye on Midoriya. Midoriya was grabbing onto Hatsum's legs as she clung to his back like a koala, wrapping her arms around Midoriya's neck. Kiyama yelled, and go! Kirishima leapt up and rocketed towards Midoriya, powered forwards by Bakugo's explosions, but the green-haired boy merely leapt up onto the nearby elevated platform, dodging Bakugo's attempt to steal Hatsum's headband. Shinso seriously wondered how strong the teen was if he was able to carry Hatsum and all her equipment, which included a pair or large metal boots and a jetpack, without any problems at all. He clicked his tongue. Gotcha! Hatsum activated her jetpack as Midoriya jumped again, giving him a huge boost in speed as they rocketed away from the 2 Hero Corps students. He immediately pushed off a wall with his foot and tackled Bakugo, knocked him off balance, but he grabbed onto Kirishima in time as the redhead righted himself. Tokoyami, Uraraka, Ida, and Shinso were staying at the sides, trying to avoid conflict. Uraraka's quirk would be useful for offense, while Ida's quirk could allow him much more mobility in midair, while Dark Shadow was just focusing on defending. Both teams had enough points to take 5th or 6th place, so they were just focusing on keeping their points safe. Todoroki immediately shot towards Midoriya, as Yaoyorozu created a metal pole and aimed it at Hatsum, but Midoriya just dodged and stepped on the pole as they came close, jumping and swerving aside as he narrowly avoided being frozen in Todoroki's ice. He clicked his tongue twice. "This one, right?" Hatsum grinned, activating her hover souls. It wasn't powerful, but it propelled the non-hero course duo away from Todoroki, giving Midoriya some breathing space as he shot backwards. Todoroki hissed under his breath as Midoriya put some distance between them, as Midoriya jumped onto another elevated platform, before dropping down directly onto Kendo and Bondo. Hatsum swiftly grabbed Kendo's headband, and Midoriya jumped and clicked his tongue once. Hatsum activated her jetpack again, and by the time Kendo and Bondo realized what was going on, they were already out of the 2-1B students' reach. "Geez, is he a pro at this?" Monoma muttered, watching as Midoriya effortlessly twisted and maneuvered Hatsum and himself around, dodging attempts at Hatsum's headband and any other obstacles that others like Shiozaki, Kamikiri, Yaoyorozu, and Aways were creating. Heck, he was even using it to his advantage, kicking up a blade that Kamikiri had shot out and using it to slice away Shiozaki's vines with one foot, using his other foot to support both his and Hatsum's weight. Came to the point where Bakugo and Todoroki got so frustrated that they decided to form an alliance, albeit an uneasy one, to team up on Midoriya. They'd rather let each other win than to be bested by a general education and a support corps student. Even though they had already snagged Mineta and Tsunatori's headbands respectively, they didn't have enough to beat Midoriya. Ida, Uraraka, and Shinso just stared in horror from their safe zone, after both groups had managed to snag Shota's and Kodai's headband respectively. Shinsu's quirk was also freezing both teams in place, so neither group could fight back. Kirishima and Todoroki raced towards Midoriya, and the green-haired boy didn't even flinch as he noticed both teams coming towards him. Todoroki's ice shot out, and Kirishima blasted forward. Being forced to dodge the ice, Midoriya swerved, giving Bakugo the perfect opportunity to snatch Hatsum's headband off, eliciting a yelp of surprise from the Pinkette. What no one expected was for Midoriya to lunge forward as Hatsum clung onto him to prevent herself from falling off, his head snapping forward as his teeth clamped down on the headband in Bakugo's grasp. He jerked his head backwards, and Kirishima braked as Bakugo tried to yank the headband out of Midoriya's bite. Todoroki growled, as Yaoyorozu lashed forward with another pole to try and get Midoriya away from Bakugo. Midoriya just clamped his teeth down harder on the headband, and yanked it backwards as he dodged Yaoyorozu's attack, as a loud ripping sound filled the stadium. And time's up. It looks like Team Hatsum has the majority of their headband, since it tore, so they still retain their 1,010 points from the sports festival. They also took Team Kendo's headband, leaving them in first place with 1,175 points. Bakugo stared at the torn headband in his hand, and his gaze shifted to Midoriya as the boy spat out the remainder of the headband onto the ground, with Hatsum still clinging onto his back, almost choking him as she cheered. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki had ended up in second place with 530 points, while Kirishima and Bakugo earned third with 455 points. Tokoyami and Shinso received 390 points and fourth place. Uraraka and Ida got 385 points in fifth place. Kaibara, Yanagi, Shiozaki and Kamikiri all tied for sixth place with 270 points per team, and Monoma and Tetsutetsu had made it in eighth place with 255 points. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraser, let's go grab some food. I'm going to sleep. You were awesome, Midoriya. Uraraka gushed. I thought you were done for when Bakugo and Todoroki teamed up on you guys. You really showed both them. Midoriya just glanced at her and nodded, acknowledging her compliment but still not saying a word, instead sipping his energy drink that Lunch Rush had provided. Shinso noted that he had something around his neck from the previous events, but he didn't question it. Midoriya could wear whatever he wanted to. You think you're too good to eat with us, huh? Everyone looked up as a boy growled, glaring at Midoriya. Shinso, Ida, and Uraraka flinched as he slammed his palms down on the table, right in front of Midoriya, but the green-haired boy didn't even flinch. Midoriya was roughly grabbed by the collar of his UA sports uniform and lifted out of his chair. How did a quirkless nobody like you manage to get so far? Yaoyorozu paused, noodles still hanging from her mouth, as she processed his words in shook. Other members of both 1A and 1B were also staring at the commotion, gaping at the green-haired boy. Midoriya was quirkless? He placed first in both the first and second events, without a quirk? Sure, pretty much everyone was struggling with the second event, save for him, who seemed right in his element as he zipped around with Hatsum on his back, but the first event? Midoriya just hung limply from the other boy's grasp, not even struggling or making a move to free himself from potentially being choked. He just gazed lifelessly at the other general education student, his green eyes dim and empty. What's this? A collar? The boy sneered, using one hand to hold Midoriya's uniform and his other to tug lightly at the black band around Midoriya's neck. So that's what it was. Shinso bleakly realized as he was frozen to his seat. What are you, some kind of pet? The boy growled, pushing Midoriya to the ground. Shinso snapped as Midoriya's head made contact with the wall, producing a loud bang. Hey, what did he do to you? Shinso hissed, standing up and blocking the downed Midoriya from the other boy's view. He didn't do anything to you. Leave him alone. Midoriya picked himself up from the ground wordlessly, as the other male just snapped. He doesn't deserve to be here. He's powerless. Sure, he's smart, but there's absolutely no reason how to had gotten so far without any physical enhancements. And what about you, with your vile, disgusting, villainous quirk? How the hell did you get into the hero course anyways? Did you brainwash the teachers and the principal? Shinso flinched. He hated it. Hated that people would assume he would use his quirk to get his way. Hated that other people don't care that some people actually work hard and don't rely on their quirks all the time. Hey, that is completely uncalled for. Shinso didn't. Ida tried to stand up for Shinso, but all of a sudden, he felt like he couldn't breathe. The boy froze as Midoriya stared at him coldly, eyes gleaming like emerald, cold, hard, uncaring. He flinched and panicked, falling to the ground as Midoriya took a step forward. Midoriya wasn't even doing anything remotely threatening, but the air around him seemed to darken, crackling with pressure that squeezed the air out of everyone's lungs and made it hard to breathe. Midoriya wasn't tall, but he towered over the general education student who was sitting helpless on the floor, completely at the mercy of the silent boy. Midoriya just looked at him, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes, making them appear to glow an eerie shade of green. His expression was empty, like a void, betraying none of his thoughts as he looked down at the student who had insulted him and Shinso. As suddenly as the oppressing pressure had appeared, it dissipated. You monster! You're not even human! The boy yelped, scrambling to his feet and running out of the cafeteria. Midoriya just walked back to his seat and sat down, drinking his energy drink like nothing had happened at all, his eye bags standing out as he sat there emotionlessly. Everyone in the vicinity heaved a sigh of relief as the activities in the cafeteria returned to normal, though rumors were flying all over the place in hushed whispers. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. He shouldn't have said that. You don't deserve that. Shinso sighed as he went back to his seat. Midoriya just glanced at him, uncaring, eyes vacant and empty. As the class representative, I shall go report him to the teachers. Ida made a move to stand up. I believe a description of his appearance will be enough. You may not be in my class, but a class representative should take care of students outside of their class as well. Don't worry about it. He signed apathetically, as Shinsu's heart sank at what the boy signed next. It's not like it's the first time I've been called that. Ken eyed the snowy white cat that sat on Nizu's lap, staring at the television screen intently. I wasn't aware you had a pet, sir. Ah, she's Midoriya's cat. Nizu turned to the teacher. She followed Midoriya here again and he didn't have time to bring her home. Sounds like this happened before. Ken noted that Nizu said, again. Quite a few times. She's pleasant company. Nizu grinned, choosing to omit the fact that Midoriya brought her to school pretty much every day. Reiko purred at the praise, and Ken hesitantly reached his hand out to pet her. Reiko froze, before cautiously sniffing Ken's palm, before she let out a purr and rubbed her head against his palm. Well, it seems like the second event has ended. 13 spoke up, eyes trailing to the seemingly affectionate feline. Do you think Midoriya will want her back? Perhaps. Nizu stood up as Yamada and Aizawa bantered over the loudspeakers as they announced the lunch break. He placed Reiko on the ground and made his way towards the stairs, making his way towards the cafeteria, Reiko trotting along beside him. It took a much longer time for the teachers to reach the cafeteria from their position in the stadium, and when Nizu was close to his destination, he found a boy which he recognized as from being in Midoriya's class to be running in the direction opposite that of the cafeteria. He didn't seem to notice either or Nizu, and the boy nearly kicked Reiko had the cat not lunged out of the way in time, his foot barely nicking her tail. Reiko hissed as the boy ran away and turned the corner, and Nizu didn't even have time to call out for him to stop before he was gone. What? That was interesting. Nizu muttered as he continued on his way to the cafeteria, Reiko hissing the direction that the boy had run in. Bad human. Hurt Izuku. Nizu kept that in mind as he finally reached the entrance to the cafeteria, and finding his way blocked by Tensei's little brother. Ah, Principal. I was just going to find Aizawa-sensei. I'm sorry for blocking your path. Ida yelped as he immediately jumped to the side, standing perfectly straight. No problems. Nizu replied, May I ask, why are you looking for Aizawa? I would like to report a boy who pushed Midoriya to the ground, insulted him for being quirkless, and then insulted Shinso for his quirk when he tried to stand up for Midoriya. He ran out of the cafeteria after calling Midoriya a monster and a freak. Ida bowed at a perfect angle of 90 degrees, purposefully lowering his voice when he mentioned the last few words. Nizu seethed internally. Oh, I shall deal with it. Do you know who it was? Ida shook his head. I apologize. I do not know his name. I just know that he's around my height, and he has gray hair and yellow eyes. The same guy who had run past just now, Nizu noted. All right, I'll call Shinso and Midoriya later to decide a suitable punishment. Please enjoy your lunch and the rest of the sports festival. Thank you, sir. Ida nodded, before he turned around to join Uraraka, Shinso and Midoriya at their table. Nizu followed behind him, before he picked Reiko up gently and deposited her on Midoriya's lap. Your cat. You can leave her with Aizawa or me before the third event. Shinso blinked at the cat, and Reiko leapt up onto the table, careful to avoid knocking over Midoriya's drink, as Midoriya looked at her in mute, emotionless confusion. Then Reiko reached up to boop Midoriya's nose with her paw. Uraraka burst into laughter as Ida berated her for being rude, as Midoriya just blinked and looked at Reiko, dumbfounded. Shinso was doing his best to hide his own laughter, and Reiko seemed pleased with her action, leaping up onto Midoriya's right shoulder and nuzzling him. Midoriya let her do so, not making a single movement in case she fell off by accident, and he closed his right eye as Reiko continued nuzzling him, her tail flicking around erratically. Even though Midoriya's facial expression had barely changed at all, Shinso couldn't help himself from thinking when he saw Reiko being so affectionate with him, holy crap. He's adorable. Uraraka caught Shinso's expression, and she giggled as Ida continued to berate her. Reiko was purring all the while as she perched on Midoriya's shoulder, before liking his cheek and hopping down curl up in his lap. I would like to speak with Shinso and Midoriya in private, please. Nizu spoke up as Reiko nudged Midoriya's arm. Shinso frowned and stood up as Midoriya picked Reiko up, both of them following Nizu out of the cafeteria. I wonder what's that about? Yaoyorozu mumbled. Ida did talk to Nizu about what happened when he entered the cafeteria. Jiro pointed out, maybe he's going to talk to them about that. Now, Ida told me what happened. Nizu sighed as the trio were standing outside the cafeteria, just around the corner. Quirk discrimination isn't tolerated here. In most cases, we would just give the student a warning and expel the student if it happens again, but I think I should get your opinion on it. Shinso frowned as Midoriya placed Reiko on the ground and started signing at a breakneck pace. No, you can't expel him. He's probably just frustrated that he didn't manage to pass the first round and just took it out on me in the heat of the moment, and anyway it's not like he's wrong. You can't blame him for that, even though acting on emotions is irrational. Maybe just give him detention or something. It took Shinso a couple of seconds to process what Midoriya had just signed, and he just gaped at the smaller teen. What do you mean he's not wrong? Nizu just watched the interaction with an emotionless expression. Midoriya just looked at him blankly and signed back. I don't have a quirk. 20% of the population doesn't have a quirk, and most of them are from the older generation. There's probably only a couple of quirkless people in our generation scattered around the world. Nizu thought about why Midoriya never got help, or never got offered help in the first place. He's quirkless. No one would listen. He's not the one who doesn't want help. No one was willing to listen to him at all. But then there was the other thing. As Void, Midoriya had a quirk. If he was getting bullied for being quirkless, logically, once he realized he had a quirk, he would try to tell others to try and fit in, right? Of course not. If he was quirkless for his entire life and suffered for it for 15 years before suddenly gaining a quirk, obviously he wouldn't be sure how to handle it. He's going to need counseling for that, once he decides to open up about that quirk he has. He said it was life and death, and Aizawa swore it was regeneration. Nizu just hoped that if he went up against someone like Todoroki or Bakugo, he wouldn't get injured too badly. Revealing that he had a quirk on live television would be the last thing he wanted. So what? You're not a freak, not a monster, and you're still human like the rest of us, quirk or no. Heck, you're doing pretty well in the sports festival compared to others who have a quirk. Shinso tried to reason with the boy. He insulted you and bullied you because you don't have a quirk. He shouldn't treat you like that. Midoriya, Shinsu's right. A quirk doesn't define a person. The lack of a quirk likewise does not define a person. You made it this far without a quirk. You should feel proud of yourself for getting as far as someone who has extra abilities to do so. Being proud makes one egoistical and ignorant to others around them. It's irrational. Reiko just purred and rubbed her head against Midoriya's leg, making the green-haired boy pick her up. She liked his cheek comfortingly. He's just like Dad, Shinso thought. What happened to him before? Why didn't anyone help him before? Shinso was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the principal call him. Yes, sir? Are you okay with giving the boy another chance? He did insult you as well, according to Ida. I won't tolerate him calling Midoriya names and hurting him for no reason again. Shinso growled. I don't know how you can be so nice to someone who treats you like that, Midoriya, but if you want to give him a chance, then I'll let it slide. It's fine. Everyone treats me like that, sometimes worse. It's normal, I'm used to it. Nizu merely sighed internally. Midoriya had so many problems and most of them were caused by other people. There was only so much abuse a person could take until they snapped. It was a miracle the boy hadn't done something foolish yet to escape the harsh words and bullying. Well, that's it for now. Midoriya, after the sports festival, would you like to continue our lessons? Midoriya gave a curt nod, and Nizu continued, all right. Go and enjoy the rest of the sports festival. I'll deal with everything else. Midoriya bowed, and Shinso thanked Nizu, before they both turned around to go back to the cafeteria. Shinso, a word please? Shinso stopped, and Midoriya followed suit, turning around to face Shinso. Shinso gestured that he could go back first, and the purple-haired boy turned back to the principal. This may seem like a huge request, but please, take care of Midoriya. You're the first person that tried to help him. I'm sure it means a lot to him. Shinso nodded. He had a villainous quirk. His former family tormented him, his classmates bullied him, he had a general idea of what Midoriya might have been through. And Midoriya was quirkless. No doubt that it was a lot worse for the green-haired teen. Yeah. I'll do my best. The rest of lunchtime went by smoothly. No one wanted to bother the 3 Hero Corps students and the lone general education student, and while they did get some weird looks for the cat sitting on Midoriya's lap or on the table, nothing else really happened. There were conversations between Uraraka and Ida, occasionally with Shinso, but Midoriya remained silent throughout. Uraraka and Ida did try to drag Midoriya into their conversation, but Midoriya merely signed his answer and Shinso translated it for him. Midoriya had excused himself to go to the bathroom at one point, And Shinso just glared at Uraraka and Ida. Okay, what's your deal? Uraraka snorted. We're not blind, Shinso. You like him? Shinso immediately turned red. Of course I like him. He's a friend. Not in that way, dummy. You like him. No, I don't. Shinso turned away, only for Reiko to playfully pat his cheek before returning to her position by Midoriya's seat. Uraraka, I think you should let up a bit. A lot of things has happened today, and we still have the third round of the sports festival. Ida butted in. I suggest we leave this matter for another time. Also, Midoriya may come back from the bathroom any time. Alright, for the third round, we will first be having team battles. 2 versus 2. And the teams and matchups will be decided randomly right here and now. Shinso just gulped when Yamada announced that. The third round was usually 1 versus 1 battles, and now he was going to have to work with someone he may not even know? It was logical, like their first lesson with All Might and randomly picking their partners, but at the very least, they kind of already knew each other from Aizawa's quirk apprehension test. Alright, we have our 8 groups. Yamada announced, once the flickering images of the students finally stabilized. First group, Ida and Shinso. Second group, Kamakiri and Yaoyorozu. Third group, Tetsu and Hatsum. Fourth group, Bakugo and Shizuki. Fifth group, Tokoyami and Kirishima. Sixth group, Todoroki and Kaibara. Seventh group, Uraraka and Yanagi. Last but not least, the 8th group, Monoma and Midoriya. Well, shit, Monoma thought. He didn't necessarily dislike Midoriya, per se. He had proven himself to be capable even without a quirk. He would need to borrow his classmates' quirks beforehand, but what if they ran out? He was the one in the hero course. Why did he have to be the sitting duck, the weak one without a quirk? And now, for the first round matchups. Todoroki and Kaibara versus Uraraka and Yanagi. Bakugo and Shizuki versus Tokoyami and Kirishima. Ida and Shinso versus Tetsu and Hatsum. And lastly, Kamakiri and Yaoyorozu versus Monoma and Midoriya. This is even worse. Kamakiri knows how my quirk works, sheet. Midoriya merely turned to him, signed something to Shinso after formerly being dragged to the 1A viewing platform by Uraraka, and made his way towards him. Sheet. Monoma cursed again. Midoriya was right next to him. I don't know sign language. Monoma stared as Midoriya just looked at him blankly, before pulling him aside. Who cares about the others if they couldn't even get past the first round? Are you mute? Or do you just not like speaking? Monoma started, because we can't win if we can't communicate. Midoriya paused, hands frozen in place as he thought, before he fingerspelled. MMA. It took Monoma some time to decipher Midoriya's gestures, but he did figure it out. Yeah. Midoriya Izuku? Quirkless, right? Midoriya just nodded. COPY. Midoriya then stuck 3 of his fingers up, before he used his other hand to tap at his wrist, then stuck 4 fingers up. Monoma's jaw dropped. To any outsider, the gestures may not have any meaning, but those specific values were significant to Monoma. He could copy 3 quirks, for up to 4 minutes for each. How did you know that? Midoriya just stuck his fingers up in the gestures for 1 and 2, before pointing at his eyes. You observed me? Just me or everyone else? Midoriya drew a circle with his finger, and it was pretty obvious that he meant everyone instead of just Monoma himself. Well, that's good to know. Monoma really wasn't sure what to do at this point. Discuss strategies against Kamakiri and Yaoyorozu? Try and befriend the boy and show that he, and by extension his class, was better than 1A? He knew that they were going to have a tough time. Yaoyorozu was definitely strong, being a recommendation student, and the fact that Todoroki picked her as a partner showed her versatility. Kamakiri was also no slouch, and he had excellent combat prowess. He was fast, had an excellent reaction time, and his quirk allowed him to produce razor-sharp blades, which meant that he was pretty much untouchable to a quirkless boy and another functionally quirkless boy. Kamakiri fast, quirk blades. Yaoyorozu quirk create anything, tendency for poles, knives. Copy Tetsu quirk for defense? Yanagi quirk to steal weapon? Kaibara drilling quirk. Midoriya was clearly having trouble fingerspelling so many words in one go, but he kept it up to try and communicate. Monoma appreciated it. And Monoma was really getting afraid of Midoriya. How the hell was he that familiar with his classmates' quirks when he wasn't even in the hero course? How did he know Tetsu, Yanagi and Kaibara's quirks? Did he also keep his eye on them throughout the cavalry battle? If so, how the hell did he do so? They barely used their quirks, they only really used them in the obstacle course, and they were nowhere near the general education student after Hatsum had stolen Kendo's headband in the second round. They did their best to not stand out at all, and yet, Midoriya was still able to figure them out? And this was the guy that Bakugo was referring to when the sports festival had just been announced. The wolf in sheep's clothing, Bakugo had called him. The dark horse of the general education course. Who would have thought that a quirkless student had made it this far? So, do you have a plan to beat them? Monoma asked. Midoriya looked away for a second, as if contemplating the question, before he nodded. He brought his hands up to his face and positioned them by his mouth. Monoma squinted, trying to make sense of the hand gestures. What? Your mouth? Midoriya shook his head, repeating the hand gesture, until Monoma finally made the connection that his gesture looked like the mandible-looking structures on Kamakiri's face, and that Midoriya was trying to find another way to communicate. He gawked. You want to take on Kamakiri? Do you even know what his quirk is? Midoriya nodded, before he fingerspelled Kamakiri's name, gestured to Monoma, and made a cross with his fingers. You think Kamakiri won't want to fight me? He nodded and started fingerspelling again. P-B-U. H-E-K-N-O-W-S-Q. N-O-C-O-Y. That makes sense? Monoma muttered. Kamakiri was in his class. No doubt that he would want to keep Monoma away to prevent him from copying his quirk. I'll take on the 1A girl then? Monoma asked, and Midoriya nodded once more. It was a shame, truly. Uraraka and Yanagi were no match for Todoroki as they were almost immediately frozen solid by Todoroki. Kaibara just stood there, stunned, as the match was over in an instant. Tokoyami and Kirishima were also no match for Bakugo and Shiozaki. Bakugo's explosions were weakening Dark Shadow to the point where they couldn't rip through Shiozaki's vines. And Kirishima? Bakugo just had to blast him again and again while Shiozaki kept Tokoyami occupied, until he pushed Kirishima out of the arena. Hatsum had given Ida tons of support items to use, but Shinso managed to stop Hatsum almost immediately after she tried to use Ida as a guinea pig to advertise her inventions. All he had to do was ask Hatsum some questions about her technology, and took that chance to brainwash her and force her to walk out of the area. Ida, with the help of Hatsum's tech, pushed Tetsu out of the arena, ignoring the fact that Tetsu had turned himself into steel in an attempt to slow him down. Hatsum may be an eccentric person, but her ability to create support items was no joke. And then, it was finally the last match of round 1, Kamakiri and Yaoyorozu versus Monoma and Midoriya. The second Kiyama announced that they had started, Kamakiri shot towards Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu immediately created a long metal pole, before charging towards Monoma. Yaoyorozu, Monoma's quirk lets him copy anyone's quirk when he comes into contact with them. You said your quirk is dependent on how much food you consume, right? Yes? Why? Yaoyorozu asked as they stood in the waiting room, getting ready for the match. You can deal with Monoma. Monoma generally has a poor appetite, and he doesn't eat a lot. Copying your quirk, no matter how powerful and versatile it is, will be limited for him. And you're going to deal with Midoriya? He's quirkless. With a quirk like yours, won't it be too much of an overkill? Yaoyorozu asked, worried. You saw how he acted in the second round. I have a feeling it's going to be far from being an overkill. Kamakiri sighed. Plus, he knows what he's doing. He's been bullied before, and it's not a nice feeling. I admire that he made it this far without a quirk, and I'm going to show my respect for him by giving him my all. Monoma growled. Midoriya had no quirk to defend himself from Kamakiri, and while Midoriya said that he would handle it, he was worried for his green-haired partner. He quickly dodged a strike from Yaoyorozu, and took a quick glance at Midoriya's fight with Kamakiri. Yaoyorozu caught his gaze, and also turned to look at the other fight, and her jaw dropped. Kamakiri was fast, his attacks swift and accurate, extending and retracting his blades to make him even more unpredictable, but Midoriya was dodging every single one of Kamakiri's attacks. He swerved to the side, dodging a slash, before he ducked and moved out of the way, slowly moving backwards. Kamakiri sidestepped, trying to feint, but Midoriya just jumped out of the way. Over and over, Midoriya continuously evaded Kamakiri's attempts to even lay a hit on him. Of course, Kamakiri thought to himself, internally berating himself for thinking that Midoriya could even fight back in the first place. He can't defend against the blades without getting hurt. He can only evade with his limited reach. You know, it's pretty amazing that you made it this far with your circumstances, Kamakiri said, as Midoriya moved back and stood there, as if contemplating Kamakiri's words. As a show of respect, I'm going to take you out with everything I have. Kamakiri jumped back, before he lunged forwards, extending his blades to the maximum, charging at Midoriya. To his surprise, Midoriya didn't dodge. In fact, he didn't even move from his spot. He just reached out with his hands, clamping his fingers down firmly on the flat of Kamakiri's extended blades to ensure that he wouldn't get cut. He did skid back a few inches from Kamakiri's momentum, but that was it. The two of them were locked in a power struggle as Kamakiri attempted to free his blades from Midoriya's grasp, to no avail. Monoma just gawked internally. That was one of Kamakiri's strongest attacks, and he had used it to slice through the robots in the entrance exam with no trouble at all. Monoma had happened to be in his group during the exam and had seen him do so. The fact that Midoriya stopped it so effortlessly, he truly was a monster, and somehow. Monoma felt relieved. All his life, he had been teased, bullied, for having a quirk that was reliant on others. He had tried to strengthen himself, build muscles, but he never got far until someone saw him and called him names. You can never be a hero with a quirk like that. You might as well be quirkless. And here Midoriya was easily fending off a boy with a powerful quirk. He could do so while quirkless. Maybe he should ask the boy for pointers after the sports festival. Midoriya suddenly swerved to the side, causing Kamakiri to lose his balance and fall over. Midoriya used that opportunity to toss Kamakiri past the line, eliminating him, before looking at Monoma and Yaoyorozu. Sheet, Yaoyorozu thought, as Monoma quickly used that opportunity to snatch her weapon away, smacking her aside with her own weapon, and he shot towards her, forcing her out of bounds. Kamakiri just stood up and made his way towards Midoriya, as Kayama called the match. I underestimated you. That was a great fight. You want to make it to the hero course, right? I hope you make it in, and hopefully we can have a rematch. He stuck his hand out, and Midoriya just looked at his extended hand, then at him, before he hesitantly stuck his hand out to shake Kamakiri's. That's weird. Monoma thought. It's almost as if he didn't know what to do next when Kamakiri wanted to shake his hand. It definitely wasn't normal. Wasn't it a universal gesture of goodwill? Midoriya looked like he was expecting Kamakiri to attack him the second he did so. Maybe he was still upset over what that dumb kid in the cafeteria said to him. That's probably why he was being so cautious. Monoma just sighed and pushed it to the back of his mind. There was still the quarterfinals. Well, the matchups could have been better. Shinso and Bakugo were teamed up against Ida and Monoma, while Todoroki and Midoriya were to go up against Shiozaki and Kaibara. Bakugo did manage to knock Ida out of bounds with a well-timed blast to obscure Ida's vision, before literally blasting him out of the ring, while Ida hammered him with a reciprocal burst, with Bakugo barely managing to blast himself back in bounds with his quirk. Monoma had copied Ida's quirk and had attempted a reciprocal burst, but Shinso barely managed to dodge his attacks and he was pushed out of bounds when his temporary engine stalled. As for Kaibara and Shiozaki, Todoroki was in a seemingly bad mood and made a gigantic glacier again, but Kaibara's quirk was perfect to counter it, and he completely destroyed the glacier, his hands wrapped with Shiozaki's vines in an attempt to protect them as he did so, sending the ice back at Midoriya and Todoroki in the process. Todoroki made more ice to defend himself, while Midoriya just evaded the ice, not moving more than necessary. Shiozaki, get Midoriya. I'll deal with Todoroki. Kaibara yelled, as he rushed at Todoroki, smashing through his ice easily. Vines erupted through the ground under Midoriya, but the boy merely served aside to evade the initial attack. Shiozaki shot her vines at Midoriya, fully intending on grabbing him, but Midoriya dodged everything, from vines that emerged from the ground to the twisting tendrils that raced after him. Midoriya was crouched on the ground, supporting himself with his arms, as he ducked under vines, twisted past tendrils and generally, didn't let as much as a thorn come close to him. Even the normally calm Shiozaki was getting frustrated that she wasn't getting anywhere against Midoriya. Todoroki and Kaibara were at a standstill, Todoroki just making more and more ice as Kaibara kept smashing through them. Midoriya was still crouched on the ground, as if waiting for her to attack again, and Shiozaki contemplated her choices. Going after Midoriya was fruitless. He would just dodge everything. Or maybe she could attack Todoroki, but there was no doubt that he could freeze her vines in no time flat. But it may distract him enough for Kaibara to land a hit on him. She felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck and then, all she saw was black. Shiozaki is knocked out. Kaibara turned to find his partner, barely having time to see Midoriya carrying Shiozaki before Todoroki sent another wave of ice at him. "Put her down!" Tokage yelled from the stands, but Monoma just shushed her. "Just watch." They watched as Midoriya carefully lifted the knocked-out Shiozaki to the other side of the arena, away from Kaibara and Todoroki's fight, before gently depositing her on the ground, out of bounds. He stood up, looked at her for a moment, before he turned around. "Sheet!" Kaibara yelled, as he accidentally sent a large chunk of ice flying in Midoriya and Shiozaki's direction. Much to everyone's surprise, Midoriya immediately turned around and scooped Shiozaki up, and raced out of the way of the ice. Kaibara just stared at Midoriya, stunned, and he didn't even protest as Todoroki encased him in ice, Yamada announcing that Midoriya was out of bounds and that he himself was immobilized. Midoriya had taken himself out. He had opted to save Shiozaki from the ice instead of remaining in bounds. And while he technically still won because of Todoroki, it was mind-boggling to think that someone would actually risk their position in the sports festival to save someone, and even more absurd, taking into consideration that he had saved his opponent. Kaibara felt numb as Todoroki defrosted him with nothing more than a quick, quiet, "sorry," but it wasn't the ice that shook him to the core. He had almost hurt his classmate, his partner. One moment of carelessness, and he could have killed a potential hero. How could he be a hero like this? He stalked towards Midoriya, who was squatting down and checking on Shiozaki, who had just woken up. He squatted down next to Midoriya, perfectly aware that the smaller boy was looking at him warily out of the corner of his eye. He didn't blame him. He hated himself too. "Hey, Shiozaki, you okay?" "Ow. My neck, what happened?" Shiozaki asked, still slightly dazed. Midoriya pointed to her neck. "I got hit in the neck?" Midoriya signed something, then seemed to remember that not everyone knew sign language. He hit your pressure point." Kaibara translated. He knew sign language, since when he was a kid he had tugged on his father's ear and his quirk had activated for the first time, and in his panic, he had accidentally damaged his ear. His father was deaf in one ear, from an accident in a photo shoot, and poor Kaibara had been unlucky enough to damage his father's lone good ear. "Oh." Shiozaki tried to stand up, but she just fell on her butt again. Midoriya carefully pulled her up as Yamada announced the matchups for the semifinals. Shinso and Midoriya versus Todoroki and Deku. "Well, sheet." Kaibara cursed as he carefully took Shiozaki from the green-haired boy. "I'll take her to recovery girl." "Good luck with your next match, Midoriya." Midoriya merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Start." Kiyama yelled. Immediately, Bakugo shot himself forwards, as Todoroki created a widespread ice barrier. That alone would probably have ended the match, except that Bakugo had ended up caught in the ice. "You little sheet." Bakugo roared as he destroyed Todoroki's ice. "I've been really nice to you so far, fucker. So stay out of my way and let me fight Midoriya." Midoriya had predicted that. He knew Bakugo would come after him, and Todoroki would attempt his usual ice glacier attack. It was amazing how accurate his predictions were. Todoroki didn't say a thing, and Shinso used that opportunity to yell, "Wow, you guys really aren't working together?" Todoroki just glared at Shinso, and Bakugo just downright ignored the boy and shot himself at Midoriya, who swerved aside to dodge the attack. Midoriya jumped, twisted, spin, as Bakugo tried over and over to land a hit, but Midoriya just seemed to be able to dance out of his reach. Until Bakugo overextended himself and Midoriya flipped him over, fully intending to throw him out of the arena. Bakugo managed to blast himself back in bounds, before trying to attack Midoriya again. But that was all he did. Dodge, 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 use Bakugo's momentum against him, rinse and repeat. Todoroki, on the other hand, was having trouble trying to reduce the area his ice took up to avoid another confrontation with Bakugo, at least, not in front of his father, and Shinso was using that to his advantage, easily weaving around Todoroki's attacks, kicking the ice that formed to close to smithereens. All that training with Aizawa and Yamada really paid off. He could do so much better with his own version of Aizawa's capture weapon that he used in hero lessons, but that meant Bakugo would have his gigantic grenade blasters. That would be highly undesirable. Stop holding back. Bakugo roared as he righted himself after who knew how many times Midoriya had flipped him over his shoulder. You piece of shit, don't look down on me. I know you can fight better than this. I've seen you fight before, you fucker. Midoriya suddenly straightened up, his eyes obscured by his face, and suddenly, everyone on the field froze. The same pressure that they had felt in the cafeteria erupted from the smaller teen, though nowhere near as powerful as it had been, yet, Bakugo couldn't do anything as Midoriya suddenly looked up at him, his eyes seemingly glowing in the shadows. Midoriya shot forward, and Bakugo barely had enough time to blast himself backwards to avoid Midoriya as the boy suddenly appeared in front of him, having launched himself into the air and was aiming a kick downwards. Bakugo tumbled away, and gawked in horror as the concrete platform they were fighting on cracked as Midoriya's foot made contact with the ground. Midoriya had always appeared to be meek, never trying to stand out, always the nerd, the prey in the food chain. But Midoriya was no longer the innocent, weak herbivore that let others push him around. He was the predator, the one in charge, and he wasn't going to stop until he won. Bakugo was forced to dodge as Midoriya struck again, his movements erratic, unpredictable. No matter how good Bakugo was, Midoriya was better, faster. It didn't matter that he had great mobility while in the air. Bakugo's style had always been, and will always be close combat, something that Midoriya excelled in. Shinso and Todoroki just stared, seemingly forgetting about their battle, mesmerized as Bakugo attempted to counterattack, but to no avail. Midoriya just seemed to predict his actions and acted accordingly. Midoriya leaned back after Bakugo attempted to nail him with a right hook, grabbing his arm and rolled backwards. He aimed his foot at Bakugo's stomach and knocked the breath out of him as he kicked him out of bounds. Bakugo is out of bounds. Todoroki just hissed, aiming a wave of ice at Shinso. He was closer, and Midoriya was way more of a threat than Shinso at this point in time. He wanted to fight Midoriya properly, without any distractions. Except that when Shinso tried to evade, he accidentally tripped over a huge chunk of ice on the ground. If Todoroki's attack hit, the jagged ice spikes could possibly run him through. But his ice quirk didn't give him the ability to manipulate the ice after it has formed, and Todoroki's view of Shinso was obscured by his own ice. Shinso closed his eyes and braced for the impact, hoping that the ice would hopefully hit something that wasn't vital. He liked being alive, thank you very much. Something hit him, and Shinso tumbled across the ground. He blearily stood up, and stared at the scene in front of him in horror. Midoriya was standing where Shinso initially was, bleeding from his shoulder as an ice spike impaled it. Todoroki had managed to stop his ice in time to prevent any major damage, but if Shinso had fallen, he would probably be staying overnight in the infirmary. Midoriya didn't even make a sound as he broke the ice off the glacier Todoroki had made, and slowly pulled the ice spike out of his shoulder, blood staining his uniform, dripping down his arm and the ice spike and dyeing the ground red. Kiyama looked like she wanted to call the match, but Midoriya suddenly lunged at Todoroki and earned a face full of fire for his efforts. Midoriya! Shinso called out as Midoriya was engulfed in flames, but Todoroki seemed to realize what he had just did and immediately put out his fire, raising his right arm instead. Midoriya got iced at point-blank range, but Midoriya still managed to nail Todoroki in the chest and pushed him out of bounds. Shinso immediately picked himself off the ground and rushed to Midoriya's side, trying to stem the bleeding on his arm. Midoriya was shaking ice shards out of his hair, and Shinso gently tried to steer him towards the infirmary. "Come on, let's get that fixed up." Nizu frowned. He was certain that Midoriya was Void, and that Void had a regeneration quirk, based off Aizawa's words. Yet the wound Midoriya received from Todoroki never healed. Why did one wound heal and the other didn't? Nizu contemplated the question as he watched Ishiyama fix the stage. The boy also had a unique fighting style. Using the opponent's power against them, it was effective and also conserved energy. Midoriya had only truly attacked twice, once on Shiozaki's pressure point, and once against Todoroki. If he had the skills to attack, why didn't he do so in the first place? All right. Shizenji frowned. You need to be more careful. You guys have one more match, so I'm not really worried, but... She trailed off as she moved to get some papers, noticing that Midoriya's eyes were following her, but she had moved to a brighter area, and yet, Midoriya's pupils didn't seem to register the change in light intensity. She walked back towards Midoriya and told him to sit down. She grabbed a light from her pocket and shone it in Midoriya's eyes. No reaction. "Midoriya, can you see?" He shook his head. "Why didn't you tell me you couldn't see? Thank goodness it's temporary. If you had left it any longer, the damage could be permanent." Shizenji scolded as she checked his eyes again. "Todoroki's fire and ice damaged them, but I can heal it. Problem is, they'll be sensitive. Fight out in the open and you'll feel like your eyes are burning out. Do you still want to fight? If so, I will have to cover your eyes to protect them. And I don't think that fighting blind will do you any good." Midoriya seemed to think about it for a second, before he nodded. "Stubborn kids." Shizenji grumbled. "Good luck, Midoriya." "I have some news from Recovery Girl. It seems like Midoriya's eyes were damaged in the semifinals. Not to worry, they're all fixed now, but Midoriya will be fighting in the finals blind to let his eyes heal. Now that is unfortunate, but this general education student has already made it so far. Let's welcome them into the finals." Shinso gulped as he walked onto the stage Ishiyama had fixed. Midoriya? Fighting blind? With no proper hero course training? Sure, he was good, but that was just way too unfair for him, though he didn't seem to have too much of a problem finding his way up the stage with layers of bandages covering his eyes. At least Todoroki looked somewhat guilty. Kamakiri, Kaibara, Uraraka, Ida, Monoma, and even Shiozaki were glaring at him up on the stands. Start! Almost immediately, Shinso lunged, wanting to push Midoriya out of bounds as soon as possible without injuring him further. Midoriya couldn't see, so it shouldn't take too long to end this fight, right? He couldn't be more wrong. Midoriya had dodged. Not only that, he had also lunged, aiming a hit at the side of his neck, but Shinso had countered, falling back and lunging again. But no matter how much he feinted, how he moved around to try and confuse the temporarily blinded boy, Midoriya somehow was able to keep track of him. He turned his head wherever Shinso was, tried to defend whenever Shinso tried to attack, trying to attack Shinsuo's pressure points whenever he could. Almost like he could see him. But that was impossible. Midoriya was quirkless, and even with just one layer of bandages it would be impossible to keep track of him. Aizawa taught him how to move silently, and there was no way that Midoriya could track him via his footsteps, if his hearing was even good enough to do so against normal opponents. Midoriya lunged again, aiming at his neck again, but Shinso sidestepped. That was his mistake. Midoriya immediately dropped down, using his arms to support himself and swept Shinsu's legs out from under him. He pinned the teen to the ground, but Shinso easily overpowered him and pushed him off. The power from Midoriya's hits came from his speed. The boy himself was horribly light, almost like he wasn't eating right and was malnourished. Both of them wanted to end the match quickly, with as few injuries as possible. Both of them were quirkless, one literally was and the other was functionally quirkless since his opponent barely spoke. Both of them wanted to win. Shinso lunged, and Midoriya countered. Midoriya attacked, Shinso defended. Back and forth they went, but while Midoriya lacked In mass, he made up in stamina. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Midoriya tossed the exhausted Shinso out of bounds, not even looking at the slightest bit winded. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. Kaibara and Shiozaki raced out of the stadium. They wanted to find Midoriya. The poor kid literally looked emotionless as All Might hung the gold medal around his neck, and had immediately slinked off the second he was allowed to, most likely to retrieve his cat. They were lucky enough to see Midoriya walking out of the stadium onto the pavement, and they jogged to catch up with him. The bandages were gone, though Midoriya just looked weary with his eyes partially closed to reduce the amount of light entering them. "Wait, please, Midoriya," Shiozaki yelled as they ran to catch up with him. Midoriya stopped, and turned around, as the two 1B students caught up with him. My classmates told me what happened. You saved me but went out of bounds. Thank you." Shiozaki bowed, as Midoriya immediately gestured at her to stop. "You have my thanks as well." Kaibara nodded, after translating Midoriya's sign language to Shiozaki. "I almost hurt my classmate in my frustration and carelessness, and if you didn't save her. Thank you, Midoriya. Also, great job fighting Shinso. You must be proud of yourself." But all he got was a solemn reply from Midoriya. Acting on emotions is illogical and irrational. They're just chemical reactions in your head, making something just a little bit different. Emotions aren't real, and they don't mean anything. It just results in someone hurting, whether it be you or someone else. Neither of you are hurt, so that's good. Pride makes one egotistical and ignorant to others around them. It's useless and meaningless. Midoriya just turned and walked away, and Kaibara was too stunned to react. "What did he sign?" Shiozaki asked. "I don't think I want to tell you," Kaibara stammered. Shinso wasn't sure what he felt at that very moment when Midoriya claimed victory. Sure, there was the surprise that Midoriya could still track him accurately even while blind, and even as they traded blows, Shinso knew that they both wanted to end this fight quickly. So when Midoriya finally flipped him out of bounds, Shinso ignored the ache where his butt had come into contact with the cold cement, fully intending to congratulate his friend, if Midoriya even considered him one, for his victory. He wasn't expecting his mouth to immediately run dry, and his mind to go blank as he looked up, right into the eyes of Midoriya Izuku, who was looking down at his opponent. He definitely wasn't expecting his head to seemingly shut down, as the emerald eyes gleamed in the light, no matter how empty they appeared to be. He most definitely wasn't expecting the first thing to come into mind when his brain finally rebooted to be, "Oh shit, he's hot." He was pretty sure he was sitting there like an idiot for some time, since Midoriya had actually kicked him lightly in the legs, and when he finally realized what was going on, Midoriya had actually stuck his arm out in an offer to help him up, and his dad was yelling at him from the announcer's booth to get up so they could conduct the prize-giving ceremony. Of all the people he had to fall for, it had to be him. Midoriya made his way to the pet rescue center, Reiko sitting on his shoulder and purring. He won at what price? His eyes hurting a ton, apparently. He didn't need to see to fight Shinso, his well-honed instincts told him where the other boy was, and he could feel the slight change in air pressure whenever he moved. His father had taught him how to do that, since his fire quirk could end up hurting an unintended target should the wind be blowing in the wrong direction, and having fought in dark alleyways for a few years, Midoriya wasn't nearly as reliant on his sight as other people were. It had proved to be useful for the functionally quirkless boy. Midoriya fingered the collar around his neck, adjusting it once more. His almost back-to-back fights and his visits to the infirmary had shifted the collar, and while it was still covering that horrible scar that lay beneath, it was shifted a tad bit to the left of how he normally wore it. But he couldn't adjust it in front of his schoolmates. They knew he had it. His idiotic classmate from general studies had literally let every single first year know about, but he didn't want to appear to be reliant on it. The collar was a reminder that he had failed 5 years ago. He made a promise, and it had been broken in like 10 minutes. He failed. He couldn't afford to fail again. He came close to the entrance of the pet rescue center, and Reiko suddenly gave a sharp yip and hopped off his shoulder, prancing towards the door. Reiko wouldn't do that for no reason, so Midoriya moved to take a closer look. By the staircase, hidden under some shrubs and under the cover of darkness, sat a small box, with what looked like to be a rock in it. Midoriya carefully picked up the box, and under the light that passed through the transparent door, he found that, to his horror, it was not a rock. It was an egg. A bird's egg. Judging by how cool the egg was, there was no doubt that someone had dumped the egg here for quite some time already. Eggs took several weeks to hatch, and Midoriya wasn't even sure if it was dead already. But if it was dumped here, specifically at a pet rescue center, then that meant that it was probably alive at the time it was left here. There was a note to be found with the egg, though. Someone's bird had eggs, most hatched, and the owner decided to leave the lone egg that didn't hatch here. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Midoriya quickly took out his phone, and using its flashlight function, candled the egg. It was opaque, and Midoriya took it as a good sign. It was close to hatching, but how close, Midoriya wasn't sure. There was also the problem of whether it was still alive or not. Just at that moment he felt the egg twitch. Midoriya quickly made his way into the center, and quickly wiped the egg down with a warm, damp cloth, making sure to dry it since the pores on the egg were for the developing chick to breathe. He was about to search for a towel or something to keep the egg warm, but Reiko apparently decided that she was better suited for the job. She just curled up around the egg, and lay there, unmoving. Midoriya wasn't really sure what to do. Let Reiko take care of the egg? She was small enough that she wouldn't damage it, and she would definitely do a much better job than he could. He gently shifted Reiko and the egg to a corner of the room, where she should be safe, before he went to calm some of the more anxious animals down. Koda was going to the pet rescue center. He worked there, and his quirk was great for communicating with animals. Except this time, he was being accompanied by Uraraka, Shinso, and Ida. Koda preferred using sign language, and while he knew that Shinso knew it, he had been way too shy to interact with pretty much everyone. But somehow, watching Midoriya kick everyone's butt just made him want to give it a shot, as much as the green-haired boy was scary. Try to make friends, try to talk to someone. He had tried to talk to Shinso, who immediately just pulled him into his friend group, which consisted of Uraraka and Ida. It didn't take them too long until Koda remembered he had to go for his shift at the pet rescue center, and Shinso jokingly followed along, saying that maybe he would adopt a new cat. Uraraka was eating dinner on her own, so she didn't mind staying out with her friends a little later, and Ida mentioned that he was curious and tagged along, since he had never had a pet before. Koda pushed open the door to the rescue center, and he paused, blinking. Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida tried to look past him, trying to figure out why he had stopped. They were surprised to see Midoriya standing there, looking at them blankly, a black tabby on one arm, an orange and gray calico in the other, and a large golden retriever pawing at his leg. "Oh, hi Midoriya. Didn't expect to see you here," Uraraka greeted as she walked into the center. "Do you work here?" Upon getting closer, the retriever immediately flinched and shifted to hide behind Midoriya, and the green-haired boy gently put the tabby cat down and moved to scratch the dog's neck. Koda was completely still, stunned. The golden retriever was called Kogain, and they had found her by the side of the road just the previous day. Kogain was absolutely afraid of humans, and no one could get close to her unless they wanted to reduce her to a whimpering mess. Koda himself had tried just the previous day, but made no progress. And here was Midoriya, having done the seemingly impossible task of befriending the dog. Koda was unaware that Midoriya worked in the same rescue center, but he did hear rumors from the other workers that there was a volunteer worker who was a lifesaver, calming down the animals with no problems at all. Even the most skittish animals warmed up to him within a few hours. "So, where's your cat?" Shinso asked. Midoriya merely turned his head, gesturing in the direction where a small white ball of fluff sat, seemingly with a rock of some sort. Reiko looked up, gave a purr in greeting, before shifting and curling around the rock even more, before laying down again. "So, you never answered Uraraka's question. Do you work here?" Ida asked, as he looking curiously at the golden retriever as he pulled Uraraka away so as to not spook the canine again. Midoriya carefully put the two cats back in their cages before he signed, "Volunteer. Not work. Sometimes they pay me if they specifically call me in." "Sounds cool," Shinso replied, translating for the others as he took a closer look at the black tabby. It had lime green eyes, and it just stared at Shinso for a while, before it went back to grooming itself. The sound of a bird chirp rang out, so soft that Koda would have missed it if it weren't for the fact that he was used to discerning soft sounds over the chaos of much louder ones. Reiko shifted slightly, and Midoriya quickly stopped whatever he was doing to go check on her. Reiko unwrapped herself from the rock, and the 4 hero course students inched closer. Midoriya didn't stop them, but the glare he gave them practically screamed, "Do anything wrong and I'll rip you apart." And that was when they realized it wasn't a rock. It was an egg. It twitched and shook before more chirping was heard. Reiko looked utterly confused as to what to do next, and just sat next to the egg, staring at it. The egg shook again, and suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the egg. More cracks appeared, more chirps, and a small hole had formed on the egg. Reiko leaned down and gently pawed the egg as chirps rang out. The egg was rocking back and forth as the hatchling tried to free itself from the confines of its egg, as the hole progressively became bigger and bigger. Midoriya did read that some hatchlings needed help getting out of their eggs, except that he wasn't sure if he should do it now. The hatchling had been making good progress, but now, all sounds and movements had ceased, almost like the poor chick was tired and needed to rest. Reiko meowed at the egg, like she was trying to encourage the hatchling, and the shaking started up again, much weaker this time. Koda was close to panicking. He could talk with animals, yes, but had no idea what to do when it came to a baby animal. Uraraka and Ida were stunned, looking on silently, and Shinso looked like he wanted to help, but was equally clueless as to what to do. With what seemed to be a final burst of strength, more hairline cracks appeared on the surface of the egg, until it suddenly cracked into 2, revealing a newly hatched chick that barely had any feathers. The newly hatched avian was lying on its back, its little talons kicking about weakly, as it flailed its featherless wings about. Reiko leaned down, and Koda tried to stop her in alarm, as Ida hurriedly pulled him back as Midoriya suddenly grew defensive and snarled at Koda, shifting his body so that he was shielding Reiko from the hero course students. And much to his pleasant surprise, Koda found that Reiko was not, in fact, eating the chick, but was just liking it as if she were trying to clean it. The hatching gave a small tweet, and Reiko, feeling satisfied, gave the chick one final lick and curled up around the hatchling, with the baby avian letting out a small tweet and snuggling up to the larger, warmer cat. Midoriya gently ran his fingers through Reiko's fur, and the cat gave a contented purr and snuggled closer to the hatchling. And all Shinso could think about was how absolutely adorable Midoriya was when he was finally calm and not ready to kick someone's butt. That small light that shone from his eyes, the sparkle that Shinso had never seen in the teen's eyes before, and a look that Shinso would definitely want to see much more often on the usually apathetic boy's face. "Had fun with your friends, Hitoshi?" Aizawa asked, staring at his reports as Shinso walked through the front door. The television was switched on, playing reruns of the sports festival, and Shinso had no idea if his father was watching television or reading his reports. "Dad." Aizawa looked up, and Shinso looked away, almost like he was nervous about something. "What is it?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Did you break something? Injure yourself? Was someone kidnapped?" "No." Shinso fiddled with his fingers, before he took a deep breath and said, "I think I'm gay." Aizawa just looked at him. "So?" Shinso just gawked at him. "You're not mad?" Aizawa rolled his eyes and sighed. "Who is the other person we live with?" Pops?" "Oh, ta-ta-ta." Shinso sheepishly laughed, forgetting that his own adoptive parents were hopeless gays and it would be very, very hypocritical of them to get mad at him for it. To be fair, it is hard to remember that since Zashi acts like a girl all the time. "Shoyuta, why are you doing this to me?" "Meanie." Yamada yelled from down the corridor, and judging by the amount of steam that he could see, Shinso assumed that his other dad had just finished his shower. "See? A girl." Aizawa shrugged, as Shinso let out a small laugh at his parents' antics. "Don't worry about it, kid. We're not going to judge. Who's the lucky guy? I swear, if it's another annoying blonde dash." "Shoyuta, stop it." A flash of green caught Shinso's attention, and his eyes trailed to the television where the rerun of Midoriya's fight with Kamakiri was being played. Aizawa caught his line of sight and sighed, "The other problem child." Why am I not surprised? He's really nice. He stood up for me. Shinso blurted out, and he's adorable. But more importantly, he's really nice. Aizawa just raised his eyebrows. Really? He's an interesting kid, to be honest. Zashi's only heard him introduce himself and that was it. He never said a word after that. Shinso just pet his head in confusion. Wait, what? But that other day, he spoke up for me against my older classmates. What did they say? Do I need to hunt them down again? Aizawa growled. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't think it was important then? Shinso sheepishly replied. They just, called me a villain and that I didn't deserve to be in UA, the usual. Midoriya just told them to look at themselves and they turned on him, before Midoriya just glared at them until they ran off. Then I invited him to have lunch with Ida, Uraraka and he accepted. Aizawa sighed again. That's good, at least. As far as we know, he hasn't said a single word since the first day of school. He spooked Hound Dog pretty badly when they met. He speaks to Nizu pretty willingly, though. Shinsu's shoulders dropped. Nizu told me to take care of him. Even if he didn't do so, I want to help him. He thinks it's justified that he's treated like some lesser being, and he just lets others step over him all the time. I want to help him. Someone as nice as him doesn't deserve it. Aizawa just pat his back. Go for it. I don't know him that well, but what I can tell is that he's been hurt for a long time and hasn't gotten help. It will take some time, but don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Shinso gave Aizawa a sheepish smile. Got it. Thanks, Dad. Midoriya decided that he had a lot on his hands. Not only did he have to hide a cat from his foster mother, now he also had to hide a bird. At the very least, both of them were very quiet, so Midoriya didn't have to worry about one of them waking someone up by accident. And upon doing further research at 1 in the morning, instead of going out as Void, he discovered that Reiko, as gentle as she was, could have killed the bird. He should probably ask Nizu about a vet. He really didn't know how to care for a bird, let alone deal with diseases and bacteria and other stuff he couldn't fix with normal equipment. Reiko did look somewhat guilty when he had mentioned that to her, and she just wrapped herself around the bird and cuddled it. They were sitting on his lap, and Midoriya was more than happy to let them rest on him if they wanted to. On that note, Midoriya was around 70% sure that he somehow had a baby hawk, based on the pattern on the egg. Which raised another legal question, if he was allowed to keep it. Midoriya was sure as heck not giving up the little bird anytime soon. He and Reiko were already attached to the baby avian, but he was aware that hawks were wild creatures, and that once his little baby grew up, they will probably want to go free. If they wanted to, Midoriya was more than willing to let them leave. Midoriya shut off his laptop and climbed onto his bed, cradling the already asleep Reiko and the baby bird, before he curled up around the two smaller animals and tried to fall asleep. So, a hawk. Nizu raised his eyebrow, as he found Midoriya wanting to talk to him early in the morning. Midoriya just held the baby bird gently in his hand, as Reiko groomed herself on the ground. People do own hawks around here. There are a couple of places where you can buy hawks on the outskirts of Mizudafu. Nizu pointed out, and since you hatched it, I don't think it's a good idea to send him away, especially since he's so young. He's a male. Nizu replied, gently reaching out to pat the baby avian, and Midoriya gently handed the bird to him. He seems okay, even though Reiko liked him. Cats' tongues are very rough, and the bacteria on their saliva can be deadly to birds, let alone a baby bird. I'll talk to Recovery Girl about it. You go on for your lessons, I'll take care of him. Thank you. Midoriya bowed, but just as he turned to leave, the baby hawk started chirping in what sounded like distress. Reiko leapt up onto Nizu's chair, then his table and meowed, staring at the chick in Nizu's paws. Nizu gently placed the chick in front of Reiko, and Reiko leaned down and stuck out her tongue, before freezing. She quickly retracted her tongue, before just opting to nuzzle the baby hawk. She still remembered what Midoriya had mentioned before, and Nizu's words echoed in her head as well. Well, Nizu hummed, I'll deal with it somehow. Midoriya merely bowed again, scratched Reiko behind her ears, and left the office. Internships. They were to go on internships next week. Shinso stared at his list of heroes that had sent him an offer. He had many offers, being the runner-up of the sports festival, but he wasn't sure who to choose. None of them were underground heroes, which would be preferable for him, and most of them focused on using their quirks too much. Completely different from how Shinso fought, since he wanted to use his quirk as little as possible and have it as a hidden trump card instead. Mineta wanted to go with Takayama, and Ida, much to everyone's surprise, had decided to go with Mizushima instead of Tensei. Though to be fair, Tensei had been attacked by Stain during the sports festival, and while he was one of the lucky ones where he was just injured and not permanently paralyzed for life, or dead, he was still pretty out of it, and Ida hadn't heard back about his brother's condition for some time. Ida definitely didn't look too happy about it. And on that note, they also had to choose their hero names. Shinso definitely had no idea what he wanted to call himself. They were given their lunchtime to think it over, and Shinso, Uraraka, Ida, and the recent addition of Koda were sitting at their usual spot, discussing names. And suddenly, a hush fell over the cafeteria. Shinso looked up, trying to figure out what happened, until he noticed the crowd parting like a wave, and he could make out Midoriya's figure. The rumors started up again, how Midoriya won the sports festival without a quirk, how he was a monster, and there was no way he could have won, especially while blinded in his last match. "Hey, Midoriya!" Uraraka called out, waving him over. "This is Koda. You met him yesterday, but we never introduced you. Koda, this is Midoriya, from the general education course." Midoriya just looked at Koda blankly for a few seconds, before nodding in acknowledgement, and Koda nodded back, before turning to his vegetarian burger. Midoriya then turned to Ida, and signed, "I saw the news." Shinso translated it for Ida, who snapped to attention, before Midoriya dug around his pockets, and procured an envelope, passing it over to Ida. Ida took it, and with a small nod from Midoriya, gently opened it up. Shinso turned his head, and focused on his spaghetti. This was between Ida and Midoriya. "I heard what happened to Ingenium. I am sorry that it happened, and I hope that you will think about the consequences of your actions before deciding to go after the hero killer. Ingenium will recover, and be up and about soon, with no major, permanent injuries. Don't be blinded by your emotions, and end up doing something you'll regret. You can't beat the hero killer, and you'll just be breaking the law. I do not think that Ingenium will want you to seek the hero killer out for revenge." Ida had a stoic expression on his face when he finished reading it, and he neatly folded it back up and tucked it away in his pocket. "I will keep that in mind." Somehow, somewhere in that blank, void expression, Shinso could tell that Midoriya wasn't very convinced, as the boy rested his elbows on the table and stared at his glass of water. "Aren't you going to eat anything? The only thing I've seen you eat so far has just been water." Shinso mumbled. Midoriya merely shook his head, and continued looking at his water, as if he were deep in thought. "Wow, you're really hanging out with him, you guys must be weirdos too." A general education student from 1D spoke up, "You guys got curb-stomped by someone who isn't even in the hero course, weaklings. Leave them alone." Kamakiri grumbled, holding his empty tray, on his way to return it. "They did nothing to you." "Well, you got beaten too." Another student laughed. "Well, if students who were actually trained and were decent in fighting lost, do you think you could even stand a chance against him?" Kaibara retorted, coming to Kamakiri's defense, "Use your common sense." Pretty much everyone's attention was on the argument at hand, including Koda, Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida. Midoriya closed his eyes. "Inhale. Hold it. Cleared your mind. Erase your presence." Ishiyama and Snipe had heard the commotion, and they rushed to break up the argument. "Phew, that almost got out of hand. They didn't seem too happy with you, Midoriya." "Midoriya?" Uraraka turned to face the green-haired boy, only to find that he wasn't in his seat. His cup was also gone, and there was no trace of the boy. "When did he leave?" Shinso asked, as Ida looked utterly confused, and Koda scratched his head. Outside the cafeteria, Midoriya took a deep breath and internally sighed, before making his way back to class. They stood up for him time and time again. He may not be fond of humans, but maybe he'll make an exception for these ones. "Midoriya." Midoriya looked up and turned, finding Todoroki looking at him. "I want to talk." Todoroki led him to an empty classroom, and Midoriya just followed along, silently. The dual elemental user clearly had something on his mind, and it definitely had something to do with his quirk. Fire and ice, but with a heavy preference for ice. What a waste of a quirk. He's going to die if he doesn't use the full extent of his power. I was overpowered. I broke my pledge, and used my curse in an attempt to fight you. Midoriya just stared at him emotionlessly, as Todoroki continued talking. "You were the only one that overpowered me. Not Kaibara with his powerful drilling quirk. Not Kaminari, with his uncontrollable electric powers. Not even Bakugo, with his powerful explosions and explosive personality to match. But you're quirkless. You may have defeated Bakugo, but he doesn't particularly have any long-range attacks that would be effective against you. There is absolutely no reason why I couldn't beat you. I was shocked that you were willing to bleed for Shinso, but other than that, I used my fire instead of my ice when you came close. A quirkless person cannot hold so much power and skill, or emit such an aura for no reason. Where did you come from? What turned you into this monster that managed to crush every single person in our first year? Or do you have a hidden quirk that you are ashamed to use, like me, and would much rather ignore its presence than to announce to the entire world that you have a quirk?" Midoriya just stared blankly at him. He was fairly sure he had a quirk, and Todoroki was right. He wasn't sure if he was ashamed of it, per se. He wasn't sure he felt anything towards it, actually. It was more of an annoyance, more than anything, and there had literally been no use for it except it being a hindrance to 5 years' worth of suicide attempts. And it wasn't like he could prove it to anyone, unless he wanted to throw himself off a building and yell, "Hey, this is my quirk." People were probably going to stuff him in a psychiatric ward if he did something like that. People with quirks that allowed them to see ghosts, or rebirth, or come back after death. Life for them was not pleasant. They can't prove it as no one believes them. There was no reason to tell everyone that he couldn't die from suicide. All it would do would be counterproductive. "I am aware you don't like talking. My old man has a strong desire to rise in this world. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Choosing a spouse based purely on strengthening your own quirk, and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. He's trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. I refuse to be a tool to scum like that. In my memories, my mother was always crying. Your left side is unsightly, my mother once said as she poured boiling water on my face. I'll reject him completely by surpassing All Might without ever using his quirk. And that means I'll have to beat you, a general education student. I'm hoping that your win in the sports festival would result in a transfer to the hero course, so that I can have a rematch and prove that I'm stronger than you with just my right side." Todoroki was foolish, Midoriya decided, not using his quirk just to spite his father. To be fair, Dabi also had the same reason to become a villain. Does everyone just act rashly and make decisions without thinking anything through? If Todoroki hadn't used his fire, he would have ended up freezing himself to death. In fact, him using his fire was probably more of an instinctual thing because he cryopreserving himself. That was why Midoriya decided to throw his emotions out the window. Because they did nothing but force you to make stupid, rash choices, and because emotions only serve to hurt you. Todoroki's mother had hurt him because of his father. Because of Enji. Midoriya had suspected as much, comparing pictures of the Todoroki family, Tuya's disappearance, combined with the sheer amount of property damage that Enji caused. If he was willing to do so much while people were looking, how much would he do if no one was watching? No prying eyes to report his actions to the rest of the world. Midoriya quickly fished into his pockets again, procuring a small pen and a crumpled piece of paper. He had started bringing paper around, in case Shinso wasn't around to translate for him, and quickly scribbled something down, and passed it to Todoroki. "Use your fire. It's your quirk, not his. He doesn't have a say in how you use it. One day, you will find yourself in a situation that your ice cannot solve, and you will die if you don't use your fire. People will die, and you will live with the regret that you could have saved them, except you chose not to because you wanted to spite your father. Talk to Nizu about your father. You may not know me well, but trust me on this. Todoroki blinked and looked up to question Midoriya, but by the time he did so, Midoriya was already gone. He made no sound, no footsteps at all. Todoroki liked to think he had sharp senses, but in the few seconds he had read Midoriya's note, the green-haired boy had disappeared into the void, and he was completely unaware that it had happened. Just who, and what the hell was Midoriya Izuku? What's going on? Sato asked. Why do we have an assembly? No idea. We were just told to assemble. Yaoyorozu replied, fidgeting with her skirt. The field was filled with students from all 3 grades, all talking and chatting as they waited for the teachers to start. I'm sure some of you know what happened yesterday during the sports festival at lunch. Nizu started as all the students fell into silence, not to mention what happened today. Some of the Hero Corps students glanced at Shinso briefly, and the entire class of 1C and 1D tensed up. I've heard some things from the teachers and I would like to bring this up to everyone. We do not condone bullying and quirk discrimination. Normally, if we find out that anyone has partook in activities like this, with sufficient evidence, you will be expelled. Most of the general education students glanced at the student who had openly insulted Midoriya and Shinso that day, before Nizu continued. Kisomeka, you have one warning, because Midoriya had actually spoken up for you and has given you another chance, and you will have detention for this week as your punishment. That also goes for the rest of the general education students. I have received reports that you have made the lessons very uncomfortable for Midoriya, and have harassed him when there are no teachers in class. Most of the Hero Corps students were gaping in shock at Midoriya, who was standing at the back of his class, slouching. Some of you were also harassing some of the Hero Corps students during lunch due to their loss against Midoriya. I would recommend you highly refrain from doing so. You may dislike someone, or hold certain emotions towards certain people, but that does not give you the right to act on it. On that note, if any of you are being bullied or suffering from quirk discrimination, either in school or by someone you know, feel free to tell the teachers. We're here to help you, and we wish to make UA the best learning environment for all of you. That's it, have a nice day. I do not wish for a repeat of something like this. But would you forgive him? He was being horrible to you. Uraraka whispered as they made their way back into class. Shinso, why? You were insulted too. Shinso shrugged, and Midoriya merely signed, not worth it. Less trouble. Todoroki stood in Nizu's office, looking weirdly at the snowy white cat that was in his office, as well as what looked like to be a bird in its paws. The cat certainly was affectionate. She had nuzzled him almost the second he had entered the room, and it also seemed to be overprotective of whatever small animal is had in its grasp. I knew it. Nizu growled, after Todoroki finished telling whatever he told Midoriya about his father, minus all the parts about beating the smaller boy and the hopeful transfer to the Hero course. He was right. We had enough evidence, but none of it was circumstantial enough to form a case. He could also say we were trying to tarnish his name and all the reports were pretty old and none of them well preserved. Excuse me, he? Todoroki frowned. Don't tell anyone I told you this, Nizu said, prompting a nod from Todoroki. A vigilante called Void brought up your case a couple of months ago, with the analysis of social media posts and newspaper clippings, suggesting that there was something was wrong with your family. I did have my suspicions, but there were too many things going on and not many people wanted to work on a case like this when your water accident occurred. But we currently have a full police force investigating this. But honestly, given how secretive Endeavor has been about his children, with all the private schooling and whatnot, you can tell we're having trouble collecting substantial evidence. Most of what we have is speculation at best and nonsense at worst. If you wish, we can file a case against your father and transfer custody of the rest of your siblings to your sister, who I believe is to be of age, but you and the rest of your family will have to speak in court, or at least be present for the hearing. Todoroki frowned slightly. His father had sent him an internship request, and since Midoriya had been right about talking Nizu, did he really want to let people die just because his fire was untamed? Just so that he could spite his SPRM donor? I will talk to my family about this matter. Todoroki replied, I wish to discuss it with them. Also, I wish to take up my father's offer at an internship, so that I can learn to use my fire quirk proficiently. I cannot do that if he is behind bars. Nizu gave a sharp bark of laughter. Oh? What changed your mind about using your quirk? Todoroki looked away. I told Midoriya about my father, and he told me to talk to you. He recommended that I should learn to use my fire, and not just hide it because of him. I think he's right. I hate my father, yes, but I am being very selfish if I let someone die because I don't use my fire. Nizu gave the boy a small smile before he dismissed him. Midoriya really did work wonders. He didn't talk much to his other schoolmates, but his effect on the others were obvious. The Hero Corps students wanted to work harder. He tried to help Ida. It was obvious. A letter from Midoriya after Tensei was attacked, addressed to Ida. And now, Todoroki. Midoriya's heart was too big, even if he was impassive, apathetic, and ridiculously stubborn. He was fairly sure that months back, during the entrance exam for recommended students, Yamada did try to talk to him about using his fire, but the boy had vehemently refused. Now, he was asking that they not put a case against his father yet, just so that he could pick up a few tricks. And Midoriya knew about the Enji case that Void had brought up. Another piece of evidence that Midoriya was Void, though Nizu thought that was obvious enough already, but that little thing about the inconsistency of the two reports he had of Void's quirk were just niggling his brain. Midoriya was seriously wondering if this was a good idea. He still had to attend his lessons while the Hero Course were on their internships, but he was considering hopping over to Hosu every day that week. Stain had a habit of attacking roughly once a week, in order to keep a lower profile to maim and murder unworthy heroes, and he usually attacked at night. Midoriya wanted to keep Ida safe. It didn't matter that Ida had read his letter. He was interning with Mizushima, after all. Even if Ida didn't actively seek Stain out, if he just so happened to run into the villain, there was no doubt that Ida would act on his emotions and attack Stain. Plus, Stain had a habit of attacking 3 to 4 heroes, sometimes even 5, before moving on to another city. He had only attacked Native and Tensei. It was highly likely he was still lurking around Hosu. Hosu wasn't that far from Yuzudafu, just an hour away, and that was by running on rooftops, hiding in the back alleys, and Midoriya was really hoping that he could take a shortcut and save some energy in case he needed to fight by taking the train, but nope, the trains didn't run at the time when he usually snuck out of the house. He fiddled with his collar. He had promised to protect her. He had failed. His parents were dead because he was worthless, quirkless failure in life. Reiko's mother was dead because he was just that utterly useless. He had always kept the collar around his wrist, in his pocket, around his ankle, just somewhere on him as a reminder of her that he couldn't afford to fail again. Then he had made a stupid choice and had done something dumb. He didn't think, and the marks on his neck were something that were impossible to hide casually under his clothes. He had tried other things, bandanas, just leaving it out in the open, scarves, but no matter what, he still got picked on for it. If he was going to be picked on no matter what he appeared like or what he wore, might as well wear something he actually wanted to keep on his person in order to hide it. And the collar, always wiped down and cleaned at least once a week, moved up to around his neck, impossible for him to look at directly, not tight enough to choke him, but tight enough that he could feel his pulse against it, always constant reminder of his failure. He didn't want to fail anyone again. If he could save a life, he would do it. If he was going to die, he might as well save someone with the life he would lose. Even though he didn't promise Ida anything, the boy had still stuck up for him, defending him. While Shinso and Uraraka were clearly more vocal about it, Ida still supported him. Not many people would do that, especially for a quirkless kid. He was one of the few people who were willing to treat him like a normal human instead of a piece of glass that needed to be protected, or a wild animal that didn't deserve anything at all. And if Void could take down Stain, that would be a bonus. Though he really hoped that Stain could take Enji down first. Midoriya carefully tucked a box into the back of his cupboard. He didn't want to leave Reiko and the baby bird at home, where someone may just pop in and discover them, but he didn't want to bring them all the way to Hosu. It was uncharted territory, and while he had memorized the entire map of Hosu and had several locations that he felt Stain was likely to strike, studying the map was nothing like going there in real life. Normally, he would have brought Reiko, but now with the baby hawk, someone needed to take care of him. Reiko purred as she wrapped her paws around the hawk. His room was in the worst condition out of all the rooms in his foster home, and there were plenty of holes that led into the fake walls within the apartment. Nowhere large enough for a human, but definitely spacious enough for a cat and a baby bird. That was one of the hiding spots if someone barged into the room and Reiko happened to be near the closet. No sane human would tear the walls down simply on a whim. But not bringing Reiko meant that he had to be a lot more cautious. She had an innate ability to sense her surroundings. Midoriya wasn't sure if it was an animal thing or she was just special, but she always seemed to know exactly where villains were within a 3-meter radius. His hearing was relatively good, and he could detect who was good and who wasn't, but it was nice to have someone else's opinion. Plus, he couldn't really do anything if someone was just around the corner and didn't make any noise. The walls would interfere with the air current and he wouldn't be able to sense anything. His instincts will scream at him, yes, but he never acted on his instincts unless he knew that he was supposed to fight the people around him. Midoriya took a deep breath and jumped out of his window, landing 6 stories down, pulling off a quick roll before jumping to his feet, and he started his jog to Hosu. Midoriya climbed up the tree that just happened to be next to his window and hopped into his room, careful to not bump into anything, moving with practiced ease. He had been doing this for years and knew how to move and navigate in his barren room, but he was being careful just in case someone decided to play a prank on him and leave something in his room. According to Nizu, Recovery Girl said that the hawk was, luckily, healthy, though she was surprised that Nizu was bringing a baby bird to see her. The bird ate meat, and Midoriya had taken to buying small amounts of it, alongside Reiko's cat food that he hid right at the bottom of his bag, and feeding the bird with a pair of chopsticks. Reiko and the hawk were probably still in his closet, considering how his room seemed untouched, and he made a beeline for the closet in the dark, gently flinging it open. He really needed to figure out a name for the hawk. Just calling it by its breed was no doubt rude. He saw Mint and Cyan eyes looking directly at him, and he gently reached out, scooping Reiko, and by extension, the bird in her grasp. Reiko purred softly, nestled in the crook of Midoriya's neck, and Midoriya gently tucked her into his oversized hoodie. He didn't bother changing out. He was usually sleeping in his vigilante outfit, with the blanket always stuffed behind the door or under his bed. He hated the DMN thing. They were suffocating, quite literally. Even in winter, he couldn't bear to use it, and just opted to curl up in a corner and try to preserve his own body heat with pillows and his hoodie. The chick gave a small peep and nestled into Reiko's paws, and Midoriya lay down on his bed, curling up into a ball and positioning himself so he wouldn't crush them by accident, before he dozed off, but not before he nuzzled Reiko and closed his eyes. Midoriya's foster mother, luckily, had decided to go out to the mall for the day, bringing some of the other kids out as well. She had never bothered asking Midoriya if he wanted to go, and Midoriya's didn't really want to go out anyways. Malls had too many people, were too noisy, were obvious targets for villain attacks, and things were way too pricey. People were wasteful, not even bothering to repair stuff when they broke and just opted to get a new one. Everything Midoriya owned, which included his phone, laptop, his lamp, was salvaged from the dump. Sure, it was annoying to have to keep finding new parts whenever something stopped working, but everything could be reused. People took whatever they had for granted. Midoriya just looked around and listened, making sure that the other residents weren't anywhere near his room, before he closed his door and pulled out a piece of paper. The baby hawk was a few days old, and he was starting to grow some feathers, so Midoriya decided that it was time to name him. He scribbled down a few ideas on the paper, as Reiko curled up against his arm, and the hawk was nestled comfortably between her paws. Midoriya gently nudged her, and Reiko opened her eyes, before turning to the paper that Midoriya was writing on. Name ideas for him, Rei? Midoriya scratched the back of his head. I thought you'd want to choose. Reiko gently liked Midoriya's cheek, before she looked over the names. The hawk gave a small chirp, and Midoriya gently ran his thumb over the chick's head, careful not to press too hard. The hawk nuzzled his finger, and Midoriya let a small smile grace his features. He hated showing his emotions around others. People would only use his emotions against him and hurt him. He put on a mask to protect himself, and had been putting on the mask for so long that he could no longer tell if he was wearing it or not. He pushed everything away, Emotions only serve to hurt, and they made you make poor decisions. It wasn't worth it when dealing with people. But when he was alone with Reiko and now with the baby bird, he could let whatever emotions that still lingered, the small spark of happiness that he never revealed around other people. Reiko stood up and pressed her paw against one of the names that Midoriya had written down. Ryudo. Midoriya gently pat the newly dubbed Ryudo's head as the hawk chirped. Welcome to the family, Ryudo. So, anything you particularly wish to achieve on this internship? I would like to learn hand-to-hand combat. Uraraka blurted out upon Gunhead asking, before she realized that she was being rude and blushed. I mean, you know, that boy. He beat everyone pretty much in hand-to-hand, and… Midoriya, right? Gunhead nodded. I was surprised too, seeing a general education student winning once more after so much time. Wait, a general education student won the sports festival once? Uraraka asked, intrigued. Yep. Your teacher is Eraserhead, right? Gunhead replied, Aizawa Shoyuda. He won the sports festival in his first year and transferred into the hero course. His quirk to erase other people's quirks were pretty good against other people, but against robots, and without any other gear? He was at a huge disadvantage, and that was probably why he didn't get into the hero course directly. Uraraka gaped as Gunhead continued, I watched the sports festival. Midoriya's fast on his feet, and while I can't see him using a proper fighting style, his way of fighting clearly works for him. You may have a versatile quirk, but if you can't even touch him, your quirk is useless. Like the Vine Girl, the second you take your eyes off him, you lose. It will take some time for you to learn the basics of hand-to-hand combat, but I believe if you have the determination to do so, you can do it. Uraraka clenched her fists and nodded. If a quirkless boy could be proficient in hand-to-hand combat, even managing to defeat Bakugo and Todoroki, then she could too. You chose my agency because of its closeness to the hero killer, didn't you? Ida paused and spluttered as Mizashima laughed. I'm not exactly the best hero, and my style is definitely anywhere near yours. My water quirk isn't the most powerful one out there, and with your powerful engine quirk, I think you only chose Hosu because of what happened to Ingenium, didn't you? Pretty sure if he wasn't hospitalized with a broken arm and 2 broken legs, you would have gone to him for your internship. Ida froze and looked away. He wanted to be in Hosu for 2 reasons. To be close to his brother and, if given the chance, take Stain down for his brother. Tensei's injuries would heal, with a variety of healing quirks and his injuries just being broken bones. All Tensei needed was some surgery to put the bones back in the right place, and he should be able to get back to his job after a month or 2 of rehabilitation. But then there was another thing. Stain only killed and attacked those he deemed unworthy of being heroes. The fact that he attacked Tensei meant he thought he wasn't worthy? Ida was offended. His brother was one of the best heroes out there, willing to put his life on the line to save others. He had taken care of Ida when he was young, and no matter how Ida saw it, he could not pinpoint any ways that Tensei was not worthy of being a hero. But he wouldn't seek him out. Midoriya had told him not to, and seeing how little Midoriya communicated with pretty much anyone, the fact that he had written him a note shows that Midoriya cared, in some way. Plus, Tensei didn't want him to seek out the hero killer. He had mentioned that when Ida had gone to visit Tensei right before his internships, Tensei seemed adamant on Ida not even going anywhere near Stain. But if Ida just happened to see him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't intervene. So far so good. Midoriya had been hopping over to Hosu for 4 days by now, and luckily, nothing much had happened. He had seen Ida and Mizashima patrolling at night once or twice, and Ida seemed to be listening to Mizashima and not running off on his own, so at least he was taking Midoriya's, and most likely Tensei's as well, advice to heart. The fact that someone was finally kinda listening to what he had to say, or write for that matter, just made Midoriya feel weird inside, but he pushed them aside. Focus on what's important, damn it. Nizu had asked him to submit a couple of sketches for potential support items, since he was going to be transferred into the hero course, most likely after the UA annual hero training camp since he was quirkless, or at the latest, in the beginning of his 2nd year. He had several of his older sketches, plus a few of his own prototypes made out of junk from the dump, and he just decided to bring them along. He hadn't ever needed to use them before, but seeing as it was Stain he may have to fight, it was better to be safer than sorry. Midoriya was still trying to figure out just what was going on between some of the other students and himself. Shinso? The first one that reached out to him, gave him an offer to be friends, and introduced him to the others. Uraraka? She was cheerful, always trying to engage him in a conversation or try to drag him into their conversations. Ida? Ida was like the class's unofficial dad, in a way, trying to make sure no one swore and all the topics were school appropriate, and was generally very eager to be a good role model for his classmates. Midoriya was only willing to write to communicate with Uraraka and Ida. They had tried to understand him, with the help of Shinso translating, and it was only fair for him to cater to them instead of them just catering to him all the time. He was definitely not as close to the 1B students as he was to Uraraka, Ida, and Shinso, and even then, Midoriya wasn't very sure how he felt about them. They were nice, sure, but how much of that was a facade? How many of them were waiting for him to open up, to drop his guard, and brutally stab him in the back? You really thought we wanted to be friends? You worthless Deku, who would want to be friends with you? You might as well take a swan dive off a roof and wish you were born with a quirk in your next life, loser. And then there was Todoroki. He had literally stated that he wanted Midoriya to succeed so that he could stomp him flat into the ground. At least he was being truthful about it. And Midoriya didn't like to leave problems unsolved. He preferred to tie up loose ends. Enji was Todoroki's father. He was the one that caused pretty much all the problems in the Todoroki family. In the end, Todoroki was the one with the most proof that could land his father in deep trouble. He was the one who could decide Enji's fate. Midoriya was just showing him the path. It was his choice whether he wanted to take it or not. He shook the thoughts out of his head. He needed to concentrate, damn it. This was definitely not the best time and place to be figuring out the feelings that he had pushed away for 5 years. He may not like them, but if he knew the danger was coming, it was only the right thing to do to save them. There were plenty of people he disliked, but he still saved them because it was the right thing to do. People became villains because they chose to do the wrong thing even though they knew it was wrong. Accidents were fine, but that was the path they chose. They deserved getting beaten up and knocked out before being thrown into jail. It didn't matter what their circumstances were. The wants of one person do not outweigh the needs and wants of the many. One person is in no way more important than anyone else. They do not deserve any special treatment. He wasn't in UA to make friends. He didn't want to make friends. There was no such thing as friendship. Friends weren't necessary. He didn't want to care. Caring can only hurt you more. I am aware that Todoroki has chosen to intern with his father. Aizawa nodded. You want me to keep an eye on them? Yep. Todoroki clearly dislikes Endeavor, and only took up this opportunity to learn to control his quirk. I don't want Endeavor to accidentally do something that may set Todoroki off. Plus, there is a high chance that Stain is still in Hosu. If Endeavor decides to try and pop in to claim victory from him, no doubt Stain will go after him. Todoroki will be in danger. Nizu replied, Shinso is interning with Edge Shot, so he'll be relatively safe. Edge Shot doesn't work anywhere near Hosu. Aizawa nodded and left the room. Nizu, I'm not trying to imply anything, but are you sure it is okay for young Midoriya to be transferred into the hero course? Yagi asked. Nizu just turned to face the hero. Of course. He won the sports festival against the hero course. He's proven that he's capable of protecting himself. I don't know why you seem so against him joining, given that you yourself used to be quirkless. A bit hypocritical, I might say. I thought you would be proud that the quirkless can still stand up for themselves. It's not just that. Yagi sighed. It's a sports festival. The hero course students were not aiming to kill. Villains in the real world, they will kill if they can. Without a quirk to protect himself dash. Nizu sighed. Heroes always have a chance of dying on the job. I admit, Midoriya will be at a disadvantage, but he clearly has the brains to make up for it. Just ask Snipe. That boy's analysis is more than enough to land him a job in a hero agency, even if he isn't a hero that fights directly. I don't think it's fair to just bar him entry simply on the basis that he doesn't have a quirk. You were okay with Aizawa transferring, weren't you? Yes, Yagi spluttered, managing to take out a handkerchief in time as he turned back to his normal form, but Aizawa's quirk allows him to erase other people's quirks. It doesn't work on mutant-type quirks. Nizu replied, and if Midoriya can analyze his opponents to disable their quirks, or just avoid them outright altogether, how is he any different from Aizawa? Yagi fell silent as he pondered Nizu's words. I know you're concerned about his safety. But all heroes, quirk or no quirk, carry the risk of injury and death. That's why we teach them, so that they can collaborate and protect themselves and others. Plus, some of the others in the hero course do want him to get transferred in. Plus, I don't think he's quirkless. I'm pretty sure his quirk is some kind of self-healing quirk, but the specifics of the quirk still seems rather obscure. Nizu thought. Plus, Midoriya doesn't like to talk, so communication is definitely a huge problem. Most of the teachers know sign language, and I don't think he's aware of that. Sign language is part of the syllabus, but until then, Akaguro was taking his own sweet time, looking around Hosu, when suddenly he felt a shift in the air. He quickly unsheathed his katana, as the misty villain materialized right in front of him. Hero killer, Stain. Who are you? What do you want? Akaguro growled, holding his blade up to where he assumed was Kurojire's neck. Nothing. I would just like to propose a meeting between the League of Villains and you, since we appear to have relatively similar goals. Kurojire replied. Akaguro frowned. I will listen, but depending on your goals, I may or may not join. I do not know what your little league does. You haven't done anything remotely interesting or anything at all, in fact. But the fact is that you have a teleportation quirk. How they managed to recruit you is a feat indeed. I will go, but step out of line and you will regret it. Very well. Kurojire nodded, warping Akaguro and himself away. Void may have been unknown to the heroes, but to the villains, Void was a name that was put fear in the villains' hearts. He hid in the shadows, he attacked and took villains down in a blink of an eye, and disappeared without a trace. Kurojire looked around and grumbled under his breath. Shigaraki wanted to recruit Void. He was fast, efficient, and based on reports from various others, Void was at their first call for the attack on the USJ. He was most likely the one to have leaked the news to the heroes, given he was more of a vigilante than a villain, and Shigaraki wanted that power on his side. Except for one small problem. Kurojire had no idea where to find Void. He had no idea where he usually struck, or what targets he went after. He only knew that the vigilante had a black hoodie and attacked under the cover of night. Until he got lucky and just happened to notice the boy leaping over an alleyway on the rooftops. There was no reason why Void wouldn't attack, or just outright refuse. Better teleport him into the bar first, then talk later. And so he struck. Kurojire materialized right under Midoriya as he jumped again, but much to his surprise, Void turned around in midair, whacking Kurojire's neck plate, and landed on the roof, rolling, before he shot up, ready to attack. Kurojire teleported himself back onto a rooftop, and just sighed, well, hello Void. Midoriya just growled at him, what do you want? I know someone who wants to talk. Kurojire replied, we won't hurt you, the League of Villains just want to extend an offer to you to join us. Midoriya hissed internally. These were the ones that originally wanted to attack the USJ, and they may be planning to try again. Maybe, if he followed and listened, at least, for now, he could get more information. Maybe he could protect UA from another imminent attack. Very well. Midoriya forced himself to appear to loosen up, but was prepared to attack if they didn't anything remotely out of line. I have not heard of this League of Villains, but I am curious. And Kurojire nodded, teleporting them both away, with Midoriya wondering if he had made the right decision. Well, at least if I made a mistake, I'm the only one that gets hurt.